Chapter 4:57. The old mansion was filled with the choking smell of rotting wood. The stone tables and chairs placed in the courtyard were covered with dust. The small lake that was originally used for ornamental purposes had turned into a pool of clear water. Withered flowers, fallen leaves, and weeds had grown up to their waists. Pushing open the dusty hall, fragments of the setting sun shone through the window and shone on the dust particles floating in the air. With every step, a shallow footprint would be left behind. The neatly placed armchairs shattered into pieces with a light touch. Dense cracks appeared on the walls at the corner of the room. Even the small creatures had disappeared without a trace. It was as if no one had visited this place for thousands of years. Nuashing, have you really not been back for more than 10 years? Why do I feel like this place has been ravaged by the passage of time? After tiptoeing behind Yun Nuashing and coming out of the hall, Yuanshi finally couldn't help but ask. Yun Nuashing was silent for a while, looking at the somewhat dilapidated courtyard. He also said suspiciously, I should have been away for more than 10 years, probably between 15 to 20 years. As for why it's so dilapidated, I don't know. This was the Qin family, the place where Qin Hui took him in and treated him as a family member. It was the first time in his memory that he felt a sense of belonging to a place where he could remember. If anyone were to talk about the Qin family becoming like this, it would be him who felt the most heartache. After passing through a few small courtyards, they arrived at the small house that they used to live in. Gently pushing open the door, he saw the vaguely familiar setting, and his eyes became slightly hot. Right now, he was no different from a child who hadn't been home for many years. Seeing that the small room that used to belong to him was still the same, but in such a dilapidated state, he felt a little sad in his heart. Seeing his dejected look, everyone didn't know what to say. Watching him walk into the room, it wasn't appropriate for them to follow. Only Xian and Yishi followed behind him quietly like two little tails. Yun Nuashing pushed open the window. In his memory, little Qin Yu would always jump in from the outside when he opened the window. Even if he opened the door, she would jump in through the window. At that time, he was helpless and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although he still hoped to see a little girl jumping onto his table, when he opened the window, it was impossible. More than 10 years had passed, and little Qin Yu should have grown up. She should be a beautiful girl, about the same age as Ming Ming. Their ages were about the same, and they should be able to be good friends. The runaway letter he left on the desk was gone. Although there were only 5 words and a badly drawn portrait, it was probably kept by Qin Hui or little Qin Yu. Little Qin Yu's room next door didn't change much either. It was the same as when he left. After he came back, it was the same as before. It could be said that this was normal, except that it was much more dilapidated. Uncle Qin and the others didn't come back when the moonlight inadvertently shone on the ground. An ice-blue disk hung in the sky. Yuan Shi and the others sat in the tidy small courtyard. Qin Yin seemed to have conjured a tea set from somewhere. Although the tea fragrance was dense, Yun Nuashing was slightly disappointed. The house is empty. There's nothing left. Yao Hua took a sip of tea and let out a long sigh. This doesn't seem like something the Zhu family would do. It's more like they moved and didn't want this piece of land. It shouldn't be. If they really abandoned this piece of land, why hasn't the Qin family's plaque been taken down? I haven't heard any news of this place being sold. Although the place is dilapidated, there are no traces of disorder, so it can't be done by thieves. Yuanshi shook his head. Although they moved, this is the place where Little Star used to live. Maybe they left this place for him, to give him something to remember or something. What Spirit said, that seems to be a possibility. Yuanshi thought for a while and nodded. That was indeed a possibility, but this place was too dilapidated. He still felt that more than 100 years had passed here. Qin Yen, who had been drinking tea quietly, suddenly felt that a certain voice was missing. She raised her head in confusion and looked around. Where's young Master Yun? Little Star said he wanted to go to other places in the Qin family to take a look. Xian and Yishi went with him. He's more familiar with this place than we are. We can't help much even if we go. Let's just wait for them here. Yuan, she said. Everyone thought about it and agreed. This place was quite big, and it was someone else's home. It felt a little inappropriate for them to walk around casually. Qin Yen saw that no one was moving, so she couldn't move on her own. She quietly moved her hand away from the stone table, revealing a mark covered by her small hand. That was the Qin family's emblem. When she saw the emblem, a strange color flashed across Mei Mao's eyes. She raised her head and opened her mouth a few times, wanting to say something. However, she didn't know what to say for a moment when she heard everyone's idle chatter. She could only sigh softly and press the emblem down with her fair, slender hand. Yuan, she noticed her awkward look when she wanted to say something but stopped. Those little movements didn't escape his eyes. He didn't want to say anything at first, but after hesitating for a while, he couldn't help but transmit his voice. What's wrong? You seem to have something to say. Qin Yen, who was already a little uneasy, was suddenly transmitted by someone. It scared her so much that she almost threw her teacup away. After calming herself down, Mei Mao turned around and saw Yuan Shi looking at her. She was also a little surprised. I saw something that I forgot where I saw it before. I'm a little concerned. Yuan Shi nodded and didn't delve into it. Although their strength wasn't strong enough to be on par with experts at the level of gods, because of the influence they were in, the things they came into contact with wouldn't be simple. Especially those things that they caught a glimpse of and didn't pay much attention to. In the depths of the Qin clan, Yun Nuoxing raised his head and looked at the pavilion. This was the place where the Qin clan stored their profound skills, secret skills, and profound skills. The things inside were the foundation that maintained the Qin clan's status. It could be said that every influence treated the place where these profound skills were stored as a forbidden area. Of course, the Qin clan was no exception. He had only entered it a few times. One of those times, Qin Hui had given him the Encyclopedia of Plants in the Divine Realm. That strange and evil book would occasionally turn into a book that recorded other contents. However, the last time this book changed was when he was in Yuyan City. Since then, this book had completely turned into an encyclopedia of plants. There weren't any other strange changes. No matter how he played with this book, it was useless. At that time, when he opened the door that was weaved with a magic array in the eternal night forest, it was also because of the magic array with demonic power that he had seen in this book. Originally, I thought that if Uncle Qin came back, I would ask him about this book. I didn't expect to not only not see Uncle Qin, but also see the ruins of the Qin clan. Yun Nuoxing muttered in his heart. He sighed. After searching the entire Qin clan, he didn't go to this place. However, he reckoned that he wouldn't find anything useful. He just wanted to verify if the Qin clan was really empty. Jie. He pushed open the door of the pavilion with both hands. A muffled sound came from the place where the heavy wooden door was connected. The dust on the door trembled and fell down, directly landing on Yun Nuoxing's face, causing him to sneeze loudly. A dusty aura came from the pavilion, forming a small whirlwind that blew his windbreaker loudly. It was as if a prehistoric giant beast was creeping in the pavilion and spitting out a gloomy and cold aura, causing Yun Nuoxing and the other two to feel a little nervous. He turned around and nodded at Xian and Yishi. The two of them also nodded and followed Yun Nuoxing into the pavilion. In the dark space, a dim starlight suddenly tore through the darkness. The shaky starlight looked as if it would be annihilated at any time. After a moment, it suddenly spread out and slowly illuminated the entire dark space. What appeared in their line of sight was rows of crisscrossing bookcases. In the center of the pavilion was an empty space. When they looked up, they could directly see the appearance of the upper floors. The bookcases that were once filled with countless mysterious techniques and secret skills were now stained with a thin layer of gray. The empty bookcases were just like the empty Qin clan. It's really cleaned up quite well. When he left, it should have been tidied up in an orderly manner. Nothing was left behind, Yishi said as she looked left and right with her small eyes. After thinking for a while, she suddenly teased, "It's as if Big Brother Nuo left and they started to move. Did Big Brother Nuo do anything bad to them?" "Of course not." Yun Nuoxing's face turned red. She coughed dryly and said, "Don't talk nonsense." The old uncle next door also said that he didn't see Uncle Qin come back. Then he should have really moved back to the Zhu clan. The timing is just a coincidence. A coincidence. Big Brother Nuo must have done something bad. Yishi teased. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. She took one last look at the pavilion and walked out, closing the heavy wooden door behind her. After that, she went to the small back mountain that overlooked the entire western part of Xingling City. She stood at the highest point in the western part of Xingling City and looked at the city that she had lived in for 2 years. The dim yellow lights spread to every corner of the city, forming a picture of fire. The lights gathered together and illuminated the night sky, causing Yun Nuoxing to be a little dazed. Should I go to the academy and ask? Looking at the grand and uniform buildings, Yun Nuoxing remembered that when she was still living here, she saw Uncle Qin Hui interacting with people from the academy. Perhaps the Qin clan and the academy had some kind of relationship. Maybe they knew where Qin Hui and the others were. She sat down on the edge of the cliff with her legs dangling in the air. Yun Nuoxing patted the spot beside her and smiled at Xian and Yishi. Only then did the two come back to their senses and sit down beside her. However, Yishi consciously sat between Yun Nuoxing's thighs. Her 2 small hands were still tugging on his long hair, causing him to feel very helpless. He reached out and scratched Yishi's small head. Xian, who was sitting right next to him, couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the 2 of them fooling around. The night sky became much brighter. At first glance, Little Star and Big Sister Yishi really do look like siblings. Hearing Xian's teasing, Yun Nuoxing and Yishi were both stunned. Their eyes met for a moment, and they stopped with slightly red cheeks. "This is my secret base. At that time, I would come here whenever I had nothing to do. I would sit here from morning to night and watch the 2 suns slowly fall to the west, slowly turning into big fireballs and sinking. Then I would watch the moon climb up from the horizon." Yun Nuoxing said with some nostalgia. At that time, she wasn't so obsessed with finding her memories and origins as she was now. She was like a carefree child who didn't do or think about anything at the end of the day. Yishi raised her head and saw Yun Nuoxing's reminiscing expression. She thought for a moment and said jokingly, "I can tell that Big Brother Nuoxing has always been lazy and didn't cultivate." Yun Nuoxing and Xian. Well, it seems that the carefree time of reminiscing has come to an end. Suddenly, Yun Nuoxing's expression changed slightly. Her tone changed, and the Netherworld ruins sword appeared in her hand. She said briskly, "Then this unknown gentleman who just landed, can I invite you to come out from behind the forest and talk slowly? There's someone here?" Xian was startled by this and quickly stood up. The long sword with a dragon's roar appeared in her hand with a clang. Mei Mao, who had always been very gentle, suddenly became fierce. Even she jumped up and raised a formation towards the forest. The three enormous energies caused the energy here to become a lot more chaotic. Rustle, rustle. Just as she finished speaking, there was a rustling sound in the forest. Then a figure slowly descended from the tree, causing Yun Nuoshing to be a little surprised. She thought that this guy would immediately run away after being discovered. She didn't expect him to actually show himself. It's been more than 10 years in the blink of an eye. Young man, I didn't expect you to come back. Chapter 458. The figure slowly walked out from behind the tree and walked under the moonlight. The azure moonlight illuminated his old figure. His gray beard fell to his chest, and he wore a long green robe. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. There was a warm smile on his fair face, and he looked like an immortal. You don't have to be so cautious. I can't do anything in front of you. The green-robed elder looked at Yun Nuoshing with a smile. He seemed to be worried that Yun Nuoshing and the others would do something to him. You are? Yun Nuoshing looked at the green-robed elder with a strange expression. He was puzzled. The elder's strength was only around that of a divine emperor, and he gave off a familiar feeling. He must have seen him somewhere before. To be more precise, he must have seen this elder during the 2 years he lived in Xingling City. However, he could not remember where. I have some ties with Qin Hui. We met on the day you moved into the Qin family. However, you were not very awake at that time, and only saw me in a daze, the green-robed elder said with a smile. Yun Nuoshing finally remembered something when he was reminded, Oh, you are the doctor who treated me. The green-robed old man smiled and nodded when he heard this. He said, The little fellow who was carried into the Qin clan back then, with all the meridians in his body broken, has already become a little expert who can hold his own after a dozen years. If old Qin were to know about this, he would likely be very pleased. Yun Nuoshing's eyes darkened when he heard the elder mention Uncle Qin. However, he quickly hid it and asked urgently, Uncle, where is Uncle Qin now? Also, what happened to the Qin family? Why is it so dilapidated? It's a long story. However, I don't know where old Qin went. I only know that he left. Half a month after you left the Qin family, a group of powerful people visited the Qin family. In less than a day, the Qin family was empty. Before old Qin left, he told me to preserve the old site of the Qin family, and that you would definitely come back, the green-robed elder said slowly as he stroked his beard. Yun Nuoshing shrunk her head back, awkwardly. He had indeed returned, but it had been more than 10 years. In the beginning, I was worried that you would run into some danger by recklessly rushing out. However, it seems that old Qin's eyes are sharper. From the very beginning, he felt that you were not a simple person. With your meridians broken and your energy depleted, you were still able to walk 20 li in the desert. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Those friends of yours are not simple either. We were almost discovered as soon as we got close. The old man smiled as he stroked his beard. Yun Nuoshing stuck out her tongue. Whether it was Yao Hua, Yuan Shi, or Qin Yen, they were all descendants of ancient great forces. How could they be simple? However, he was very surprised that he could sense the existence of a divine emperor. If he didn't have the 5 elements and the purple night flame, he wouldn't have been able to sense the existence of the old man. Those are the friends I made in the divine prefecture. We came to the Taiyuan domain for a stroll and happened to pass by the northwest area. So we came back to take a look, Yun Nuoshing said softly. People from the divine prefecture? Hearing this, the old man raised his eyebrows. He seemed to be very surprised, but then he calmed down immediately. I see. It turns out that they are from the divine prefecture. No wonder. For people like us who have lived in the Taiyuan domain all our lives, the divine prefecture is a place that we yearn for very much. However, we have never even set foot in the Northwest area. We don't know when we will have the opportunity to go there. Seeing the old man's fascinated expression, Yun Nuoxing didn't know what to say. She couldn't say that they would go back to the divine prefecture in a few days. Would you like to go there too? She still remembered that Uncle Qin had said that the old man was a man with a family. Because he had too many concerns, he didn't have the opportunity or the courage to go to the divine prefecture. Although the life of a god was long, the old man had already lived half of it. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to go to the divine prefecture in this life. Uncle, can you tell me the long story you mentioned? Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and asked again. Okay. The green-robed old man nodded while sitting. He stroked his beard, but he was silent. He seemed to be organizing his words. After a while, he said, "Let's make a long story short. The Qin family didn't become like this normally. It was about 3 years ago. That night, a red light suddenly rushed into the sky from the Qin family and formed a red light pillar. The light pillar that reached the sky turned the entire western part of Xingling City red. Originally, we thought that there were powerful people fighting, but we didn't feel any energy. Xingling City didn't suffer any losses. However, the Qin family, which was emitted by the light source, became what you see now. It looks like a few hundred years have passed, right? According to the speculation of some magic matrix masters, the Qin family originally set up a magic matrix that was related to the power of time. It had always been shelved, but it suddenly went out of control 3 years ago. This is the result of that magic matrix going out of control. Now that I think about it, it's fortunate that old Qin left early. Otherwise, the entire Qin family would be threatened, the green-robed old man said in a deep voice. The power of time? Yun Nuoxing's expression was somewhat strange. The power of time was the symbol of a god. Not to mention that they had encountered it recently. The Qin family was only a small family. When he left, Qin Hui was only a mortal realm cultivator. How could he have set up a magic matrix that was related to the power of time? There are indeed traces of time acceleration, but that old man wasn't right. The hall in the center was indeed only accelerated by a few hundred years. However, in some places, especially the edges, I feel that time has been accelerated by tens of millions of years. Moreover, that's the overflow energy that was emitted when the magic matrix collapsed. It's not the correct state. Ziya's in different words scared Yun Nuoxing half to death. Accelerated time by tens of millions of years? If it was a weak cultivator, he would probably be turned into a fossil immediately. Since then, the Qin family has always been like this. No one dared to touch this place. They were all afraid that the incident that night would happen again. It saved me a lot of trouble. The old man sighed. However, I don't know how to explain to old Qin that the Qin family's old residence has become like this. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Xingling City is located in the northwest of the Taiyuan domain. It's also a very remote city. It's also very far from the neighboring cities. Although this matter is strange, it hasn't been spread. The only people who know about this are probably the people of Xingling City, the old man said. Yun Nuoxing sighed and opened his mouth. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his depressed mood was slightly lifted. He hurriedly said, "Before Uncle Qin left, he left a letter for me. He said that he went back to the Zhu family." "Uncle, do you know where Uncle Qin went?" "Back to the Zhu family?" Hearing this, the old man's hand that was stroking his beard trembled slightly. An imperceptible surprise flashed across his face. Yun Nuoxing happened to not see it, so he heard him say, "If it's the Zhu family, I'm not too sure. However, if you go to the Divine Prefecture, you should have some clues. The Divine Prefecture. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's expression was a little strange. He once heard Qin Hui say that the Qin family wasn't originally from Xingling City. They moved here from a very, very far place. Could that place be the Divine Prefecture? After chatting with the old man, for a while, the old man said goodbye. Before he left, he pointed to the academy in Xingling City and said that if there was anything, he could go there and find him. Watching the old man turn and rush into the night, Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and patted his face with both hands. Then he let out a long breath. He always felt that many things were related to the Divine Prefecture. This was his vague feeling. It wasn't the Divine Prefecture among the 4 large regions, but the small Divine Prefecture at the center. Looking sideways at Yun Nuoxing, Yishi's small hand held his palm through his sleeve and asked softly, "Brother Nuoxing, what do you plan to do?" "Right now, it's not a good idea to stay in Taiyuan territory all the time. Look for the Divine Flame and Devil Thunder on the map, and go all the way to Xingming City." Then, Yun Nuoxing said softly. Suddenly, he turned his gaze and smiled at Zian. Out of habit, he patted her head and said, "Little girl, let's go home and take a look." Zian, who had been absent-minded, suddenly heard this sentence, and her delicate body trembled. Mei Mao stared at Yun Nuoxing with several kinds of emotions. For a moment, she forgot to speak. Although she always wanted to go home and take a look, the leader of this group was Yun Nuoxing. Moreover, she was the one who stubbornly insisted on following them. Therefore, although she wanted to go home, she never told Yun Nuoxing. After a long time, she even forgot about the idea of going home. If he hadn't mentioned it now, perhaps she would have forgotten that she missed her home in Xingyu City so much and missed her family. Brother, sister, father, are you all well? Xian, I misses you so much. Zian muttered in her heart as she clenched her jade-like hands in front of her chest. After a long time, she opened her eyes and looked at Yun Nuoxing. She smiled sweetly and said, "And let's go home." Yun Nuoxing was infatuated by her smile, which was more brilliant than 100 flowers blooming. She blushed and turned her gaze away. She looked at the night sky and said with a smile, "Then it's decided. We'll set off from Xingling City to Xingming City and finally to Xingyu City. We'll look for the Divine Flame or something along the way." As she spoke, she was stunned. Yun Nuoxing looked at the courtyard at the foot of the mountain in astonishment. She hurriedly pulled Zian and Yun Nuoxing towards the Qin residence. They had chatted for too long at the back of the mountain. It was so long that they seemed to have forgotten something. The silent air was filled with a terrifying aura. A dozen people sat quietly in the small courtyard, not saying a word to each other. Moreover, it could be seen that their brows were deeply furrowed, but their faces were calm. Seeing the murderous look on everyone's faces, Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. She walked out without informing them and left for 4 to 6 hours. So slow. "Are you done being intimate? Are you looking for a small forest? At least let us know so that we can find a restaurant to stay in. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that you were dead inside. You're such a failure as a leader. Don't you know that you'll catch a cold if you lie down and sleep in such cold weather?" As soon as she landed in the courtyard with Zian and Yun Nuoxing, she saw everyone stand up with a bang. Their continuous questioning made Yun Nuoxing feel miserable. What made her even more tearful was that Zian and Yishi silently walked to the side. She smiled bitterly and settled everyone down. She briefly explained what had just happened. Only then did everyone show signs of calming down. There are at least 1 million families with the surname Qin in the Divine Prefecture. Looking for someone like this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Jeanning couldn't help but say when she heard what he said. Speaking of the Qin family, Yao Hua had an idea and quickly turned his gaze to Qin Yin. Hearing this, everyone also turned their gazes, making Qin Yin feel very embarrassed. I've never heard of such a branch wandering in a foreign land. Qin Yin quickly waved her delicate hand and said lightly, I don't care much about the family's affairs. The elders all ask me to cultivate. I'm a little ignorant of the outside world. But it seems that a few years ago, a group of people came back from the Qin family. Father told me that they were outside to gain experience. I didn't know much about it. A few years ago, Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly. However, he didn't think that Uncle Qin and the others returned to their ancestral home to the Qin family in the Divine Prefecture. These two places were in the south and the north. They had nothing to do with each other. Well, about 10 years ago. No, 10 years ago was when I heard the news. It should be 12 years ago. Qin Yen sighed softly and said, Moreover, it was said that a certain grand elder went to pick them up personally. According to the time I left, let's say it was 15 years. 12 years ago, with the speed of an emperor god, even if he brought a large group of people across the origin region. No, leaving the surroundings of Xingling City, there are teleportation portals in cities further away. 1 year is enough to travel from here to Xingming City. Even if it's a little exaggerated, 2 years is a total of 14 years. The time doesn't quite match up, but it might be. Yun Nuoxing calculated for a while and shook his head. He didn't know how long he left, but he was sure that it was more than 15 years. I didn't see any branch outside the Qin family in the genealogy. Moreover, the ones who were picked up were from the direct line of descent. Qin Yen said again. Well, I'm just casually mentioning it. Don't take it to heart. Yao Hua smiled and shrugged. There's no hurry. We'll meet when it's time. Since we have a target, and I'm going to that place, there's no need to worry about not being able to find them. Yun Nuoxing nodded. After chatting for a while, Yun Nuoxing asked everyone to pack up. Then they found a good-looking restaurant in Xingling City and rested there. Anyway, to them, it was fine as long as there was a place where they could sit cross-legged and cultivate peacefully. The night passed very quickly. They didn't pay too much attention to it. They were still drifting outside. After settling Yao Hua and the others, Yun Nuoxing returned to his room. He opened the door and saw Xian and Yuanqi sitting in the hall, looking at him calmly. Yun Nuoxing smiled and took out the treasure map. He spread it on the table and said with a smile, Now let's take a look at the route to Xingming City to find the divine flame. Chapter 459. Scanning the room, Yuanqi and Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Immediately, the two of them joined forces and completely sealed the room. In this unfamiliar place, they were still very vigilant. Who knew if there was a super god hidden in this remote area? Yun Nuoxing's treasure map, which recorded the locations of almost all the divine flames and devil thunder, was very eye-catching. Seeing the reaction of the two of them, Yun Nuoxing smiled. He casually took out the Linghong sword and hung it on the ceiling of the hall. Then, he slowly spread out the treasure map until it was flat. As the treasure map was spread out, rays of illusory light suddenly surged out. They drew an arc about a foot above the map and finally landed on the other side of the map. If one looked carefully, one could see that there were 2 flame icons, 2 lightning icons, and even 1 flame and 1 lightning icon connected together. At first, these lines were only connected on the treasure map. However, after they returned from the endless sea abyss, they became 3-dimensional. Without the dense lines, it was easier to read the map. After finding the location of the flashing red dot in the northwest of the Taiyuan region, they scanned the map inch by inch in the direction of the Divine Prefecture. When they just started looking, a purple flame emerged from Yun Nuoxing's body. Finally, it condensed into a graceful figure in front of them. After a while, the flame dissipated, and Zai lazily yawned. Well, we still need the help of professionals to find the divine flames. Yun Nuoxing smiled. He didn't expect Zai to come out by herself. He thought she was sleeping soundly with her head covered, so he didn't wake her up. However, when he looked up, his face twitched a few times. Only then did he notice that she was still hugging a pillow. Her clothes were slightly messy, and she looked like she had just woken up. If you're sleeping, then sleep properly. What do you want to do? By jumping out. Yun Nuoxing was a little speechless. Ziyi yawned and looked directly at the treasure map. He said casually, "Finding the divine flame is such a big matter. How can I not come out?" As she spoke, Mei Mao paused. She looked at Yun Nuoxing with a smile and joked, "What if someone who hasn't even seen all the flames on the divine flame list accidentally runs into the territory of one of the top 20 flames? Even the gods won't be able to save you." They were all stunned and scratched their heads awkwardly. None of them were familiar with the divine flame, so they really needed Ziyi's help. "Then I'll leave it to you." Yun Nuoxing smiled. Ziyi nodded casually. Apart from raising her head to reply, she had been staring at the treasure map the entire time. Seeing how focused she was, Yun Nuoxing and the others quickly leaned over to take a look. But then again, there are really very few divine flames in this Taiyuan region. There are only a few scattered here and there, and they're all very far away from each other. Yuanshi glanced over the Taiyuan region, roughly, and sighed. But their rankings won't be very low. Ziyi nodded. Her slender finger pointed at a light gray flame with a hint of blue, and she said, "Ranked 47th in spiritual flame." After saying this, she moved her finger to another brown flame icon. "I forgot which rank is the mountain spirit and earth fire. Take a look at what's recorded in that book." "I can't remember," Ziyi urged as he nudged Yun Nuoxing. "Book." Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a while. "What book?" After a long time, she finally uttered an "oh" and took out the book that recorded the divine flame list that she had picked up in the Tower of Rain country. As for the first 20 pages, they were all blank, so she directly flipped to the back. At first, she thought that she would have to flip for a long time before she would see the one that Ziyi had mentioned, but she didn't think that she would see it so soon. Ranked 30th on the divine flame list, mountain spirit and earth fire, a mystical flame that contains the element of earth. It is hidden under the mountains and is nourished by the endless element of earth and the element of fire from the underground magma. The two elements have gone through millions of years of condensation and countless failures, and only then is a flame that contains the elements of fire and earth born out of an infinitesimally small possibility. It can stimulate the underground magma and borrow the power of the mountains. Because this was the language of the gods, only Yun Nuoxing could read it out slowly. Nightmare, who had been listening from the beginning, finally couldn't hold back anymore. He hurriedly pulled Yuanshi over and whispered, "Hey, how do you know that's a divine flame? Could it be that the flame icon is the location of the divine flame? We've been talking for so long, and you only found out now?" Yuanshi also looked at him with an expression of shock. Then, the two of them looked at each other speechlessly. Seeing his shocked expression, Yuanshi had no choice but to explain the function of the treasure map to him. "There's also this." Her finger moved to a certain place in the north, and Zai habitually said the beginning. When she saw it clearly, she let out a soft cry of surprise. "This divine flame flickering with the color of stars is quite suitable for you. But this flame should exist in the starry sky, right? What's its name? Does it have any special effects?" Yuanshi hurriedly asked. "Its name is the illusory flame ranked 25th on the divine flame list, is born in the depths of the star field. When one or even several stars explode, the energy that erupts will compress the power of the stars into a single point. With the help of the energy of hundreds of billions of stars, the boundless power of the stars will be compressed to the limit. Then, it will fuse with the special fire element in the stars to form a small, illusory flame in the dark star field. After it forms, it will act as a companion star and move with the star closest to it, devouring its energy. When it has completely devoured the energy of a star, it will wander to other parts of the star field and continuously devour the power of the stars to strengthen itself. It exists in the star field, illusory, and because it needs to grow with the stars, it is also called the illusory flame or the star-devouring flame. Yun Nuoshing slowly finished reading this paragraph, and then she was stunned. It's ranked 25th. That's already quite close to the front. Can I subdue it? Yun Nuoshing looked at Ziyi, who was sitting quietly on the sofa with some shame. The divine flame, ranked 25th, its energy was probably at the same level as hers. It might even be at the level of the gods. He was just a small immortal level, and there was a huge gap between him and the gods. The gap between him and the gods was even more indescribable. There was no way to make up for this gap. Even with the help of Xianyin and Ziyi, it was impossible to subdue it. Even Yuan Shi and Nightmare were very shocked. The divine flame, ranked 25th, was already a kind of divine object. They didn't expect it to be in such a remote area like the Taiyuan territory. But thinking about it carefully, perhaps it was because it was in such a remote area that it could survive. If it was in a place with many people, it would have been discovered long ago and subdued. Although they were a little happy to hear this news, when they calmed down and thought about it, it was just as Yun Nuoshing said. Could such a top-ranked divine flame really be subdued? It's not as exaggerated as you think. After a long while, Ziyi finally chuckled and broke the tense atmosphere. She slowly stretched out her long legs and stood up. Only then did she say, "But you're not wrong. This void fire's energy level is indeed above mine, but it's not at the level of a god. It's only twice as strong as me, right?" Yun Nuoshing and the others were speechless when they heard this. Twice as strong as the god emperor. What kind of level was that? Don't look like that. It's only twice as strong. It doesn't mean that it's impossible to subdue it. Xianyin gave you so many things to use when you subdue the divine flame and devil lightning. I won't let you do something that will throw your life away. Ziyi smiled, but being ranked 25th, I think it's still too risky. Yishi shook her head. She had personally experienced the power of the purple night dark flame, so she knew better than Yun Nuoshing and the others about this double. Therefore, she didn't approve of Yun Nuoshing taking this risk. Yun Nuoshing looked at Yishi's concerned and worried eyes and was a little hesitant. It was because he trusted the people around him that he couldn't make up his mind for the time being. Ziyi didn't rush Yun Nuoshing when she saw him frown. Admittedly, this wasn't something that would throw Yun Nuoshing's life away. However, there was definitely a risk involved, and it wasn't a small one. Furthermore, if he really subdued the void flames, Yun Nuoshing's strength might not improve by leaps and bounds. At most, he would cross the threshold and seal a portion of the energy in his body. This was because that energy was too vast, and it was difficult for him to completely refine it with his current strength. Even the sealed energy she left behind wasn't completely refined yet. There were even other sealed energies that had been added into his body. Yishi sat back down on the sofa and swept her jade-like fingers across the map of the Sourcepeak region. With Mei Mao, as she scanned, she suddenly paused, and her pupils shrank. It was as if she had seen something that shocked her to the core. Bang! Yishi slammed her jade-like hands on the table, and her delicate body bounced up. The loud sound startled Yun Nuoshing and Zian, who were deep in thought. They didn't understand what had happened to her. Ziyi, Yun Nuoshing hurriedly asked when she saw her frightened expression. Shortly after, she nervously followed her line of sight. After searching for a while, she stopped at an area in the northeast of the Source Peak region near the border. It was a barren area, and there were no traces of humans in the surroundings. However, there was an enchanting crimson flame imprint there. It was so bright that it seemed to be directly in front of it, crimson divine flame. Yun Nuoshing silently muttered. Then, she quickly flipped open the book that recorded the ranks of the divine flames from the 21st to the 150th. The sound of pages flipping quickly swept past her ears. However, what surprised her was that she still hadn't seen the divine flame that matched her appearance even when she was almost at the end of the book. There's no need to look for it. You won't find it in that book. Ziyi sighed. She finally calmed down and sat back down on the sofa. However, her expression was still a little uncertain, as if she was thinking about something. Yishi also stared thoughtfully at the crimson flame imprint. A few scenes flashed through her mind before she finally stopped at one of them. A demonic blood-red lotus bloomed in the sky. That fiery color made her feel a little intoxicated. Could it be? Yishi had a guess in her heart. When she raised her head again, she saw Ziyi sigh heavily. Then he pointed at the crimson flame imprint and said, "If it's possible, of course I hope that you can subdue it. However, it's not possible now. Little Star's current strength isn't enough. It's impossible to subdue it even if you try everything you can. Even if you want to go, I will do my best to stop you." Yun Nuoshing slammed the book shut and asked carefully, "So what's this?" "Ranked 11th on the Divine Flame list. Karmic Fire of the Red Lotus." This heavy voice was like a frozen bomb, freezing the entire room in an instant. The shock and disbelief on the faces of Yun Nuoshing and the others could still be seen. After a long while, Yishi coughed dryly and the frozen atmosphere began to thaw. She had already guessed the answer. She had seen the karmic fire of the Red Lotus before. To be precise, it was a fake karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Of course, she had only guessed it because she recognized the unique burning aura of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Now that she heard Ziyi say that the real karmic fire of the Red Lotus was in the northeast of Taiyuan region, she honestly found it hard to believe. Ranked 11th. After the initial shock, Yun Nuoshing finally calmed down. Then she said something that made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. "That's bullshit. I'm still racking my brains trying to figure out why I should forget about the 11th. That's impossible. That's impossible. There's absolutely no such thing." Ziyi and the others almost couldn't hold back their laughter when they saw her serious and resolute expression. "We can give the Een Spirit Fire, Mountain Spirit Fire, and Void Fire a try. Among these 3 divine flames, the one closest to us is the Een Spirit Fire, which is ranked 47th. It is located in the southern part of the Source Peak region. Let's head there first. It would be great if we can successfully subdue it. As for the others, let's put them aside for now." Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but sigh at the end of his sentence. The previous 2 divine flames had been taken by others, which made him a little scared. If he saw another divine flame being taken by someone else again, he would probably go crazy. "I don't believe that I'll be rebuffed again and again when I look for the divine flames." Chapter 460. The next morning, in the courtyard of the Qin clan in Xingling City, more than 10 figures flashed over. Looking at the Qin clan's courtyard that looked brand new, they all heaved a long sigh of relief. After bolting the door of the Qin clan, Yun Nuoshing clapped his hands and said, "That's it." Looking at Yun Nuoshing slowly walking over, Yuanshi let out a light sigh. He patted the dust off his body and the grass on his hair before saying softly, "Nuoshing, we're about to leave. Why do you suddenly want to clean up the Qin clan?" "Oh." Yun Nuoshing stared at the largest building. After taking a deep breath, he tilted his head and smiled at him. "Don't we always clean up the house after returning home? Well, although we're about to leave, if Uncle Qin comes back, this will be a sign. Help me tell him I'm back. This is a sign that I've been back. Furthermore, I don't know when I'll be back again." Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh. He was a wanderer in a foreign land, wandering in this vast world. When he looked back, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, the tide of time had destroyed all his longing for the past. "I'll just treat it as a memento for myself." He turned his head and smiled at the crowd, but it caused them to fall silent. Most of them were born in great forces, and that place was their home. However, even their former home in the Yun Nuo planet was empty. Where was the place that belonged to him? "Of course, before leaving, we have to go to a place. That's also the place where I used to live. Well, although it was only for a few short months." Yun Nuoshing smiled. The place he was talking about was naturally the east of Xingling City, Yu Yin's home. Using the light element to the extreme, it didn't take long for them to fly from the westernmost part of Xingling City to the easternmost part. Looking at the towering ancient tree that suddenly appeared in their line of sight, everyone couldn't help but sigh softly. This tree has a history of 1,000,000 years. Mu Ling couldn't help but exclaim. As an expert in the field of the wood element, she naturally wouldn't be wrong. No one questioned her. When everyone landed at the Yu clan's residence under the giant tree, they personally felt the meaning of desolation. The huge Yu clan's residence was quiet and lifeless. Not a single person could be seen. Just like the Qin clan, they had all disappeared without a trace. There was nothing left in the various pavilions. It was as if the two clans had an agreement that they would leave once Yun Nuoshing left. "Were you abandoned?" Standing in the courtyard of the Yu family, Yao Hua finally couldn't help but say something. As soon as he finished speaking, he was pressed to the ground and beaten up by Mu Ling and the others. Glancing at him indifferently, Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh. In fact, even he started to doubt himself. Otherwise, how could he have disappeared so cleanly? Now, even the person who could prove his existence here had disappeared. Although the Yu clan's residence wasn't as dilapidated as the Qin clan's, it was still covered in dust. All kinds of small animals ran amok under the eaves and in the corners of the walls. No one had taken care of it for many years. This world doesn't want me anymore. Forget it." Yun Nuoshing laughed self-deprecatingly. Soon after, he let out a heavy sigh. He didn't know what happened to the Yu clan, but he still remembered that when he was in that city in the Divine Continent, Yuin left him a handwriting. At that time, when he traced back the time, he saw that her father was also there. Perhaps something had happened, so he moved away. "Little star, are you all right?" Seeing that he had spat out his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls, Xian held his hand and asked worriedly, "I'm fine. What's wrong with me? What could happen to me?" Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing fiercely sighed. Turning his head around, he rolled his eyes at her and said, "When it is time to meet again, we will meet again. If fate has not ended, I will only care about walking my own path. As for whether or not I can meet again with Sister Yuin, that will depend on how that damned fate decides." With that, he waved his hand and flew out of Xingling City. The others couldn't say anything and could only quickly follow. On a mountain peak outside Xingling City, Yun Nuoshing and the others stood in a disorderly fashion. Staring at the enormous city at the foot of the mountain, Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. He tilted his head and asked nightmare softly, Do you really plan to leave with us? That's right, that's right. The Alliance isn't under my control. The elders also let me do whatever I want. Furthermore, I've left a message, so they won't be angry. I'm not weak myself. At least, I'm not weaker than that flimsy guy. I can even provide you with information. The Nightwalker Alliance's information network covers more than half of the realm of the gods. Do you despise me? Nightmare curled his lips and said casually. Yuanshi's face was filled with black lines. He was a dignified god's spiritual body. No matter what, he was about to enter the half-demon level. Yet, he was described as flimsy. Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but chuckle. He looked at Xingling's city once again and sighed. Goodbye. The people at the side looked at him in a daze as he looked at Xingling's city. They couldn't help but roll their eyes. Wasn't it just leaving again? Since he came back once, he would come back a second time. He actually made it seem like he had experienced so many vicissitudes. It was as if he had left for a lifetime, as if he felt the disdainful gazes of the dozen or so people behind him. Yun Nuoxing sighed and slowly stepped back. He waved his hand, and his back trembled. 6 light purple wings spread out. Finally, the 6 wings flapped, and his body quickly rushed into the sky. Finally, he didn't delay any longer. With a turn of his body, he rushed toward the horizon. Is that so? The little guys are on their way. On the top floor of the blue tower, a sage-like old man in a green robe stroked the white beard on his chest and laughed softly. The person not far behind the old man was a little puzzled when he saw the reminiscence on the old man's face. After hesitating for a while, he respectfully said, "Dean, I don't understand what's so special about that group of little guys." He didn't understand why the old man had sent him to secretly protect Yun Nuoxing and the others. They were just a group of immortal-level little guys. Asking him, a god, to protect them was simply overkill. Moreover, that guy actually had the light element. He almost couldn't catch up to him. In his opinion, only the little guy with the light element was worth protecting. He really couldn't see anything strange about the others. The adopted son of an old friend. He's a very powerful little guy. The old man in a green robe laughed softly. Then he suddenly frowned and scolded, "Those people aren't simple. You actually can't see it?" Seeing that the old man had turned hostile without any hesitation, the person laughed bitterly. "This subordinate has poor eyesight. I hope that the dean can give me some pointers." Hearing this, the old man suddenly chuckled and said, "It's not your fault that you can't see it. They're people from that place. Your eyesight still needs to be improved." That place. The person was slightly startled. Then he seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, "People from the Divine Prefecture?" The old man nodded and sighed regretfully. This old man also wants to make a trip to that place. In the distant horizon, 100-meter-wide stream of light shot past like it was chasing the moon and stars. Its astonishing speed attracted the attention of many experts in the area. However, after sensing the strength of the aura, they hurriedly gave up on the idea of investigating. The Divine Sword ranked first in the Divine Sword record on the Divine Weapon ranking is used as a cushion. On the huge Netherworld Ruins sword, Qin Yan and Nightmare stared blankly at the purplish-black sword after listening to Yao Hua and the others chatter excitedly. There was disbelief in their eyes. The territory of the Sourcepeak domain was unimaginably vast. A star spirit city, or even a star underworld city, was only a speck of sand in the Sourcepeak domain. With the speed of Yun Nuoxing and the others, they would not be able to reach the location of the Een spirit fire, even if they used up all their energy. Furthermore, the teleportation gates in the Sourcepeak domain did not cover all the major cities, so they could only fly there. However, Yishi had never been there before, so she did not know the precise coordinates. She could only use the teleportation formation to teleport a short distance. The rest of the time, she could only rely on the Netherworld ruins soared to fly there. Every time she passed through Yishi's teleportation formation, she would have to stop for a short while. She would take out a map to determine the direction before hurriedly flying through the sky. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, she would quickly rush towards the distant destination. Although the destination did not appear to be very far from where they were on the map, the actual distance was frighteningly long. Yun Nuoxing and Xian were fine. They were already used to the journey. No matter how long it was, they would eventually reach the destination. Furthermore, the Netherworld ruins' sword did not require them to maintain the energy output. As for Yao Hua and the others, it had only been half a month, but the 9 of them could already say that they were bored out of their minds. This also made Yun Nuoxing a little speechless. These 9 people were very restless. It seemed that it was really difficult for them to wait quietly. No wonder Golden God King and the others had been urging them to cultivate. When no one was looking, it turned out that they were so passive. Qin Yen and Nightmare did not have any problems. One was quiet enough, while the other was crazy enough. The former was always cultivating, while the latter would drag Yun Nuoxing to spar with her strength or energy every day. After sparring with Yun Nuoxing, she would run over to spar with Yuan Shi. According to Yun Nuoxing, it was just a pastime. During this seemingly endless journey, Yun Nuoxing and the others would occasionally stop at places with strange energy to allow them to cultivate. Sometimes, when they passed by a city, they would stop to rest for a night before continuing on their journey. Every day, they would find a secluded place to cause a ruckus. The magical beasts hiding in the forest were furious, but they could do nothing about it. These guys were like a team of demon kings. They would cause a ruckus wherever they went. Over time, even Yao Hua and the others had gotten used to it. Under this kind of hurried journey and constant sparring, fighting, and cultivation, the dullness of the journey had become much lighter. However, because of this, the time had been extended by quite a bit. According to the calculations of the Yun Nuo star, it had probably been half a year since they left the Star Spirit City. Although the time consumed was a little long, it was beneficial to Yun Nuoxing and the others. Fighting and cultivating every day made everyone stronger, especially Qin Yen. She had already reached the 9th and 12th refinement stage. If there were no accidents, she would be the first in this group to step into the half-demon realm. As for Yun Nuoxing, he was still deeply trapped in breaking through the barrier and was unable to extricate himself. He could only watch as everyone advanced. He was so angry that he almost flattened a mountain range. The days of eating and sleeping in the open caused everyone to feel somewhat exhausted. The only thing that they were looking forward to was seeing a city below, after which they would head down and have a good rest. The spar that Mo Yen had instigated had also come to an end. Everyone quietly trained and waited during the journey. When they were free, Yishi also urged Yun Nuoxing to cultivate the spirit array. At one point, he even forgot the fear of being dominated by a certain spirit array grandmaster. He also forgot that he still hadn't obtained the 9-palace dragon trapping array. In the quiet night, while everyone was resting, Yun Nuoxing and Yishi worked together to open a relatively stable space passage. Unlike the transfer passage, the space passage's journey was straight, and its speed was many times slower than the transfer passage. However, it won in terms of stability. They didn't want to wait for everyone to wake up and find themselves in the Ganyuan region. This space passage had been woven for a long time and could only be safely opened now. She spent a lot of effort. If it wasn't for the fact that she was only at the immortal realm, opening the space passage would be a piece of cake. It's pretty good. After stabilizing the space passage, Yishi heaved a sigh of relief. When she saw that Yun Nuoxing was also panting and then looked at the girl sleeping on his lap, she couldn't help but smile. Yun Nuoxing looked up in confusion. When he saw Yishi looking at him with a warm smile, he was slightly taken aback. After a moment, he lowered his head as if he had understood something. He wanted to laugh bitterly, but at the same time, a warm feeling rose in his heart. This feeling of being loved and missed by someone isn't bad, right? Yishi smiled gently and sat down while leaning against him. He gently stroked Xian's long hair. That soft and smooth touch made him a little infatuated. Yes, this feeling of being missed by someone was indeed quite good. It wasn't just Xian. There were also Xianin, Yuan Qian, and even those two little girls. They were probably thinking about him too. Perhaps this was just his narcissistic thoughts. After speaking, the two of them fell silent. In the pitch-black space passage, only the sound of breathing could be heard faintly echoing. If they broke out of this pitch-black space passage, it would probably be the void they saw last time. Xiao, do you have anyone you miss too? Suddenly, Yun Nuoxing asked a question that made him want to slap himself to death. Yishi's people had completely disappeared hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even she herself had gone through several life and death situations. There probably weren't many people who remembered her. I don't know. Apart from that old guy, I don't know where the others are. I don't even know if they're dead or alive. Anything can happen in tens of thousands of years. He originally thought that Yi Shi would avoid this question. However, he heard her reply indifferently as if she wasn't talking about her. Yun Nuoxing fell silent. He didn't know how to continue this topic. He opened his mouth a few times, but couldn't say anything. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt that the pitch-black space around them didn't seem so dark anymore. At this moment, Yishi suddenly raised her gaze and looked into the darkness that still couldn't see ahead. She said softly, "Brother Nuo, we've arrived at our destination." Chapter 4, 61. His tired mind immediately perked up when he heard Yi Nuoxing's words. Was it finally coming to an end after nearly 7 months of living in the open? When he pulled himself together, he saw that a little light had finally appeared in the endless darkness. Subsequently, the netherworld ruins sword that had been speeding past suddenly charged into the bright white circle of light with all its might. Dazzling sunlight suddenly descended from the sky. The summer sun was so strong that Yun Nuoxing couldn't open his eyes for a moment. After he got used to it, he saw a vast expanse of emerald green plains that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was like a green curtain that covered the entire ground. It appeared before Yun Nuoxing and Yi Nuoxing's eyes. Yun Nuoxing slowly stopped the netherworld ruin sword as he looked at the vast expanse of green plains. He opened the treasure map and confirmed that the Een spirit fire he was looking for was indeed here. However, he was a little stunned when he saw where they were. This vast expanse of green plains. The Een spirit fire is here. Is there a mistake with the map? Yun Nuoxing looked at the map and the vast expanse of green plains in a daze. He didn't know what was going on. The Een spirit fire is a strange flame formed by the combination of countless souls and death energy. It usually grows on battlefields where tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even tens of millions of undead are buried. It absorbs the remaining souls and death energy and grows continuously for tens of thousands of years before it condenses into a special gray soul energy with a tinge of blue. It is then transformed into a ball of flame by the fire element. The person who controls it can use it to refine their soul and even summon millions of Een soldiers. Yi explained in a timely manner. After she finished speaking, Yishi withdrew the soul energy she had spread out. When she saw Yun Nuoxing's hopeful gaze, she shook her head. There's no barrier or anything like that. I don't feel any powerful soul energy either. But the map is right here, isn't it? Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing looked at the treasure map suspiciously. There was a red dot flashing on the grayish-blue flame icon, which meant that they had arrived at their destination. However, why couldn't he see or sense it? If the Een spirit fire was formed by the power of death, then this vast expanse of green plains was full of life. It didn't look like a place where countless people had died. Oh, we're here? Just as the two of them were deep in thought, a heavy breathing sound suddenly came from behind them. It scared Yun Nuoshing so much that he screamed and almost jumped off the sword. He stopped in shock and turned around to see Yuan Shi yawning. His fluffy hair was as messy as a bird's nest. Don't act like a ghost so early in the morning to scare people. Yun Nuoshing patted his anxious heart. He had almost peed himself just now. We're here, but look around here. He looked around, but didn't see any ancient battlefield or any towering death energy. He had seen a place with the densest death energy in the past. It was the strange Death Valley, where the beasts of death were born. But since then, he had never seen that place again, and he couldn't reach it even in his dreams. Seeing Yuan Shi's confused look, Yun Nuoshing could only patiently give him a rough introduction of the Een spirit fire. Maybe there's something like a hidden space. After listening, Yuan Shi knew why he didn't understand and suggested a possibility. I don't think so. I didn't feel any spatial fluctuations within a radius of 10,000 miles. Yi Shi shook her head. The most important thing to create a hidden space was the power of space. As long as the person or thing that created the space wasn't stronger than her soul power, she could sense it. Then we can only search slowly, inch by inch. Yuan Shi laughed heartily. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. How long would they have to search? Yuan Shi grinned. He turned around and wanted to wake everyone up. Yun Nuoshing was also helpless. He looked at the treasure map gloomily. His heart was in a mess. Sigh. Yun Nuoshing sighed heavily and rolled up the treasure map. Just as he was about to ask Yi Shi to help him weave a magic array, his gaze inadvertently swept across the sky. He saw a figure swooping down from the sky. As soon as he landed on the grass, he instantly disappeared. Yun Nuoshing turned his head in surprise and looked at the place he had just caught a glimpse of. He opened his mouth wide in shock. Was it an illusion? Little Shi, is there a hidden space that anyone can enter but doesn't have any spatial fluctuations? Yun Nuoshing looked at Yi Shi. His eyes were filled with surprise, and he asked with uncertainty. Yi Shi, who was focused on sensing the space in this place, was interrupted by this question. She thought for a while, then shook her head hesitantly. But then she nodded. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. Was there a hidden space or not? As long as it's a created space, there will be spatial fluctuations. No matter how we try to hide it, we can still sense it. But theoretically, a space without spatial fluctuations should exist. It's just that we haven't seen it before. Yi Shi finished speaking hesitantly. Then she raised her head and asked, "What's wrong, Big Brother Nuo?" "Nothing. I just saw a person disappear into thin air. I was a little concerned. I didn't see clearly either. I'm afraid it was an illusion." Yun Nuoshing shook his head. "How is it? Did you think of something?" Nightmare suddenly sat down next to him and patted him on the shoulder, interrupting his train of thought. Nightmare's gaze suddenly became bitter, and it made the former's hair stand on end. Yun Nuoshing turned around and saw that everyone had been woken up by Yuan Shi. He sighed and also woke up Xian, who was resting on his knee, and flew towards the place he had just seen with his netherworld sword. Barrier. All of a sudden, Shui Xia let out a loud cry. She used the loudest voice she had ever used in her life, scaring Mu Ling and the others. Then she frowned and said in astonishment, "No, but it seems, it's strange. There are fluctuations." Barrier fluctuations? Yishi listened to her awkwardly and also frowned. She didn't feel any fluctuations. When it came to barriers, no one here should know better than her. Yun Nuoxing also looked at Shui Xia strangely. Even she didn't feel any fluctuations in the barrier. Could it be that Shui Xia had sensed it? Xiao Xia has extraordinary senses for barriers. Even Senior Water God King praised her. It shouldn't be wrong. There should be something here. Mu Ling secretly transmitted to Yun Nuoxing, causing the latter to look at her even more strangely. Yun Nuoxing thought bitterly for a long time. He felt more and more confused. Yuan Shi and the others could even see a wisp of steam rising from the top of his head. "I'm still very concerned." After a long while, Yun Nuoxing roared. Then, before anyone could react, he jumped down from the netherworld sword. By the time everyone reacted, he was already in the waist-high grassland. Everyone quickly threw away their thoughts and jumped down after him. "There's too much grass. We can't find anything. Why don't we burn it all?" Seeing Yuan Shi and the others land behind him, Yun Nuoxing sighed and said lightly. At the same time, a light purple flame appeared in his palm. Everyone was stunned again. Then they all laughed bitterly. "Burn the mountain and spend the rest of your life in prison." Yao Hua said weakly. Yun Nuoxing snorted. "Who cares? Who's going to be in charge of this place?" When everyone heard him say that, they all mourned for the grassland for 3 seconds. Then they were surprised to see Yun Nuoxing put away the purple night flame. "However, I'm not interested in that. It's a pity to burn this lush grassland. It would be very comfortable to sleep." "Damn you!" Yao Hua and the others raised their middle fingers in unison. Yun Nuoxing laughed and told everyone about the approximate area to look for. Just as he was about to bend down, he saw a figure rushing over from afar. "Someone's here again." Yun Nuoxing was stunned. This time, he saw it clearly. It wasn't an illusion. However, the figure didn't seem to be in a hurry this time. He flew towards them slowly. When he got closer, they could even hear the blue figure humming a song. He looked carefree, as if he was on an outing. The man in blue who appeared in front of Yun Nuoxing, and the others looked quite young. He looked about 26 or 27 years old. He was dressed in a blue outfit with a long windbreaker casually draped over his shoulders. His 2 sleeves fluttered in the wind, giving him a sense of freedom. The man in blue was very handsome and had an easygoing temperament. The blue lightning in the corner of his eyes added another charm to his temperament. It felt as if he would rush over to chat with Yun Nuoxing and the others in the next second. The man in blue who was humming finally saw Yun Nuoxing and the others not far away. He stopped humming and opened his eyes. With a gorgeous turn, he landed in front of Yun Nuoxing. He cupped his hands and smiled. "Friend, are you also here to participate in the Profound Dragon ritual?" Wow, he really came over to talk. Yuan Shi and the others exclaimed in their hearts. "Profound Dragon ritual?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He quickly cupped his hands, but he was a little confused. "Is this your first time here?" When the man in blue heard this, he suddenly understood. He looked at the dozen people with interest and smiled. "The Profound Dragon ritual isn't here. This is just a small entrance. It seems like your guide didn't tell you." "Entrance," Yun Nuoxing muttered in her heart. It seemed that there was indeed something mysterious about this place. However, why couldn't they feel it? "Move aside a little. Let me look around." The man in blue chuckled. He then squatted down and looked around the grass. He even used his hands to push the grass aside. Yun Nuoxing and the others quickly retreated. They thought that he would need a long time to search. However, as soon as Yun Nuoxing and the others retreated, the man in blue cried out in joy. "Found it!" As soon as his voice fell, Yun Nuoxing stared in front of her in astonishment. She then hurried over. At this moment, the man was pushing aside a large pile of lush grass, revealing a small space. There, a tree branch less than a foot tall was inserted into the ground. Its brown color was very conspicuous in this lush green grass. However, it was blocked by the pile of grass and was difficult to find. "This is the entrance." Yun Nuoxing was stunned. She raised her head and looked at the man in blue suspiciously. "That's right. It's here. I'll go in first and wait for you inside." The man in blue laughed. Yun Nuoxing's reaction was within his expectations. Newcomers who came here would usually have such a reaction when they saw that this inconspicuous tree branch was actually the entrance. After saying this, the man in blue reached out and grabbed the tree branch. Immediately, his entire body seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Not a trace of him was left behind. Could this place be? Jining was shocked. She only calmed down after a while. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly as if she had thought of something. It seems that there is something strange operating here as well. Yun Nuoxing laughed bitterly. It wasn't that he had never seen a space that could be hidden. However, those were all related to formations and charms. This was the first time he saw a space that could be created without a formation. Chapter 462. After grasping the branch, Yun Nuoxing suddenly saw that the ground and sky had disappeared. The surrounding space suddenly turned into a dark blue spatial tunnel that resembled flowing water. A sense of weightlessness followed. Not far below them, there was a white circle that seemed to be the exit. She hurriedly stabilized her falling figure and did not rush towards the white circle. After catching everyone who was falling, they descended towards the circle of light together. Have any of you seen a dark blue spatial tunnel before? Nightmare scratched his head and asked, "No, ordinary spatial tunnels are black or silver blue. This is the first time I've seen a pure blue one." Yun Nuoxing shook her head. She did not know where the blue tunnel led to. "I see. No, wonder Yishi couldn't sense it. This is a place like this." Suddenly, Ziyi said softly. There was a hint of admiration and surprise in her faint voice. There were probably not many things that could interest her. "Let's go." Of course, Yun Nuoxing did not ask. With Z as personality, even if she asked, she would keep them in suspense. If she wanted to know, she would know once she stepped through the white circle of light. Everyone nodded. Almost simultaneously, they descended towards the white circle of light and passed through it. As everyone left, the blue spatial tunnel became silent once again. The barrier that was shimmering faintly appeared very mysterious. After passing through the white circle of light, Yun Nuoxing and the rest appeared once again. They were in a canyon that was covered by mountain walls that were tens of thousands of feet tall. There was only one direction that was not covered by the mountain walls. Outside was an emerald green forest. In the canyon, a huge silver waterfall fell from the sky, forming a huge lake at the bottom of the mountain walls. In the middle of the lake, there was a small island surrounded by the lake water. Although it was called a small island, it was extremely small. It was only about 30 feet wide. There was only a small wooden bridge that led straight out of the canyon. A small tree stood at the edge and swayed gently in the strong wind that came from the waterfall. After coming out of the circle of light and landing on the island, Yun Nuoxing looked at the canyon in a daze. She didn't know where the blue spatial passage had sent them. The faint sound of the flute reverberated in the canyon. Combined with the heavy sound of the falling waterfall, It was like a leisurely and mellow song. You're here. On the small passage in front of the island, the blue-clothed man stood there waiting for them. In his hand was an emerald-green bamboo flute. The flute sound just now seemed to have come from him. Where is this? Nuashing looked around in confusion. She felt uncomfortable in this place. Her star energy was not in harmony with the heaven and earth energy in the outside world. What a turbid air. Jeaning wrinkled her nose. She felt uncomfortable breathing in this place, although it didn't affect them much. This isn't the problem with the air. The mountains here are green, and the water is green. There's no problem with the air. Fonya said, I'm afraid there's a problem with the energy. Nightmare sucked in a large mouthful of air, like a whale swallowing, then nodded. Hearing Yun Nuashing and the others talking as they walked, the blue-clothed man couldn't help but laugh loudly. He couldn't help but hold his stomach. Your guide really didn't say anything. Everyone's gazes were a little strange. What was this guy talking about from the beginning? Their guide should be Yun Nuashing. He hadn't been here himself, so how would he know anything? Well, if you can directly sense that there's a problem with the heaven and earth energy, it means that you're really talented. The first time I came here, I foolishly thought my nose was broken. Ha ha. The blue-clothed man laughed loudly. Here. Yun Nuashing waved her hand. After laughing for a while, the blue-clothed man coughed dryly. He looked outside the canyon and said, This is a new world. It's not in the realm of the gods, but it exists in the realm of the gods. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing and the others were all stunned. Then, all of them seemed to have seen something that shocked them to the core. Their faces became colorful. Small world. It's a created world. That creation-type world that is said to be able to evolve into a complete, great world. A small world. Seeing Yun Nuashing and the others suddenly shouting in horror. Yishi and Xian were shocked. Yishi couldn't help but roll her eyes and snorted softly. Isn't it just a small world? Do you need to shout so loudly? Although she was also shocked when she guessed it, small worlds were not common in the realm of the gods. Moreover, they were very good at hiding. They could tell from the special entrance. No, that's not the entrance. That tree branch is used to hide this space. It's the carrier that created this world. After thinking for a moment, Yishi shook her head again. Although it didn't mean that the space of this small world was inside the tree branch, this world was attached to the tree branch. Ha ha! Your reactions are too exaggerated. Seeing everyone's strange reactions, the blue-clothed man burst out laughing again. But small worlds, we've only heard of them and only seen them in ancient books. We've never seen them in real life. We thought they were just illusions. Yao Hua felt his mouth go dry. The small worlds recorded in ancient books were once common in the Age of Darkness and the Primordial Age. Until now, they had disappeared without a trace. He had never heard of any small worlds. Most of the small worlds that existed now were spaces that were forcibly opened in the void. If they were big enough, they could even allow life to flourish in them. Of course, these forcibly open spaces were not as real and perfect as small worlds, because they've disappeared without a trace. Moreover, you should know by now, at least you know that there's a small world here. The blue-clothed man smiled and waved at everyone. Then, he slowly walked out of the wooden bridge. When Yun Nuashing and the others saw this, they looked at each other and hurriedly followed him. This small world has existed for many years. However, I'm afraid no one knows who created it. Walking slowly along the forest path toward the outside, the blue-clothed man unhurriedly told Yun Nuashing and the others about this small world. Small worlds also have different degrees of evolution. Although I haven't seen other small worlds, the degree of evolution of this small world is already perfect. The inhabitants of this world were all born from this world itself. They weren't moved in by people. Moreover, look, the blue-clothed man pointed at the sky. It was noon. The dazzling sun made everyone close their eyes. It was difficult to look directly at it. This small world has already reached the point of perfection. It has already given birth to the stars that belong to this world. Of course. Suddenly, the blue-clothed man's voice changed. He raised his voice very high. Yun Nuoshing and the others were stunned. They turned around and saw a mysterious smile on his face. That's fake. It doesn't really exist. It's just a fake star that exists because of the needs of the evolution of life in this world, Yishi said faintly. Fake. Yun Nuoshing frowned and looked up at the blazing sun again. However, no matter how she looked at it, the sun was very real. There was light and heat. She couldn't tell that it was fake at all. The light and heat that made her, a creature of the darkness, feel disgusted shouldn't be fake. Isn't there someone who knows a lot about small worlds? The blue-clothed man couldn't help but smile bitterly when Yishi said what he was keeping them in suspense. Then he nodded and explained, it's indeed fake. However, it's not completely fake. This little girl also said that it's a fake star that was born because of the needs of life in this world. It's fake and untouchable, but it really exists here. Real is fake. Fake is real. Yun Nuoshing murmured. The sun that existed there was real, but it couldn't be touched or witnessed. The residents of this small world don't even know that this world is fake. It's just a special life space created by someone else. However, if someone is strong enough, they might be able to touch the core of this world. From my observations, there are also people who know that this is a small world. They are the most powerful people in this small world, the blue-clothed man continued. The energy of heaven and earth in this small world isn't as pure as in the real world, the realm of the gods. This is why you all have difficulty breathing when you come in. We're used to the huge amount of pure energy, so it's normal for us to feel uncomfortable when we come to a place with less pure energy. It's like a fish that has left the sea and can't adapt to a narrow river. Moreover, the purer the energy, the stronger the feeling of discomfort, and the more severe the side effects will be. Yishi added. She looked at Yun Nuoshing. Everyone looked at him in unison. The person with the purest and most condensed energy here was Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing was stunned when he saw everyone looking at him. After a while, he scratched his head and said, strangely, I don't feel any discomfort at all. Everything is normal. The flow of energy doesn't feel jerky either. He opened his mouth. In fact, he wanted to say that he didn't feel any discomfort at first, but it was gone now. However, he said the wrong thing. Hearing this, Yishi was also a little confused. People who were more sensitive to high-density energy should have the strongest reaction in places with low-density energy. Moreover, Yun Nuoshing had the divine body of a receptive soul. Thinking of this, Yishi understood. Yun Nuoshing probably didn't have any reaction because he had the divine body of a receptive soul. If he was ranked second in terms of energy adaptability, he couldn't be ranked first. Therefore, among everyone present, only Yun Nuoshing was normal. The others would probably need some time to adapt. Are you okay? Seeing that everyone else was similarly uncomfortable, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but look at Xian. After asking, he laughed involuntarily. He forgot that this girl had the 5 elements body. Her sensitivity to energy shouldn't be much worse than his. This shouldn't be a problem for her. Yes, I'm fine. It's just a little uncomfortable. I feel like I'll be able to get used to it after a while. Xian smiled and shook his head. Just as Yun Nuoshing expected, this problem wasn't too difficult for their bodies to bear. While chatting, They unknowingly walked out of the forest. Their vision suddenly became much wider. The forest in front of them shrank to the bottom of the cliff, at the foot of the mountain where Yun Nuoshing and the others were. A vast city appeared. They could vaguely see what the city looked like. It was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. People were coming and going, and it was very lively. It seemed like there was some special event going on. You haven't told me what the profound dragon ritual is. Seeing the extraordinarily lively scene below, Yun Nuoshing finally remembered that when they came in, the blue-clothed man seemed to have mentioned the profound dragon ritual. However, he didn't explain it in detail. Chapter 463. That's a very good question, but it's a long story. As we walk down, I'll try to be as concise as possible. The blue-clothed man chuckled. First of all, the profound dragon ritual isn't as simple as its name suggests. It's related to dragons. The profound dragon is a person, or rather, a title. This ritual is to commemorate this profound dragon, whatever it is. Well, that's what it means. As the blue-clothed man spoke, he was so confused that he forgot what he wanted to say. A row of black lines appeared on everyone's forehead. The target of the ritual is usually a deity-type existence. Could it be that this profound dragon, whatever it is also a deity-type existence? Yun Nuoshing asked. He hadn't seen many rituals like this in the realm of the gods. In the long span of hundreds of eras, there were as many deity-level experts as there were sand in the ocean. Although the number of deity-level experts was very small, there were still quite a number of them. Therefore, the ritual's target of worship was in the tens of millions. But who was the target of worship? Correct. However, it's different from the deities in our realm of the gods. Don't forget, this is a pocket dimension. The people in the pocket dimension are generally much weaker than the cultivators in the realm of the gods. The blue-clothed man paused for a moment, then raised his head as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he continued, then under this premise, what is the deity of the pocket dimension? The creator of the small world. Yi Shi was used to his bad habit of keeping people guessing. When he stopped, she said what he wanted to say, and what Yun Nuoshing and the others couldn't guess. This made the blue-clothed man smile bitterly. Guessing riddles is fun. It's boring if you always expose it. Creator. Everyone murmured with a thoughtful look on their faces. Nodding his head, the man in blue continued. This is only one of the possibilities. As I said, there are people in this small world who know that there is a world outside of this small world, and it could just be an extremely powerful person. As for the specifics, we would have to understand the history of this world. I am not very clear about it, but I know that this profound dragon ritual is known by everyone in this small world. The ritual nowadays no longer has the solemnity and tradition of the ancient times, and is more like a kind of entertainment. If we really have to describe it, well, it's like a festival. We, who came from the great world, accidentally discovered this little world. We don't know how we found out about this so-called profound dragon ritual, and we don't know why we came here. In any case, there must be quite a number of experts from the realm of the gods lingering in this little world. Of course, there won't be too many of them. We have been very careful to hide our identities, and no one would be able to tell that we came from another world, the man in blue said softly. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Taking a deep breath, she asked cautiously, "What's the purpose?" "You've really stumped me. Everyone who comes here has all kinds of thoughts, and I'm not sure what they are thinking. I came to participate in the profound dragon ritual purely for fun. I've been here 5 times already, but I haven't seen anything major happen." The man in blue shook his head. "Of course, although this little world is not as big as the realm of the gods, it's not small either. I estimate that it's the size of 2 divine prefecture holy cities, the man in blue said with a smile as he extended 2 fingers. Hearing this data, I somehow feel that this little world is quite small. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. However, this was also because the realm of the gods was too special. It was countless times bigger than an ordinary world. Just a city alone was so big that it was boundless. If a mortal lived here, they wouldn't be able to explore the entire city in their lifetime. A little world the size of 2 divine cities was actually quite big. However, compared to the visitors from the realm of the gods, it was indeed quite small. Well, the canyon we just came from is just the teleportation entrance to this little world. There are very few people there, and the High Canyon is a headache for all the experts here. It's a good place to hide, and we don't have to worry about being discovered. The man in blue thought for a while, then looked at Yun Nuashing and said, "The profound dragon ritual will begin in half a month. I'll take you to the library in the city later. You can come out after you've learned the language of this world." What? The language is different. Everyone was dumbfounded. They still had to learn the language. That's right. Let's not talk about whether the residents of this world were really born in this little world. Even if they moved here from the realm of the gods, they would still have their own language. The realm of the gods is so big. Although for the convenience of communication, the human race, demon race, and other races have unified into a common language. This common language can't be spread to every corner of the world. I wouldn't be surprised if there are more than 10,000 languages in use in the realm of the gods. You can't possibly speak all of them, right? The man in blue turned around and sighed at Yun Nuashing and the others. When he first came here, he was also very busy trying to learn the language. Fortunately, the people in the city all thought that he was a country bumpkin who had just entered the city and didn't have any suspicions. Moreover, the accent here was not very different from the one in the realm of the gods. So when we enter the city later, if you can use your divine sense or soul to communicate, don't say it out loud. When I first came here, I was treated like a country bumpkin. You girls from some big faction probably don't want people to look at you strangely, right? The man in blue reminded them. That's nothing to us. We're already used to it. But if it's Little Star, Jeaning waved her hand. They were a group of 9, so they had seen a lot of strange looks. They were already used to it. However, there was someone here who was afraid of looking at them. Yun Nuashing opened her mouth and found that she couldn't refute. She looked at her bitterly and muttered, "That's right. Then just keep quiet and use your divine sense to communicate. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. By the way, how did you know that we're from some big faction?" Yao Hua asked curiously. "From the moment you all came in and felt that something was wrong with this place, I knew that you all are very talented. There's an 80% chance that you all have extraordinary backgrounds." The man in blue said, "It's just a simple observation." "Oh, right. If you want to reduce the number of people looking at you, it's best to split up." The man in blue silently counted the number of people and said, "You all are too eye-catching. Moreover, you're all handsome men and beautiful women. It's hard not to attract attention." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other. Then they smiled silently and rolled their eyes at the man in blue. Compared to the cities in the realm of the gods, which were hundreds of thousands of miles in size, this city seemed very small. However, even though it was small, it had all the essentials. At first glance, there wasn't much difference, other than the style of the buildings and the fact that they couldn't understand the words spoken by the people on the streets. It was just like a small district in a big city. It seemed that the profound dragon ritual was approaching. Many people flowed into the city. The city, which wasn't very big to begin with, was crammed with so many people that it seemed very crowded. The streets were filled with people. Looking from midair, one could only see dense black dots swaying nonstop. Fortunately, the crowded road was only at the entrance. After turning a corner, the density of the people decreased by a lot, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Brother Nuo, is it really okay to follow him? Yi Shi, who was walking beside Yun Nuoxing, tugged on her long hair and asked through telepathy. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing raised her head and looked at the man in blue, who was about 10 meters in front of them. Then she turned back and looked at Yao Hua and the others who were walking in two groups. They were all walking quietly and didn't say a word. Only then did she turn her head and said through telepathy, "It's okay, right?" I didn't feel any malice or killing intent from him. My level 2 evil spirit allows me to see through people's inner thoughts. Even if they are on guard, I can still sense his hidden motives. So, for the time being, it shouldn't be a problem. We have never met before, and he doesn't have any intention of harming me. Maybe he's just a warm-hearted passerby. Yun Nuoxing laughed silently and said through telepathy, Yishi hesitated for a while, then nodded uncertainly and said, "If Brother Nuo thinks it's okay, then it's okay." Anyway, as long as it wasn't a god above the emperor of the underworld, it wouldn't be much of a threat to their group. Yun Nuoxing nodded and said, "Also, we need a guide. This is a small world, right? The culture and style here are different from the god realm. Just like how there's a language barrier here, communication through telepathy also requires language. Unless it's those scrolls or something." Retracting her gaze from the road, Yun Nuoxing realized with some sadness that even though they were divided into 3 groups, they still managed to attract the attention of everyone along the way. It seemed that Mu Ling's group was being hit on by another group of people. Because of the language barrier, Mu Ling's group only smiled and walked away. There were also other small matters in between. Every time someone came up to talk to them, Yun Nuoxing and the others would break out in cold sweat, afraid that they would accidentally say something. "Well, look at how nervous you all are. Let me tell you a piece of good news. We've arrived at the library." Just as everyone was sweating profusely, the man in blue, who was walking at the front, finally transmitted his voice and chuckled. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. When they heard that, raising their heads, the building in front of them seemed very out of place. Its style was completely different from the surrounding buildings, yet it blended perfectly with the surroundings. The ancient pavilion appeared in front of everyone with a sense of historical majesty. This is the center of this city, where an ancient library stands. The man in blue whispered to them, "Don't be fooled by how small this city looks. In fact, within a radius of 10,000 miles from the world entrance, it's a very prosperous city. Of course, there are other cities here. The Mystery Dragon Ritual is an event that is jointly held in this world. If you're interested, you can go to other more prosperous places. You can participate in it anywhere." Finally, the man in blue thought for a while and added, "Anyway, we're all here to have fun." Everyone's faces darkened as they followed him into the library. In the library, there was a flat area in the middle that led all the way to the top of the building. Fragments of sunlight shone down from the upper floors, forming a few light screens. In the middle, there was a row of orchids and flowers that Yun Nuoxing and the others had never seen before, quietly blooming under the sunlight. It's not quite the same as the ones in the realm of the gods, but it's not that different. Is it because the creator is from the realm of the gods? Raising his head and looking at the library, Yao Hua could not help but transmit his voice. This place was very similar to the library in the realm of the gods. He had been to many libraries, so he could recognize it. I don't know about that either. This world has its own history, and it evolved over a long period of time. Logically speaking, There shouldn't be any deeper connection with the realm of the gods. If you're interested, you can study it later. If you discover anything new, let me know," the man in blue said as he pinched his wrist and pointed to the upper floors. After saying that, he suddenly turned around and walked toward the entrance of the library. His slender windbreaker fluttered in the wind. As he waved his hand, he transmitted his voice to Yun Nuoshing and the others. "It's related to languages. It's on the top floor. I'm going to meet an old friend and tell him that I'm here. You guys can stay here for now. Once you're done learning, you can walk around this small world. My name is Yu Chun. If we're fated, we'll meet again on the day of the Mystery Dragon ritual." Chapter 464. After watching the man in blue disappear into the sunlight outside the library, Yun Nuoshing turned around and looked at the library. What a strange guy. He let out a sigh. Just as he had expected, the man in blue seemed to have acted as their guide. He brought them to the novice village and then left in a hurry, saying that he would meet them again at the rite of the profound dragon. Who knows? Laughing bitterly in his heart, Yun Nuoshing put aside his other thoughts and looked at Xian and the rest. He said telepathically, "Let's go and learn the language of this small world. The Een spirit fire might be in this small world, so we have to at least be able to settle down in this world. Are we really going to learn it? We might not be able to use this language again after this short period of time." Hearing this, Yao Hua's face was filled with bitterness. Yun Nuoshing sighed and patted his shoulder. He sighed and said, "Young man, it's not a big deal to read more books and learn more things. Speak human language." Yao Hua patted his arm. "Damn it, do you think I want to learn? If it weren't for the Een spirit fire, who would want to learn in this small world?" Yun Nuoshing's handsome face suddenly turned red, and his expression was ferocious. He was transmitting telepathically, causing everyone to laugh bitterly. They walked up to the roof dejectedly, feeling as if their feet were filled with lead, and they couldn't even walk. I suddenly remembered. Suddenly, Yun Nuoshing hammered his palm and then transmitted his voice in a strange way. "We don't know the language of this world, but can we understand the books here?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this. This was a problem, but the man in blue, Yuchen, didn't tell them anything. He only said that they could learn the language here, and then followed them in. Maybe the books here can be read with divine sense? Xian reminded. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh, then walked to the row of bookshelves closest to the stairs. He randomly picked a book and opened it to take a look. However, there were some words that he could not understand. However, when he used his spiritual sense to cover this book, isn't that completely impossible? Everyone thought that they would see Yun Nuoshing suddenly come to a realization or be pleasantly surprised. Instead, they saw him slam the book shut and stuff it back into the bookcase with a dark expression on his face. Seeing his actions, even if he didn't say anything, they knew that it was most likely that his divine sense was useless. If that was the case, why did Yu Chen ask them to come here? It's useless to think so much. Since Yu Chen said it's on the top floor, let's go take a look. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and took the lead to walk up the stairs. Everyone quickly followed. There weren't many people in the book collection pavilion. Every floor only had about 10 people. However, the rows of bookshelves were quite long. Perhaps someone was hiding behind those long bookshelves. It was very quiet, and there wasn't a single sound of conversation. Only the sound of books being flipped could be heard from time to time. It was said that the creatures in this small world were all derived from this world itself. Yun Nuoshing and the others didn't see any difference between the residents here and the people in the gods' realm. This book collection pavilion only had 5 floors. Looking at the rows of bookshelves in front of them, they went up the last flight of stairs and finally saw the cover of the top floor. Only then did Yun Nuoxing breathe a sigh of relief. The winding stairs almost made her dizzy. As soon as they reached the top floor, they saw a sign hanging from the ceiling. There were a few big words written on it, but they couldn't understand them. They didn't pay too much attention to it, and went straight to the nearest row of bookshelves. Compared to the floors below, the top floor was really sparsely populated, or rather, there were very few traces of people. At least, they could still see people on the floors below, but there wasn't even a shadow on this floor. Seeing so many rows of bookshelves, Yun Nuoxing put her hands on her hips and sighed. She exchanged glances with the others. The latter and the others also understood and spread out. Yao Hua and the others even pinched their noses and reluctantly took out a book with an unknown name. They casually flipped through dozens of pages. And then, the language of the god's realm, Yun Nuoxing, who had just opened the book, heard a few horrified voice transmissions in her ear. Her hand trembled in fright, and she almost threw the book away. Then, she hurriedly flipped open the book in her hand. What she saw was the language of the god's realm that she was familiar with. The words beside the book seemed to be the language of this world. Don't be surprised. Since you don't want to read the book, learn it quickly and get out of this damn place, Yun Nuoxing said, waving the book in her hand. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuoxing also called Lan Xian out. The latter had been suppressing the chaos sealed in the shadow in her body. However, Yun Nuoxing felt that it was okay to ignore her, so she called her out. When it came to learning a language, she knew better. She had once learned the current common language in just a few days, which made Yun Nuoxing a little speechless. However, Lan Xian didn't seem to be willing. She pouted her lips and fidgeted. Yun Nuoxing didn't know what to do. After thinking for a while, he patted her head and coaxed her. Then, the little girl sat down with dozens of books in her hands. Wow, she's so easy to coax. Looking at Lan Xian, who was sitting next to him and reading obediently, Yun Nuoxing looked at his palms, speechless. For a moment, he did not know what to say. He was mentally prepared for a war of words. Xian and Yi Shi were also very engrossed in reading. Yun Nuoxing yawned and became more energetic. He slowly calmed his mind and immersed himself in the sea of books. Fortunately, the pronunciation of the language of the small world was not very different from the common language of the celestial realm. It would not take much time. The history of the small world was very different from the history of the celestial realm. According to an ancient book that recorded the events of the time, the small world might have existed for less than an era. However, it was more than 10 billion years old. There were no specific changes in the era. Most of the books recorded things that had been passed down from a long time ago, or stories and legends. However, compared to the first era of the celestial realm, which had completely disappeared, this small world could be traced back to the time when the world was born. I didn't expect this small world to have a magical formation. However, it is not called a magical formation, but a Taoist formation. This seems to be a world that pays attention to Taoism. When everyone first comes into contact with cultivation, they will choose a Taoism, or rather, the direction and form that they pursue. Then, they will continue to cultivate in this direction. As for Taoism, it is a cultivation of the heart that follows the heart. However, it requires the improvement of the state of mind and the understanding of oneself and the world. Yun Nuoxing sat back to back with Xian on the ground. After he finished reading a book, he picked up another book and said this. Then he sighed. In general, Taoism is more rigid. It cannot be changed, but the direction of cultivation is simple. On the other hand, Taoism is flexible and changeable, but it is difficult to cultivate. It requires enough comprehension. When Yishi heard this, she raised her little head from the oversized book and looked at Yun Nuoshing as she said. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing nodded and said, "It is a bit like what you said before, little she, the power of will and the will of the elements. Well, it is just a little similar to these two. These two are not Taoism. It's hard for you to remember these two. Sister Zai said that you have the memory of a fish." Yishi looked at him, a little surprised. Then she teased him. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. "There are many wonderful things in this world. It can also be ranked here. However, compared to our original world, which ones are stronger?" After putting down a book, Xian stretched. Her robes fluttered with her body for a while. Then she sat down lazily in front of Yun Nuoshing. "The energy of heaven and earth here is turbid and thin. It can't give birth to anything good. Well, although it is a little rude to say this to the residents of this world, it is the truth. There is no point in arguing," Yishi said calmly. Yun Nuoshing and the other two smiled bitterly. There were not many things that could catch the eye of this emperor of the underworld expert in the realm of the gods. In this small world, there was probably nothing that could catch her. The few of them breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to chat while reading, this kind of boring matter wouldn't be too boring. However, looking at the sky from dark to dawn, they didn't know how many days had passed. Fortunately, this library pavilion didn't close at night, otherwise they would have to be busy. During these days, some people came up. However, they were all sensed by Yun Nuoshing as soon as they stepped on the first step of the stairs. Then he urged everyone to hide in the innermost part of the long bookcase passage. They only came out after the person left. After a few days, it was peaceful. No one saw them. Everyone was a little depressed by Yun Nuoshing's actions. They felt that there was nothing to hide. They did not do anything shameful. However, he was the leader. If he said so, then so be it, although they knew that he was doing it for their own good. The less they met with the people of this world, the less unnecessary trouble they would have to face. Just like that, 10 days passed peacefully. Everyone sat under the bookcase with dark circles under their eyes and fell asleep. Yun Nuoshing was also a little speechless. He took out the celestial spirit branch and placed it in the heaven refining array to help everyone recover their energy. In fact, they had learned the language long ago. The pronunciation was not much different from the common language of the realm of the gods. It was very easy to learn. However, when they saw some other books, they were a little interested. Gradually, it got out of hand. With the thought that reading more books could improve their state of mind, everyone gathered their rare patience and continued to read. Especially Yao Hua. After learning the language 3 days ago, he made a fuss and wanted to go out. Jean Ing and the others forced him to the ground and taught him a lesson. After that, they did not hear him make a fuss. One time, when Yun Nuoshing went to peek at them reading, Yao Hua was still very focused on drawing something on the table with his finger. He was completely engrossed in it. Yun Nuoshing, who was used to being tired, also had dark circles under his eyes. After 10 days, he understood almost everything about this small world. However, he did not see the information he wanted to know the most, the Een spirit fire. Well, forget it. With a sigh, Yun Nuoshing stood up and stretched. In this place, the treasure map was also in a state where it could not be opened. He did not know if it was because it was a small world or some other reason. If it was because this was a small world, then the place he saw in his dream at that time was probably also a small world. After taking off his windbreaker and covering Xian and Yishi, who were sleeping together, Yun Nuoshing gave a long yawn. Just as he was about to sit cross-legged and cultivate, he saw Hua Shi walking over in a daze from the corner of the bookcase while rubbing her eyes. He was slightly taken aback. "What's wrong? If you doze off while walking, be careful not to fall." Seeing her walking over with heavy eyelids, Yun Nuoxing hurriedly walked over and supported her, lest she fall to the ground. She nodded her little head in a daze. She flicked her fiery red long hair and looked at Yun Nuoxing with a pair of lifeless eyes. She wanted to say something, but she seemed to have forgotten. Her little face was a little anxious, and her willowy eyebrows were furrowed. Yun Nuoxing was not in a hurry. He just waited like this, but when he was about to pull her to sit down, he heard the latter slowly say, "Little star, I want to discuss something with you." Surprise surged in Yun Nuoxing's pale purple gold eyes. Although he had been wandering outside with the 9 heroes, he had been accompanying them during this period of time. He also knew their temperaments. They were also very proud, but they would not reveal it. Moreover, Huo Ji might be the proudest of the 9 of them. Today, he heard her say discuss in a soft tone. This really surprised Yun Nuoxing. He did not know if it was because of his lack of energy. "Go ahead," Yun Nuoxing said softly as he pulled Huoji to sit down. After hesitating for a while, Huoji seemed to be struggling with something. After a long while, she said, "I heard that your treasure map can find the location of the divine flame, right?" "Yes." Yun Nuoxing nodded. As long as one followed him, they would know about this. Every day, he would take it out to correct the route. Huoji took a deep breath and glanced at Mu Ling and Jining, who were sleeping soundly in the distance. Then, she nodded fiercely as if she had made up her mind. She said softly, "Can you help me find a divine flame?" "Huh." Yun Nuoxing was slightly taken aback, but he quickly recovered. When he saw her persistent and anxious eyes, he was a little surprised. When he heard what she said, he guessed what she was going to say. This answer did not surprise him. The divine flame was an excellent cultivation accelerator for everyone who cultivated the fire element. Of course, the premise was that you had the ability to subdue it. Seeing his eyes widen a little and not speaking, Huoji thought he was unwilling, so she quickly said, "I won't ask for your help for nothing. If you need anything, I can find a way to give it to you, and I won't ask for a divine flame that is ranked too high. With my current strength, I may not be able to subdue a divine flame that is ranked over 100. So, calm down, I haven't said anything yet." Seeing that she was so excited that even her breathing became a little rapid, Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and quickly patted her head. Huoji's cheeks flushed slightly when her head was suddenly pressed by a warm palm, but she also calmed down. Her chaotic aura also slowly returned to normal, and after a while, she completely calmed down. Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing smiled, faintly. This trick was surprisingly effective on girls, whether it was Xianin, Xian, or even Zai. He did not expect Huoji to be so persistent about the divine flame, but, as she said, she may not be able to subdue a divine flame that is ranked in the top 100 with her strength at the immortal stage. "Then I'll help you. Anyway, there's no hurry to get 150 types of divine flames." Yun Nuoxing thought for a while, smiled slightly, and said, "Okay, but now the treasure map can't be opened. When we return to the realm of the gods, I'll let you find a divine flame yourself, and I'll find a way to get it for you." Hearing this, Huoji looked at him gratefully and could not help but smile sweetly and said, "Thank you, little star." Then, her expression became a little flustered again. She looked around, and when she was sure that no one had woken up, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Don't tell Sister Ing and the others." "Okay, I've made an appointment. I won't tell Jean Ing and the others." Yun Nuoxing nodded with a smile and rubbed her head with his palm. Huoji stood up with a smile, bowed slightly to Yun Nuoxing, and then walked back to Mu Ling and the others with a smile. "This girl is quite cute when she smiles." Yun Nuoxing smiled silently in his heart. Huoji was usually talkative, but seeing her smile made him feel that something was missing. Little star. Suddenly, Huiji turned sideways, and her exquisite skirt fluttered like a flower. She chuckled softly and said, "Don't touch a girl's head so casually." Seeing the mischievous look in her eyes and the way she touched her head with her delicate hand, Yun Nuoxing was a little startled. But before he could say anything, he saw Huiji walk back to Mu Ling's side, sit down, and fall asleep on her shoulder. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head in astonishment. He felt that there didn't seem to be anything wrong, but there also seemed to be something wrong. Forget it. Chapter 465. His long eyelashes fluttered a few times as he was stimulated by a ray of sunlight in the morning. His tightly shut eyelids squirmed for a while before they stubbornly rolled up, revealing a pair of faint purple and gold eyes. After a moment, his beautiful eyes revealed a trace of spirit piercing through the confusion. When he looked to the side, he saw a row of figures standing not far away. They seemed to be fiddling with something in the bookcase in front of him. What made Yun Nuoxing astonished was that when did he lie down? He remembered that he was cultivating at the end. He turned his head in confusion. When he woke up, his mind was still a mess. The spiritual power that he had consumed in the past 10 days had been replenished, but he still felt a little dizzy. "Brother Nuoxing, you're awake?" Sensing that Yun Nuoxing seemed to have woken up, a bell-like laughter came from behind him. A strand of black hair fell in front of him, combined with the faintly discernible softness beside his head and the unique way of addressing him. He knew whose soft thigh he was resting on. "You're up so early?" Yun Nuoxing rubbed his eyes. He remembered that everyone had dark circles under their eyes last night. Yet they were all up so early in the morning to read books. This made him feel very strange. It's already late. The sun is already high up in the sky. Brother Nuoxing is the last one to wake up. Lan Xian paused and suddenly muttered in a low voice, "Brother Nuoxing's spiritual power is clearly the strongest apart from Sister." She deliberately lowered her voice so that he could hear her words. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. When he saw that everyone was standing in front of the same row of bookcases, he was a little surprised. Everyone is helping Brother Nuoxing look for the Yin spirit fire. Sister Xian and the others know that you came for this. Although they are not sure whether the Yin spirit fire is in this small world, they still got up before dawn. They haven't rested until now. Lan Xian smiled. "Xian," Yun Nuoxing chuckled in his heart and sighed. As the person in charge, he didn't say anything, but the others were more concerned than him. After coming to this small world, he had forgotten about the Yin spirit fire for half of the time. Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuoxing stood up and tiptoed towards the group of people who were engrossed in their work. After taking in their serious side profile, he said softly, "How is it? Is there any result?" "No, not at all. The earliest information recorded in the books was 5 years ago. If there were any records, it would have been subdued long ago. There is no such thing as the divine flame list in this world. There are no clues worth paying attention to. However, those valuable clues wouldn't appear in the book so openly. If we want to collect more clues, we will have to make contact with the people of this world." Hearing Yao Hua and the others' answers, Yun Nuoxing's face couldn't help but twitch a few times. However, when he thought about it, this kind of information was very secretive, even in the realm of the gods. No one would be willing to publicize it. The moment the public knew about it was the moment the divine flame erupted. However, some of the divine flames were more docile. They were buried deep underground, in the magma, and did not move, making it difficult for people to detect them. Yun Nuoxing pinched his wrist and thought for a while. Then he nodded and said, "Then let's go out for a walk." "Oh." As soon as he said that, Yao Hua and the others excitedly raised their hands. The cheers seemed to be celebrating their escape from the evil custodian. Yun Nuoshing's face darkened. These guys had probably wanted to go out for a long time. Yun Nuoshing did a head count, then finally looked at Qin Yin and asked, "But there are too many of us in this group. It's too conspicuous. Let's split up. Jining, the 9 of you have a tacit understanding, so the 9 of you will be in a group. As for the rest, Qin Yin, do you want to come with us? Up to you. Any group is fine." Qin Yin smiled faintly and nodded. "Then let's do it this way. Let's exchange soul imprints. If there is any danger, we will know. We still don't know how strong the experts of this small world are, so we should be more discreet." Yin Nuoshing said softly. "Don't worry." Yao Hua and the others grinned. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but want to beat them up. Before going down the stairs, Yun Nuoshing turned around and looked at the plaque hanging from the ceiling. Although it was written in the language of this small world, he could understand it now. He saw that there were 3 big words written on the plaque, ancient literature area. These 3 words made him stumble and almost fall down the stairs. The common language of all races in the realm of the gods was dismissed by an ancient language. However, this small world was born in the realm of the gods. It was a brand new world that was born with the ladder as the foundation. Calling the realm of the gods ancient didn't seem to be inappropriate. Be careful, don't get into trouble. Call us if you need anything. No one in this world understands the power of the elements, so hide a little. After parting ways outside the library, Yun Nuoshing saw that Yao Hua and the others couldn't wait to rush into the sky, and hurriedly reminded them, "Little star, you guys should be careful. If I find the Een spirit fire, I'll let you guys know. See you on the day of the profound dragon ritual." The wood spirit's laughter echoed in his ears, causing him to roll his eyes. After watching Yao Hua and the others disappear into the horizon, Yun Nuoshing lowered his head, only to see that many people on the street were looking at them with a frightened expression. Their eyes seemed to be filled with an expression of disbelief, as if they were frightened, causing him to be startled. Although there is no elemental cultivation in this world, we can still use the wind element to fly. It's just that the people here can't feel it. People who can fly freely in the sky like this are all top-notch experts in this world. Yuanshi saw through his doubts and transmitted his voice. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing nodded thoughtfully. Then he shrugged and smiled. "Well, who cares? Let's go too." After saying that, the surging wind element swept everyone up and rushed into the sky, leaving behind a bunch of terrified discussions on the ground. Xian and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. This guy just said not to get into trouble. "Boss, I also want to see this world and fight with the people here." As soon as they stopped, Yun Nuoshing heard Nightmare's voice. After thinking for a while, he nodded helplessly. Anyway, this guy wasn't afraid of being caught. He had a black scythe that even the former was a little wary of. Moreover, Nightmare himself wasn't weak, so there shouldn't be any accidents. After exchanging soul imprints with Nightmare, Yin Nuoshing said, "Don't make a fuss and let the whole small world know about you. They won't." Nightmare laughed, then licked his lips and said, "I'll make everyone remember the name Nightmare." Yun Nuoshing's face was filled with black lines. He wanted to say something, but Devil Nightmare was already laughing loudly as he walked further and further away. He knew that this small world would probably become turbulent because of the appearance of the ladder. After watching Nightmare for a while, Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath, turned his head, and smiled at Xian and the others. "Let's go. We're going to take action on our side." No one in this small world cultivated the power of the elements, so the power of the elements drifting between heaven and earth was very abundant. Putting aside the turbid power of heaven and earth, this place was very suitable for tempering the elements. Nightmare, Yao Hua, and the others were very curious about this new world. There might be something here that the realm of the gods didn't have, so they wanted to see this world. Yun Nuoxing wasn't worried about their safety. Yao Hua and the others all had amazing backgrounds, so there was really no need for him to worry about them. Instead, he was worried about whether this small world could withstand their torment. But now that they had left, they didn't know where to go. Without a map or any information, they strolled aimlessly on the plains. Yun Nuoxing and the others walked together, enjoying the peace of this moment. They didn't talk about cultivation or other things. They all knew that they might be busy soon, so it was good to take the opportunity to relax. Little star. At this moment, a strange look flashed across Xian and Mei Mao's eyes. The hand holding Yun Nuoxing's hand paused slightly. Something seemed to be wrong. Yun Nuoxing turned his head and smiled. What's wrong? I think I'm about to advance, Xian said softly, startling Yun Nuoxing and the others. Their eyebrows couldn't help but tremble. Your aura is fluctuating slightly. It seems that you were stimulated by the turbid energy of the small world and caused some backlash. A lot of the energy of the night god spring hidden in your body has been stimulated. Yun Nuoxing clasped her wrist and sensed it. He was a little speechless. How could this be? Even you're an immortal. How long will my breakthrough barrier block me? Yun Nuoxing raised his head and smiled bitterly. Why was it always his turn to deal with all kinds of problems? But if you can break the barrier, it will also rebound because the suppression of the energy will disappear. At that time, your cultivation speed will be much faster. Nuoxing, don't be anxious. Yuanxi comforted him. That's true. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He knew that, but the huge amount of energy he attracted from the night god spring didn't allow him to advance. He didn't know if the path he was pursuing now would work. If it didn't work, he didn't know what to do. Brother Nuo, there's a village over there. Let's rest there for a few days and let Sister Xian advance first. Yishi pointed to a place far away in front of them. They could faintly see the shadows of some buildings there. Yun Nuoxing sighed and nodded. Although he was a little depressed, he naturally wouldn't refuse. To be able to see the people around him become more and more powerful, of course, it was a happy thing. It was just that he was a little puzzled. Xian's jade fingers gently slid across Yun Nuoxing's palm. She smiled gently at him. She knew that this little idiot was causing trouble for her again. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and chuckled. He didn't say anything. The village was connected to mountains and rivers. A river ran through the village. Patches of green trees formed a natural barrier, sprinkling a cool shade. The scenery was quite tranquil. This world seemed to place great importance on cultivation. Even the children inside had faint energy flowing outside their bodies. However, those people were only a part of the huge number of low-level cultivators. Most of the villages in this small world were just ordinary cultivators who lived in seclusion in the mountains and forests. They wouldn't attract attention. In the realm of the gods, there were many large cities. Those were the places where humans lived. Although there were also villages of various sizes, most of them were scattered across the boundless region. If they were scattered, their numbers would definitely not be small. Of course, even though it was just a village, it was still built very beautifully. It was quiet and peaceful, exuding a tranquil aura. It was as if it was a secluded place. It was exceptionally elegant. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers. Even in the realm of the gods, it would be a scenic spot. Upstream of the river that ran through the small village between the short mountains, Yun Nuoxing was emitting the origin of the divine body. It covered Xian's body. The two constitutions resonated with each other, increasing her senses to a terrifying level. Yun Nuoxing was even worried that the energy here was too scarce, so he took out a piece of holy grade mysterious crystal. On the side, Yishi and the other two were lying by the river. They used their hands to tease the small fish in the river. They felt the tranquility of nature. It was very peaceful. I haven't felt such an atmosphere in a long time. Qin Yen took a deep breath and smiled as if she was talking to herself. Although she was the eldest daughter of the Qin family, she also shouldered a lot of burdens. She kept cultivating day and night. She never felt relaxed. Although she appeared to be very quiet, her heart wasn't what it looked like on the surface. Now that she was quiet, she felt much calmer. How about it? Do you want to join us? Yuanshi grinned and said, if you follow Little Star, you can go to many interesting places and go on adventures. Although it's very dangerous, once you relax, you'll be free. You can soar in the vast sky. If you like, you can lie down and roll around in the grassland for a whole day without doing anything. You won't have the same sense of urgency as before. You can relax a lot. You can go to Taiyuan territory, the western regions, the northern wasteland, the eastern sea, the southern plains. It sounds very tempting. Qin Yen smiled gently. She could hear the relaxation in Yuanshi's words. If he only lived for himself, his cultivation wouldn't slow down. If it weren't for the Qin family, maybe I wouldn't be able to resist the temptation and follow you to travel far away. Qin Yen sighed with melancholy. Her long hair swayed as she looked to the side. On the quiet green grass, there were many youths sitting cross-legged, quietly comprehending and cultivating. They didn't know what the level system of this world was like. When they sensed it, it seemed like it was only the emptiness realm. At that time, they were also sensing the power of the heavens and the earth and comprehending the heavens and the earth so that they could embark on the path of cultivation. We don't have the talent of others, and we don't have the pills that can help us develop our bodies. Therefore, if we want to survive in this cruel world, we have to endure more hardships and experience more powerful setbacks. Even if we start cultivating later than others, become Dharma cultivators, reach the martial realm later than others, reach the Dharma realm later than others, and can only look up to the sky realm later. So what? As long as we can reach the sky realm one day, who cares if it's sooner or later? All you need is time, experience, and an incomparably tenacious heart. At this time, among the group of youths, there was a middle-aged expert who was around the mortal level 4. He spoke loudly to the group of youths. This caused Qin Yen and the others to smile. Many of the youths on the grass were only 12 or 13 years old. At this age, they had already come into contact with the mortal level. Nuwashing, do you still remember what you were like when you were young? Yuanshi turned around and called out to Yun Nuwashing, who was not far away. Yun Nuwashing was slightly taken aback when she heard this. Her eyes dimmed slightly, and then she shook her head and said, I don't remember. When I remember, I was already in the Pantheon realm and almost reached the quasi-mortal level. Yuan, she was taken aback and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Yun Nuwashing shook her head, indicating that he didn't need to worry about it. Her state of mind would not be so easily shaken by the memories of the past. Now, she was still helping Xian to advance steadily. After a while, when he felt that Xian's advancement was smooth and there was no need for him to guide her, he breathed a sigh of relief and jumped down from the rock. He walked over to Yi Shi and the others and also lay down. Yi Shi looked up and rolled, directly lying on Yun Nuwashing's back. The three of them didn't know what expression to make. The middle-aged expert glanced at Yun Nuwashing and the others on the other side of the river. A trace of awe and fear flashed through his eyes. He couldn't see through the cultivation of the 5 people. Even Yi Shi, who he thought was the youngest, couldn't see through it. However, when he saw the energy fluctuations around the peerless girls sitting cross-legged on the huge rock, he knew that it wasn't that they didn't have cultivation. It was just that he couldn't see through them at all. It was a group of terrifying experts who passed by their village. Chapter 466. Yun Nuoshing tried to take out the treasure map, but the opening was still stuck to the scroll. He couldn't open it no matter how hard he tried. Yun Nuoshing gave up. He had been taking out the treasure map a lot lately, but he couldn't open it no matter how hard he tried. He was used to having the treasure map in the god realm, so he wasn't afraid of going anywhere. Now that he was in a foreign place and couldn't use the treasure map, he felt a little uneasy. Yishi rested her chin on Yun Nuoshing's head as she watched him struggle to open the treasure map. She couldn't help but say, "Don't bother. This map doesn't have the spatial information of this small world. You can't open it no matter how hard you try." Spatial information? Yun Nuoshing and the other two said in unison. Spatial information is spatial information. It's the arrangement of the spatial coordinates of this world. This map is engraved with complicated spatial arrays that can detect space at any time. However, this map doesn't have the spatial coordinates of this small world, so you can't open it, Yishi said. Also, if you want to enter the spatial coordinates of this small world, you need to have a very deep understanding of the coordinates. Only a spatial array master of the same level as me can do it. At least I can't do it, Yishi added. Oh, so you didn't dare to open the portal at that time. You even said there was a deviation of about 100 million miles. Yun Nuoshing nodded. Yishi blushed. She hated studying the coordinates of a long string of numbers. She gave up halfway because she felt annoyed. Well, it's fine if you can't use it. The map of this small world can be bought in any city. There's no rush. The profound dragon ritual won't start for a while. Any city can participate. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. After thinking for a while, the patterns on his arm lit up slightly. He took out the nether void sword and stabbed it into the river. Since it's a small world, I'll let the nether void sword out. I'm not afraid that someone will recognize me. Yun Nuoshing smiled. The nether void sword had a trace of his soul. When the two were in physical contact, they could respond to each other and sense the world. According to the latter, this was called sword cleansing. He put his whole heart and soul into the sword. However, nether void sword didn't tell him the specific benefits. He only asked him to let her out when he was free. Wash your sword. Qinyan smiled faintly. Oh, you know? Yun Nuoshing turned her head curiously. Qinyan nodded. There are many sword cultivators in the Qin clan, so I know a little about them. It is said that washing the sword can improve the compatibility between the user and the sword, making the sword easier to control and unleash greater power. Yun Nuoshing remained silent as he gently stroked the nether void sword. He stood aloof from worldly affairs and disliked interacting with others. He wasn't very interested in cultivation, so he didn't understand these things very well. However, because he had his brothers by his side, as well as Ziyi and the others who urged him to cultivate, he worked hard to cultivate. Perhaps one day, something would happen that would make him desperate for power. Only then would he be motivated to cultivate with all his might. Fortunately, he had a special physique. Due to many reasons, his cultivation speed was much faster than ordinary people's, so he wasn't left too far behind. Unknowingly, the sky in the distance was dyed red by the setting sun. Even the young boys and girls on the grassland had disappeared. Wisps of smoke rose from the village. Yun Nuoshing and the others were a little surprised. A day had passed without them noticing. It seemed that lying by the river was a little too comfortable. They were about to welcome their first night outside the small world. Yun Nuoshing and Yuan. She didn't think much of it. They had traveled together for a long time. Most of the time, they walked in deserted areas and slept on the ground. They spent most of their time like this, but they were worried that Qinyan wouldn't be able to adapt. They turned their heads and looked at the huge rock not far away. Ziyan's body was surrounded by a surging aura. From the looks of it, if nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to successfully advance tomorrow morning. They were not worried about this. While Yun Nuoshing and the others were in a daze, a slight sound of wind breaking suddenly rang out in the night sky. Although this sound was extremely faint, it was still detected by Yun Nuoshing and the others, who had extremely sharp senses. They immediately stood up and turned around, only to see a black shadow pouncing out from the forest beside them like a cheetah. Her palms flashed, and a ray of cold light that was extremely dazzling under the night sky suddenly rushed towards Ziyan on the giant rock. The moment that cold light appeared, Ziyan suddenly opened her eyes. Looking at the black shadow pouncing towards her, she was slightly startled. However, she didn't make any movements. She didn't even withdraw from her cultivation state. "How dare you?" Yun Nuoshing's expression turned cold and anger surged in her eyes. Light elements flashed, and she instantly appeared in front of Ziyan. Her extreme speed stunned the black shadow. As she pounced closer, Yun Nuoshing discovered that the black shadow was slightly thin and wasn't very tall. Her thin and small figure was like a child. She wore an ice-cold and expressionless metal mask on her face, which made her look extremely strange. In response to Yun Nuoshing's cry, he immediately saw a person appear in front of him in the next second. The black figure's body also paused. Under the metal mask, a cold glint suddenly flashed and disappeared. With a wave of his hand, a handful of gray powder drifted and covered the former. Soon after, the charging figure suddenly paused and abruptly turned around, retreating explosively towards the forest. Clearly, he also knew that it was useless to continue staying. The wind elements surrounding her body blew away the gray powder that covered the sky. When Yun Nuoshing turned her gaze, the thin and small figure had already rushed into the forest. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuoshing didn't chase after her. That thin and small figure wasn't very strong, but he was able to quietly approach the area covered by their divine sense without being discovered. However, even if she didn't make a move, that black shadow wouldn't be able to cause any harm to Ziyan. Instead, she was worried that the rebounding 5 elements force would kill that black shadow. "Who's there?" Yuan Shi and the others appeared beside Yun Nuoshing in a flash and asked softly. He remembered the assassination attempt he had encountered in the Divine Prefecture, but it was definitely not that group of people. No one knew that they were in the small world at this time. "I don't know. Don't worry about him." Yun Nuoshing shook her head. They didn't have much interaction with this small world, so they just treated it as if they had mistaken someone. When she turned around and saw that Ziyan was still concentrating on his advancement, she didn't care anymore. She gently stamped her foot on the huge rock, and a magic array quietly condensed under Ziyan's body, shielding his turbulent energy fluctuations. Yun Nuoshing guessed that the other party might have been attracted by this huge amount of divine qi. Swish! Just after the magic array was formed, there were suddenly a few wind-breaking sounds in the night sky. Then, a few figures quickly leaped out of the forest. When they passed by here, they paused and landed below the huge rock. Their sharp eyes swept over Yun Nuoshing and the others. "Fellow Taoist, did you see anyone passing by here?" The few figures paused, and a young man with a gloomy face suddenly cupped his hands and asked Yun Nuoshing and the others. Yun Nuoshing's gaze also turned and carefully sized up the 4 people who suddenly appeared. The 4 people's auras were all in the 8 or 9 extremes of the mortal realm. They were much stronger than the black figure who had just disappeared. The 4 of them were wearing the same clothes, so they obviously came from the same place. "It's a young man in the initial martial realm. Did you see him?" Seeing that Yun Nuoshing was silent, the gloomy young man cupped his hands again. There was a trace of anxiety and uneasiness in his voice, as well as some impatience. That person went into the mountain forest. Yun Nuoshing turned around and pointed in the direction where the black figure had just escaped, and said flatly. The gray-robed young man in the lead hesitantly glanced at the mountain forest, then cupped his hands at Yun Nuoshing. Soon after, he waved his hand and said, "Chase." As soon as his voice fell, he took the lead. His body turned into a black figure and rushed into the mountain forest. Behind him, 3 burly men with murderous intent quickly followed. Looks like this place isn't peaceful either. Qin Yen withdrew Mei Mao and said flatly as she watched the 4 people disappear into the mountain forest. This is also a miniature version of the realm of the gods. How could the world of cultivators be peaceful? We just chose a relatively peaceful path and didn't want to have too many disputes with the people of the world. Yun Nuoshing smiled faintly. He was a little puzzled in his heart. He didn't know why the black figure would attack Xian. They shouldn't have provoked anyone. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and sat down on a huge rock. After the commotion, just now, he didn't dare to stray too far from Xian. Fortunately, the people who came this time weren't very strong. If it was someone who was as strong as them, Xian would be in danger. Yuan Shi and Qin Yen also found a place to sit down. They placed Xian in the center and calmly stared at the mountain forest nearby. As long as there was any movement, the 3 of them would fiercely attack. Yishi curled her lips and lay in Yun Nuoshing's arms. She used him as a pillow and fell asleep. The next morning, he woke up with the sound of people exchanging pointers. He raised his head and saw a group of boys and girls exchanging pointers under the light of the morning sun. What surprised Yun Nuoshing was that Yuan Shi and Qin Yen actually got along well with the group of children. The mortal stage, middle-aged man carefully looked at the 2 from among the children. It could be seen that he was also a little happy. "You're awake." Xian's voice came from behind. It seemed that she had also successfully advanced. Yun Nuoshing also breathed a sigh of relief. He thought for a moment and took the little phoenix out of his soul. Little guy who can't grow up. Seeing that the little phoenix was still only the size of a palm, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but laugh. It had been more than a year, but it was still so small. Chirp! The little phoenix flapped its wings as if it was arguing, which made Yun Nuoshing laugh silently. Then, to his astonishment, he saw that the little phoenix's body lit up. Then, that small body gradually grew a lot in his astonished gaze. Standing in front of Yun Nuoshing, its 3 gorgeous tail feathers exuded a dazzling red light. Its wings were flowing with the color of flames. Looking at the little phoenix suddenly growing a lot and standing up, it was almost a meter tall. Yun Nuoshing and Xian were speechless for a moment. Divine beasts can freely control their body shape. The little phoenix is now almost at the demigod rank. It could have become like this long ago, but it didn't want to. Yishi, who was in his arms, saw it and said softly. She had already seen the little phoenix in the spiritual world, so she wasn't surprised. The little phoenix cried out excitedly. Its wide wings flapped vigorously, causing a gust of wind. Suddenly, it soared into the sky. Seeing how excited it was, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but laugh. Little Star seems to want to take out everything in the spiritual world. Xian laughed softly behind him. Yesterday, he took out the Netherworld Ruin Sword, and today, he let the little phoenix out. There are no experts from the realm of the gods who covet me here. If it weren't for the fact that there are so many things going on in the realm of the gods, I wouldn't have put these away to avoid trouble if they saw me. Yun Nuoshing sighed. The little phoenix flew in the sky to its heart's content. Then it landed from the sky, folded its wings, and stepped on Yun Nuoshing's shoulder. Yun Nuoshing smiled and stroked its face with her fingers. Nuoshing. After a while, they saw Yuan Shi and Qin, Yen walking back quickly. The young boys and girls behind them were running toward the village in a panic. The middle-aged man also looked flustered and kept saying something. The two of them also had a strange expression on their faces. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" "Something seems to have happened in the village. Should we go and take a look?" Yuanshi scratched his head and said, "If you want to go, then let's go." Yun Nuoshing shrugged, then jumped up from the rock and pulled the few of them toward the place where the people ran. Chapter 467. Looking at the empty houses around them and the messy stalls on the small road, the stall owner seemed to be in a hurry. When he left, he even knocked over 2 small tables, and some fruits rolled on the ground, as if a ferocious beast had passed through. Looking into the distance, he could see many people running in the same direction. Some people were even running out of their houses. The middle-aged man he had just seen was also in the crowd. Looking at his panicked expression, he seemed to have heard some terrible news. Stepping over a small bridge and walking to the other end of the village, they saw the fenced area. It was as if everyone in the village had run over. Even the willow catkins on the shore seemed a little depressing. When they floated, Yun Nuoshing sniffed and sensed something unusual. The smell of blood is very strong. Yuan Shi and the others couldn't help but frown when they heard that. They walked faster. "Uncle Feng, what happened?" Yuan Shi walked to the middle-aged man and asked quickly. The middle-aged man turned around and looked at Yun Nuoshing and the others in horror. He said in a low voice, "There's another murder in the village." Again, Yun Nuoshing caught the word, but didn't feel much of a shock. In the world of cultivators, people died every day. It was just that this was a peaceful village that stood aloof from worldly affairs. That was why there was such a big commotion when there was a murder. It's not been more than once. It's not the first time. In the past 2 years, people would often die mysteriously, and their deaths can only be described as tragic. And it's not just in our village. It's the same in the neighboring villages. The same thing happened in the neighboring villages one after another, but it's relatively rare in our village. The middle-aged man who was addressed as Uncle Feng by Yuan, she was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Moreover, it's said that it's all done by one person. But our village hasn't offended anyone in recent years. Just a year and a half ago, people from the Dragon Mist Empire got involved in the investigation. But after so long, they still couldn't find the culprit. Uncle Feng said quickly, "Dragon Mist Empire?" Yun Nuoshing was puzzled. Was the place they were in now under the jurisdiction of an empire? You don't know. Seeing his puzzled look, it was Uncle Feng's turn to be stunned. However, he waved his hand and said, "We'll talk about this later." Clang! As soon as Uncle Feng finished his words, the sound of a bell could be heard from afar. It sounded leisurely with a tinge of coldness, as though it was mourning for the dead. As soon as the bell rang, the surrounding villagers all rushed towards a certain direction. Murmurs could be heard, and Yun Nuoshing caught hold of an important piece of news. The people from the Dragon Mist Empire had arrived. The people from the Empire are here. The village bell won't ring unless it's a dangerous moment. I'm afraid the village chief wants to summon us to talk about something. Little brother, you guys should stay here or leave first. When Uncle Feng heard the bell, he sighed and said to Yuan Shi. Then he rushed in the direction where the crowd had left. After watching the crowd leave, the place suddenly became empty. Yun Nuoshing looked at the place where the crowd had gathered just now. There was a house with only one floor. The door was ajar, and the smell of blood surged into Yun Nuoshing's nose. He frowned. How many people had died in such a strong smell of blood? Yun Nuoshing walked to the side of the house and leaned half of his body in. He gently pushed the door open. And then he saw a scene that he would never forget. A middle-aged man was lying on the floor of the house. His eyes were tightly shut, and there was still a peaceful look on his face. It was as if he didn't suffer any pain when he died. A beautiful lotus flower pierced through his back and bloomed on his chest. The blood on the petals was slowly dripping down. The only wound caused all the blood in his body to leave the body. On the spacious ground, a strange scene was drawn. A noble demon with a bloody mouth was devouring the man's soul, and the man was lying in the center of the painting. Yun Nuoshing suddenly turned around and stopped the curious scene. He carried her to the side and gently caressed her delicate face. He said softly, "Lass, you don't look." Startled by Yun Nuoshing's sudden action, Xian raised his head. Mei Mao looked at his eyes strangely, but she couldn't see anything in them. However, she was very obedient to his words, so she didn't ask anything. Since he said she couldn't look, then she shouldn't look. "Okay." Ziyan nodded and smiled sweetly. She said, "I'll be outside and won't go in. Little Xingxing, call me if you need anything." Yun Nuoshing smiled and gently patted her head. Then he turned and walked into the house. Yuan Shi and Qin Yan also saw this strange scene and frowned. Yishi didn't react at all. After living for so many years, she had seen everything. How could she be afraid of this thing? Should I say it's art or a pervert? Qin Yan looked for a while and turned her gaze away in disgust. She fanned her jade-like hands in front of her. The strong smell of blood made her uncomfortable. The one who did this is either a pervert or a demon. Yuan Shi frowned and squatted down to take a look. Blood flowed out of the body, but the body didn't dry up. The lotus flower on the chest was even more strange. It seemed to have pierced into the body from the back. The long roots tied the whole person up. Combined with the painting on the ground, it looked like some kind of ritual was being held. Could it be some kind of ritual? Yun Nuoshing asked. He didn't look at it for too long. He was afraid that if he looked at it for too long, he would get depressed. I don't know about other places. Anyway, there's no such ritual in the realm of the gods. Moreover, there's no sign of energy flow, so it shouldn't be. Yishi shook her head. However, she wasn't very sure. Who knew if it was a ritual unique to this small world that she didn't know about? The air suddenly quieted down. The four of them looked at each other. After a long time, their eyes met. For a moment, they wanted to say something, but they didn't know what to say. "Well, it's not up to us to care about this. Shall we just ignore it?" Yun Nuoshing sighed and looked at Yuan Shi. According to him, ignoring this matter should be the best outcome. He didn't want to care about such a strange thing. "Okay." Qin Yan and Yishi nodded. Yuan Shi hesitated for a moment, but also nodded. After all, they were just passers-by. For the time being, they didn't have the intention to meddle in other people's business. "Xingxing, someone is here." Xian knocked on the door and said softly. Yun Nuoshing and the others looked outside. They looked at each other, nodded, and walked out of the door. Yun Nuoshing was a little curious when he heard that people from the Dragon Mist Empire had come. This was a matter of the lower class. Why would an empire be involved? When he walked out, he was even more confused because he saw four people walking quickly from the small bridge. Among them, there was a young man with a gloomy face and three burly men. "You are from the Dragon Mist Empire?" Yun Nuoshing raised his eyebrows. "Yes, you look unfamiliar. May I know why you are visiting this small village?" The gloomy young man was also a little surprised. He cupped his hands. He didn't expect to meet the people he met by chance last night again today. It's nothing. We are from the roaming cloud continent. We just happened to settle down here. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand. He looked at the small house behind him and then looked at the young man. He said, "Is the person last night the murderer?" "I don't know." The young man shook his head and said faintly. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. He felt that this conversation couldn't continue. The young man with a gloomy face swept his gaze across the group. If he looked into their eyes, he would feel a piercing pain in his eyes. This made his heart skip a beat, and he quickly averted his gaze. That little girl gave him the strongest feeling. When did my dragon, Mist Empire, have these 5 terrifying people? The gloomy young man was frightened by his own perception. He knew that the strength of these 5 people must be far beyond his. That was why he felt this way. Maybe these 5 people can help us find that. The gloomy young man thought of an idea that scared himself. However, he couldn't get it out of his mind. It was as if it had taken root in his mind. Seeing the gloomy young man's expression flickering, Yun Nuoshing had a bad feeling. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "If there's nothing else, we will take our leave." After he finished speaking, he was about to leave with Xian and the others. However, he suddenly heard the gloomy young man laugh. "My friend, do you want to hear this long story?" "Story?" Yun Nuoshing paused and turned his head. He saw the gloomy young man looking at the blood-stained house. There was a complicated look in his eyes. He didn't know what he was thinking. "Yes, a story that started 3 years ago when the mystery dragon ritual stopped and the fire of sacrifice didn't descend." The gloomy young man also turned around and walked towards Yun Nuoshing and the others. He stopped in front of them. "Fire of sacrifice." Hearing these words, Yun Nuoshing's hand trembled slightly. Yuan Shi and the others fixed their gazes on the former. This so-called fire of sacrifice, could it be? After thinking for a while, Yun Nuoshing nodded and followed the gloomy young man. He said, "Don't we need to care about that place?" "Don't worry about it." He let out a long sigh and shook his head. He said, "It's useless even if we look at it. We haven't found it after so long. I don't think that looking at another scene will bring us any additional benefits." When they reached the small bridge, the gloomy young man stopped. He turned around and leaned against the pier. He looked at Yun Nuoshing and asked softly, "Have you participated in the real mystery dragon ritual?" Yun Nuoshing shook his head. Not to mention the real mystery dragon ritual. He hadn't even participated in the fake one. Seeing this, the gloomy young man nodded. He twirled a strand of hair with his fingers and sorted out his thoughts. Then, he said, "The mystery dragon ritual is divided into 2 parts. The first is a celebratory event that is open to ordinary people. This is not the real mystery dragon ritual. The real mystery dragon ritual is a ritual that is jointly held by the 8 big empires. The upper echelons of the 8 big empires gather together and choose 8 priests. The most outstanding priests are allowed to summon the fire of sacrifice through the priest dance. This one is open to martial artists. Of course, without the recommendation of the people from the empires, you can't participate." So troublesome, Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. But since this was the case, the so-called real mystery dragon ritual was probably not that simple. Yuchen didn't explain it to them in detail. "As for the specifics, I haven't participated in it in the past, so I don't know what the fire of sacrifice is. 3 years ago, when I wanted to participate, there was an accident." The gloomy young man let out a long sigh. There seemed to be some regret in his sigh. The sacred relic needed for the ritual, the Dragon Mist Empire's sacred relic, was snatched away at the site of the ritual. Moreover, it was snatched away by a single person. The gloomy young man gritted his teeth and couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. To have the sacred relic of the ritual taken away in front of the 8 big empires was a disgrace to the entire empire. When Yun Nuoxing heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He sent a telepathic message to Xian and the others. The person who destroyed the ritual is also very powerful. To snatch something away in front of so many powerful people. Do you think it's the work of the elites from the realm of the gods? Yuanxi also sent a telepathic message. That's hard to say. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly. The gloomy young man took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said softly, "After that, I've been out searching for the sacred relic of the Dragon Mist Empire. It wasn't until 2 years ago that I sensed a reaction from the sacred relic in this remote southern region that I rushed here from the Empire. When I arrived at the place where the reaction came from, I saw that kind of scene. Have you ever thought that this could be done by people from other empires?" Yun Nuoxing asked casually. We thought about it at first, but it's not up to me to prove this kind of thing." The gloomy young man smiled bitterly and shook his head. Chapter 468. The gloomy young man's words were still echoing in his ears. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. Since the young man had already made himself clear, how could he not know what the young man was thinking? He wanted them to help him find the so-called sacred relic. If the sacred relic is taken away, not only will the profound dragon ritual be unable to proceed, it will also damage the reputation of the Dragon Mist Empire. The 8 great empires have always kept a close eye on the sacred relic, and there has never been a case of it being taken away. Our Dragon Mist Empire is the first case. The gloomy young man couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This was truly unprecedented and would probably never happen again in the future. The sacred relic is the symbol of every empire. Other people in the empire, even the imperial family, are secretly gathering people to track down the sacred relic's whereabouts. However, this matter must not be leaked, and everything is done in secret. The gloomy young man let out a long sigh. "So, may I borrow your strength?" The gloomy young man smiled slightly, cupped his hands, and asked respectfully, "What's the reason? If I help you find the so-called sacred relic, what benefits will I get?" Yun Nuoxing decided to make it clear. He couldn't help for free. If he worked for half a year and found out that the sacrificial fire wasn't the Een spirit fire, he would lose out. "If you can help us find the sacred relic, this year's profound dragon ritual can proceed as normal. I will then bring you to participate in the real profound dragon ritual. This will require the guidance of the imperial family. Of course, this is only one of the reasons. The Dragon Mist Empire will definitely not treat you unfairly." The gloomy young man couldn't help but laugh when he heard Yun Nuoxing's words. "You are from the imperial family?" Yun Nuoxing raised his eyes slightly and glanced at the gloomy young man. "This guy is from the imperial family? Shouldn't the imperial family stay behind the scenes? Why would he come out to look for the sacred relic?" The gloomy young man smiled faintly and cupped his hands, saying, "The 3rd prince of the Dragon Mist Empire, Yi Ding." Feeling the faintly discernible aura of a superior being emitted by this young man, Yun Nuoxing let out a sigh and dragged out the syllable, causing Yi Ding to bitterly smile. "I'm afraid it's not that simple, right?" Yun Nuoxing picked up a leaf and raised it above her head. She faced the sun and spun it for a while before looking at Yi Ding with a faint smile. Yi Ding's expression changed slightly as he laughed bitterly. Just as he was about to say something, Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and said lightly, "We will not participate in your royal family's battle. We are only responsible for finding the sacred object and participating in the profound dragon ritual." Hearing this, Yi Ding's expression froze, but he sighed bitterly in his heart. He didn't expect that this mysterious youth, who looked younger than him, would see through everything. Just as Yun Nuoshing had said, this search for the relic was also related to the matter of the crown prince. His two elder brothers and a few others weren't simple people. Other than searching for the relic, they also wanted to find a strong person who could help them ascend to the throne. So, what should we do? Yun Nuoshing saw that he was in a daze, so she waved her hand in front of him and said, "What does the relic look like? Is there anything that can locate its current location?" Ah. Yi Ding was pulled out of his thoughts by Yun Nuoshing's voice. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted and said, "The relic of the dragon Mist Empire should be something like this." As Yi Ding spoke, he gestured in the air with his hands, drawing a long and slender cross. It looked like a cross, but it didn't look like one. It looked more like something that was attached to the outside, causing Yun Nuoshing and the others to be confused. "You haven't seen it before?" Yun Nuoshing covered her face, speechless. Other than father and the priest who held the ceremony, no one else can see the relic. I only caught a glimpse of it during the handover, but I didn't see what it was in detail. I only saw a shadow of it in my mind," Yi Ding said helplessly. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. How could she find something without a target? Try again. Suddenly, Qin Yen took a step forward and said softly. Yi Ding was stunned for a moment before he nodded and slowly gestured the relic that he had caught a glimpse of. Qin Yen stared at Yi Ding's hands without blinking. Then she raised her right hand, and the immortal qi in her body rolled slightly. It gushed out from her palm and slowly condensed into the shape of an object. Yi Ding, who was gesturing with his hands, was so shocked that his hands trembled slightly when he saw that Qin Yen could condense an object with energy. He then took a deep breath and focused on slowly drawing out the object. Someone who can condense an object with energy must be at least at the heaven rank. Why didn't I know that there was such a young heaven rank powerhouse in the Dragon Mist Empire? There aren't many heaven rank powerhouses in the Dragon Mist Empire either. After a long time, Yi Ding's hands finally stopped. The object in Qin Yan's hands also stopped moving and slowly revealed the shape of an object. It was a sword that was bound by two chains, or rather, it was sealed. It doesn't seem like it, but it seems like it. Yi Ding scratched his head. He didn't ask about Yun Nuoshing and the other's strength. Experts of this level, if they were unhappy, it would be easy for them to destroy him. He was already glad that they were still talking quietly. Qin Yen tilted her head and looked at Yun Nuoshing. "Young Master Yun, why don't you give it a try?" "There's no need for that. Since you said it looks like it, it should be more or less like that. We just have to remember what this thing looks like. It can't be wandering around anyway, so it should still be in someone's hands. If that's the case, it's going to be very difficult." Yun Nuoshing murmured, shaking her head and rubbing her fingers together. "Do you know who the person who snatched the relic at the Mystery Dragon ritual was?" Yun Nuoshing turned her gaze to Yi Ding, only to see that the latter's expression had become a little strange. His already gloomy face became even darker. After a long while, he said, "The person who snatched the relic was the priest who held the ritual." Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched when she heard this. What was going on? "The priest's family has been turned upside down. They also said that they don't know where he went. The priests of the empire will never leave the imperial family after becoming priests, so it's normal that they don't know," Yi Ding explained. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. Just as she was about to say something, her gaze suddenly shifted. Yuan Shi and the rest were also shocked. They all looked towards the north and exclaimed, "What a powerful energy!" At the very least, it is the energy emitted by a high-grade magic weapon. Yun Nuoshing muttered. He turned his head and looked at Yi Ding. only to see that there was some joy and confusion in the latter's eyes. Before he could ask anything, he saw a gigantic green pillar of light rising from the horizon like a pillar to the sky. The brilliant green light could be clearly seen from thousands of miles away. The relic! At this moment, Yi Ding finally cried out in surprise. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing's brows furrowed deeply. She looked towards the sky. Her evil spirit I saw through the endless distance, and saw the end of the light pillar. At the sky, where the light pillar stopped, ripples spread out, as if it had touched something. The end of the sky, looking at the place where the light pillar reached, the sky seemed to have an end. It was like a solid barrier that was indestructible. That was probably the end of the world. Let's go and take a look first. Yun Nuoxing shouted lightly, and then surging wind elemental energy swept out and swept up Yi Ding's group of 4. He waved his hand, and then he flashed swiftly towards that direction. Ziyan and the others hurriedly followed behind him. Being lifted up by a gust of wind, Yi Ding felt his feet leave the ground before he could react. When he came back to his senses, he was already in midair, causing them to cry out in shock. It's really a heaven rank expert. Seeing Yun Nuoxing and the rest soaring in the sky, Yi Ding's thoughts became more certain. He hurriedly suppressed the shock in his heart and fiercely exhaled. He didn't know if the arrival of these people was a disaster or a blessing for the Dragon Mist Empire. Only heaven rank experts could fly in the sky. This was also his lifelong cultivation goal. He hoped that one day he could soar in the sky. He didn't expect that this wish would come true in advance. Not long after flying, Yun Nuoxing and the others saw the resplendent pillar of light tremble slightly and gradually become blurry, causing his gaze to congeal. Want to run? Clenching their teeth, light essence surged within their bodies, carrying everyone. In the next instant, their figures turned into a beam of light, rapidly rushing towards the place where the beam of light had disappeared. A few alarmed screams could be heard in the sky. This was a valley. The mountain peaks that were thousands of feet high stood erect like the tip of a knife. Strange rocks were rugged, and there were vertical cliffs that were more than 100 feet high everywhere. If an ordinary person were to pass by here, they would fall into the abyss if they were not careful. Without the ability to fly, they would die without a doubt. In a valley surrounded by 5 knife peaks, strange patterns extended from the foot of the 5 knife peaks and intertwined to form a huge array in the middle of the valley. This place seemed to be an altar. An inexplicable aura circulated here, making this place very mysterious. In the center of the array, a beautiful figure was sitting cross-legged. A cool breeze blew past and blew at her close-fitting robe, outlining her beautiful curves. Her long black hair fell to the ground, and she wore a grand ornament on her head like a crown. On her ethereal and beautiful face, large beads of cold sweat slid down her smooth forehead. Her pearly white teeth gently bit her crimson lips, revealing a somewhat stubborn look. Pooh! After a moment, the woman's beautiful face turned red, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Her bright eyes dimmed a little, and her expression changed slightly, as if she was in disbelief. It's been 3 years. Why is it still not working? In a low murmur, there was a hint of disappointment. She looked indifferently at the green light in front of her. After a long time, she could only sigh helplessly. With a wave of her sleeve, she put away the green light and stood up slowly. When she stood up, her delicate body was still trembling. After pausing for a moment, the woman walked towards the only entrance of the valley. After causing such a big commotion, there would be people coming soon. She had to leave this place quickly. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind erupted from the horizon. The woman had just walked to the entrance when she hurriedly turned her head in shock. She saw a cold light sweep across the sky. A huge metal sword that was 100,000 feet in size appeared in the sky and rushed towards her. May Mao stared in shock at the gigantic metal sword that was charging towards her. Even though she couldn't see it, she could feel that wherever the gigantic metal sword passed, even space would be sliced in half. At that moment, she couldn't care less about the injuries in her body. She gathered the last bit of strength she had left and gathered it in her feet. She stomped on the ground, and her body retreated rapidly. The huge iron sword also arrived in an instant as she retreated. The gigantic metal sword brushed past the 3-blade peaks in the valley and sliced them in half. It forcefully dug into the ground and flipped the flat valley upside down. Mountain rocks flew hundreds of meters, and the heavy weight caused the ground to collapse by a few meters. It was as if an earthquake had occurred in the valley. In the distance, several of the 10,000 feet tall mountain peaks were shaken and collapsed. The gigantic shadow came crashing down from the sky. The woman's small and skinny figure quickly fled between the mountains, narrowly dodging the gigantic rocks that were flying towards her. She quickly flew to the edge of the mountain range. Seeing that she was about to leave this area, the woman rejoiced and increased her speed. However, at this moment, a shadow that blotted out the sky and covered the entire area around her, causing her eyes to harden. She stiffly lifted her head and saw the tallest mountain in the Blade Peak mountain range slowly collapsing towards her. If she was at her peak condition, she would definitely have no problem dodging such a large size. However, in her current state, it was difficult for her to make any large movements. She could only watch as the gigantic mountain came crashing down towards her. A trace of unwillingness flashed across the depths of her eyes. She turned her head and looked at the few figures that had appeared in the sky. Her eyelids involuntarily closed. Chapter 469. The rumbling of thunder reverberated between heaven and earth. Yun Nuoshing and the others floated in midair, looking down at the valley that was constantly collapsing mountains. Smoke and dust covered half the sky. Fortunately, no one usually came to this valley. Otherwise, Yun Nuoshing's attack would be enough to turn this place into a grave for many people. Are you killing people or capturing people? Yuanshi shook his head helplessly as he looked at the destroyed valley. He nudged Yun Nuoshing with his elbow. Does this guy not know how to write the word mercy? I've already been very gentle. I'm just afraid that they'll run away. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and laughed dryly. He didn't expect that a casual attack would flatten the entire valley. Where are they now? Yuanshi rolled his eyes. Yun Nuoshing was taken aback. He laughed dryly and was about to release his spiritual energy from between his eyebrows when he heard Yi Shi's indifferent voice. There's no need to look. There are no signs of life within 100 miles. They either ran away or were casually killed by Brother Nuo. There were still signs of life just now. Yun Nuoshing laughed bitterly. It can't be that serious, right? Yiding, are you sure that the pillar of light just now was released by the dragon Mist Empire's sacred object? Yun Nuoshing turned to look at Yiding and asked. At this moment, Yiding had yet to recover from his shock. What happened today was enough to turn his mind into a pile of mush. Flying in the air and the huge metal sword made him even more curious about Yun Nuoshing and the others. However, on top of this curiosity, there was also a faint layer of reverence. He definitely couldn't afford to be on bad terms with such people. Seeing that he didn't respond, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but poke him with his hand. Yiding only reacted after a while. He recalled Yun Nuoshing's question and hurriedly nodded. That's right. I also saw such a strange phenomenon near that small village last time. That was why I searched all the way there. It was just 2 years ago. Yun Nuoshing knocked his head in distress. He didn't catch that person this time. He only saw a shadow, an extremely faint shadow. Of course, he didn't believe that the person was buried under this shattered valley. Does the imperial family have any special methods to find sacred objects? Yun Nuoshing asked again. Yi Ding pondered for a while and rubbed his chin. After thinking for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, but that thing is placed in the forbidden grounds of the imperial family. No one is allowed to enter, let alone me. Even my father wouldn't dare to enter. Furthermore, there must be some clues in order to find it. For example, the appearance, image, aura of that thing. After Yi Ding finished speaking, Yun Nuoshing and the others laughed bitterly. If they were looking for the sacred object now, where would they find anything related to it? As for the appearance of the sacred object, they didn't know if the half-like thing that Qin Yen had condensed could be used. We have to try. If it doesn't work, we'll look for another method. Yun Nuoshing said, helplessly. Yi Ding nodded and said, are we heading back to the imperial palace now? With Sir Yun's speed, I'm afraid we'll be back in 2 hours. He had just personally experienced how terrifying Yun Nuoshing's speed was. A journey of 1,000 miles could be traversed in a few minutes. It was probably too much to say that it would take 2 hours. However, he still didn't know that if Yun Nuoshing traveled at full speed, she would be able to reach the place he mentioned in a few minutes. What about that guy? Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but frown when she recalled the scene she had seen in the small house. That guy. Yi Ding was taken aback, but after thinking for a while, he knew who the person he was talking about was. Soon after, he let out a long sigh, shook his head, and said, that person has cultivated an extremely powerful concealment technique and wears a metal mask. Until now, no one has truly seen his appearance. Every time he leaves one's line of sight, it is impossible to find him again. I don't know if the sacred object is related to him or not, and he has not only left behind his works in this place. Even in the imperial city, there are many people who have been killed by him. There are even some experts who have the strength of the ultimate martial realm, 2 realms higher than him, but they still died at his hands. Works. You make it sound like an artist. Yun Nuoshing curled her lips. In fact, to that person, every time he kills, it's like he's creating something. All living beings are reduced to his drawing board, allowing him to draw as he pleases. Yi Ding's voice was somewhat gloomy. His expression was as gloomy as when they first met. He's a bloodthirsty demon. I've seen even crueler scenes. In his eyes, there's no such thing as mercy. Yun Nuoshing was slightly stunned. Only when he mentioned this matter would he show a trace of anger. This made her very curious. Could it be that he knew someone in that murderous maniac's blood debt? Patting Yi Ding's shoulder, Yun Nuoshing said, tell me where the imperial city is. Of course, she wasn't stupid enough to ask what had happened. Yi Ding was startled for a moment. He coughed dryly and looked at the surroundings. Then he pointed to the north. Yun Nuoshing nodded. A gust of wind flashed past, and light elements curled around his body. He brought everyone to fly in the direction that Yi Ding had pointed. The profound dragon ritual was a festival that everyone in this small world revered. From the moment they were born, they would hear their elders constantly talking about the creator of this world. It was passed down from generation to generation. It could be said that in this small world, there was no one who didn't know about this ritual. Ordinary people had their own rituals, and martial artists had their own unique rituals. However, this was a secret close to the core of this small world. It was something that every person in power knew. The profound dragon ritual was a dance of worship to the heavens, leading to the descent of the heavenly fire. Ordinary people could only understand it as a symbol of auspicious omen, but for martial artists, it had a different meaning. Of course, Not every cultivator could participate in the profound dragon ritual, especially after the loss of the Dragon Mist Empire's sacred artifacts 3 years ago. The profound dragon ritual became an ordinary ritual. After losing any of the 8 sacred artifacts, it could no longer lead to the descent of the heavenly fire. Although the ritual had lost its meaning, some activities that were once associated with the profound dragon ritual didn't stop because of this so strong. Where did that golden-robed young man come from? With just a few moves, he blasted those self-proclaimed geniuses of the Sky River Empire off the stone platform. That speed was so fast that it was impossible to see. He must be a very powerful genius, but why haven't I heard of him before? Look at those who have already won the selection. I heard that the 9 of them came from the same force, and each of them is very powerful. Even the imperial family members weren't their opponents. With such strength, I'm afraid they have already touched the ultimate martial realm or the soul-forging realm, right? It is even possible that he is already a soul realm expert. I wonder which old monster taught these guys. They are really 9 monsters. A muffled explosion suddenly sounded while everyone was discussing animatedly. Immediately, they saw a figure spitting out blood on the stone platform. The figure was smashed down from the stone platform by the young man in bright golden robes. The figure fell heavily to the ground. His robes were completely tattered, and he fainted. On the other hand, the latter appeared to be completely unharmed, causing everyone to inhale a breath of cold air. Xianglin was defeated with a single slap. She is a genius of the imperial family. The golden-robed young man cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Thank you for letting me win." His ethereal temperament, coupled with the light smile on his handsome face, immediately caused the surrounding girls to become infatuated. This face had a great killing power for girls. "Boss, you're too slow. I told you to be more straightforward, but you just had to play on the stage. If Little Star finds out, he'll beat you up again." The 8 people below the stage fiercely glared at the golden-robed young man. Hearing them mention his name, the smile on the latter's face fell. He bitterly smiled and jumped off the high stage. "I just wanted to see how strong the people of Sky River City are. Since I got a spot, I don't need to complain." The golden-robed young man winked at the 8 people, but the latter rolled their eyes. This guy was even more playful than them. As the 9 people talked, they walked out of the restaurant, leaving behind many stunned people in the restaurant. They knew that the names of these 9 people would soon cause a storm in Sky River City. Well, I didn't expect the mystery dragon ritual to be divided into real and fake. It shouldn't be a problem for us to get 9 spots. I just don't know how Little Star is doing. The golden-robed young man smiled faintly. Little Star is very low-key. I'm afraid he won't use this kind of martial arts competition to get a spot. However, if he knows about this, he will definitely find a way to participate. The girl in the green robe also said with a light smile. The 9 people laughed at the same time. They didn't need to worry about that guy at all. At this moment, an extremely loud sneeze suddenly sounded from the 2nd floor of a certain restaurant in the Dragon Mist City of the Dragon Mist Empire. It shocked the people downstairs to the point that they raised their gazes in a strange manner. Immediately, they lowered their heads again and ignored it. Yan Nuashing rubbed his nose, his cheeks twitching. He muttered, "Who's thinking about me? There are many people who are thinking about Brother Nua, Jin Wang, and the others, Yao Hua, and the others, Xin, Sister Xianin, and the others." Yishi smiled charmingly, her legs lightly swinging. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes, looked at Yiding, and said, "Where were you just now?" In the Xianlong continent, there are many strange places that people call forbidden lands, such as the Cave of Devils, the Tomb of the Elves, and the ruins of the ancient gods. They are all very dangerous. Even those who have attained the sky rank may not be able to come out unscathed. However, there is also a legend that in these forbidden lands, there is a passage that leads to a mysterious world. However, this is only a legend. No one has ever seen anyone come out alive, so no one can verify whether this is true. Yi Ding said, "A passage that leads to another world." This sentence echoed in Yun Nuoxing's and the others' minds. Suddenly, they thought of the god's world. Could it be that this world had another passage that led to the god's world? According to Yu Chun, the strongest of this world also knew that this was only a small world. Could it be that they had already found a way to go to the god's world? Could it be that someone had already gone to the god's world? The supreme ancient cave of devils is extremely terrifying. It is said that countless people have died in there, including many sky-rank cultivators. There are many unknown and terrifying monsters in there. It is said that a demon god lives in there and controls everything in the supreme ancient cave of devils. Yi Ding paused for a moment, then continued, "As for the tomb of the elves, it is the most mysterious place. It is hard to find. Occasionally, it will appear in front of people, but very few people have ever entered it. However, those who have entered it have never come out." Elves? Yun Nuoxing was startled. Did such a thing really exist? In the god's world, the elves should belong to the Yao clan. There were not many records about the elves in the ancient books. If we have the time and the opportunity, it seems like a good idea to go there. Yun Nuoxing laughed in his heart. He was excited when he heard the words Forbidden Land. Chapter 470. Seeing Yun Nuoxing's interested look, Yi Ding was slightly startled. He opened his mouth and wanted to remind her, but he didn't say anything. He bitterly laughed in his heart. The former's realm wasn't something he could discuss. Seeing that they weren't even afraid of the life forbidden zones, he might have underestimated Yun Nuoxing and the others. In reality, Yun Nuoxing wasn't afraid at all. She had already entered 2 or 3 of the God Realm's forbidden zones. Every time, she narrowly escaped death. She didn't think that the life forbidden zones of small worlds were more dangerous than the God Realms. Just as they were discussing about the restricted area, they suddenly heard a loud voice from downstairs arguing about something. The topic revolved around a few people. Yun Nuoxing caught sight of one of the names. He casually turned his gaze and looked at Yi Ding. However, he saw that the latter's eyes contained a smile as he gently shook his head. "I'm afraid that the limelight of the younger generation will be taken by the Yi family. The first prince, Yi Daofeng, is a soul realm expert. He's only 1 step away from the Dharma throne. Furthermore, he's walking the hardest path to cultivate, Dharma throne. His battle strength is extremely terrifying. The Yi family has 7 sons. Which one of them is simple? Now, even the 7th prince has stepped into the soul realm. The 6th and 5th princesses are experts at the peak of the soul realm. They're only 1 step away from the Soul King realm. In this dragon mist empire, it's hard to find anyone who can compete with them. It's said that the 3rd prince, Yi Ding, killed a martial king expert when he was in the soul realm. I wonder if that's true?" Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing glanced at Yi Ding. However, she discovered that he didn't reveal any arrogant expression as she imagined. Instead, he appeared calm and wasn't as interested as when others were talking about his siblings. "I feel that your family should be quite harmonious. Why do you need to borrow external forces? What about that?" Yun Nuoxing took a sip of tea and casually asked. Hearing this, Yi Ding's expression froze. A glint flashed through his eyes, but he bitterly sighed and shook his head. "Mr. Yun is not a member of the imperial family, so you don't understand the sorrow of the imperial family. Even if I respect my brothers, and they don't have any thoughts of fighting, as long as the imperial family exists, fighting between brothers is unavoidable. I still miss the harmonious life we have now. The 7 brothers are jumping up and down at home, but Yi Ding sighed sadly. A trace of tears actually appeared in his eyes, causing Yun Nuoxing and the others to be stunned. Then they heard him continue, "What will the future be like?" Yun Nuoxing was silent. As a member of an aristocratic family, he probably had his own troubles that he couldn't understand. "Hey, have you heard?" Not long ago, 9 monstrous geniuses appeared out of nowhere in the Sky River Empire. They defeated the geniuses of the Qiong family. Not only that, in the entire Sky River city, no one in the younger generation can defeat them. Even the disciples of the big forces who were defeated by them can't be taught a lesson. Hearing this abruptly, Yun Nuoxing frowned, and a strange look appeared on his face. 9 people, it can't be those 9, right? Is it true? The Sky River Empire is millions of miles away from here. It should take at least half a month for the news to be transmitted. How did you know? Even the Jade slip message from the other side was transmitted here. They must be very monstrous geniuses. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a big movement. I heard that the 9 people are wearing different clothes. It's very obvious that the clothes of the 9 people are in different colors, but they claim that they are all from the same sect. Hiss, which master taught these 9 monstrous geniuses? Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was completely sure that it was definitely Yao Hua and the others. He couldn't help but cover his face. He was still worried that Nightmare would make some earth-shattering news, but Yao Hua and the others have already made a big noise. "Little Star, are you worried that something will happen to Sister Mu Ling and the others?" Seeing his strange expression, Xian asked, "A little bit, but I'm not very worried. I'm still very confident in their strength. If something big happens, I'll take care of it." Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. At this time, the jade slip in Yi Ding's hand also lit up, and a stream of information flowed into his mind, making his face change slightly. He raised his head and said, "It's true, Mr. Yun. Do you know the 9 people from the Sky River Empire?" Yun Nuoxing nodded helplessly. Seeing the worry in his eyes, Yi Ding chuckled and said, "Mr. Yun, you don't have to worry. They will participate in the profound dragon ritual with their strength. If something happens, the Sky River Imperial family will come forward and recruit them." Aren't the participants of the profound dragon ritual led by someone from the Imperial family? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Yes, every year when the profound dragon ritual is approaching, the major restaurants in the Imperial City will open up their stone platforms for martial arts competitions. If the winners can advance triumphantly and finally win in the Imperial family's arena, they will be able to participate in the profound dragon ritual together. Yi Ding smiled. "So I'm going through the back door." Yun Nuoxing covered his face, then sighed and said, "Well, I don't like to compete in the arena anyway. So what if I'm going through the back door?" Yi Ding smiled bitterly. "If you go up there, it's not called a martial arts competition, it's called a killing. In the entire Dragon Mist Empire, and even in the 8 great empires, it's hard to find people who are on par with Yun Nuoxing, let alone in Dragon Mist City. Mr. Yun, those who are in the martial rank or Dharma rank can directly become guests of the Imperial family. They don't need to participate in the martial arts competition." Yi Ding said, "Then aren't they going to play?" Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Seeing Yi Ding's puzzled look, he couldn't help but say, "Those 9 guys, their cultivation level is even higher than mine." Yi Ding smiled bitterly. This news spread very quickly. "I'm afraid that even the other empires have received the news. Plus, there are some troublesome matters." Yi Ding scratched the table with his fingernails. After a while, he said, "It's been 3 years since the profound dragon ritual has really been held. The other empires are getting impatient. If we can't ignite the heavenly fire this year, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Are we going to attack the dragon Mist Empire? Yun Nuoxing asked softly. That's a possibility. Yi Ding nodded. That was why their actions had sped up. However, ever since they saw the reaction of the sacred relic 2 years ago, there had been no progress. This time, they had also observed the fluctuations of the sacred relic. Unexpectedly, they even saw the back of the person who had stolen the sacred relic. This was considered a significant progress, but they still couldn't get the sacred relic back. If the other empires attack the Dragon Mist Empire, they can rightfully take over the sacred relic of our empire. Yi Ding was worried. Yun Nuoxing stood up, stretched, and drank a mouthful of tea. He smiled and said, "Shall we go?" Yi Ding smiled and nodded. After thinking for a while, he said, "The imperial palace is a little complicated. If someone speaks rudely, please bear with it. Just treat it as if they're farting." Yun Nuoxing shrugged nonchalantly. They couldn't stand a little gossip. "Looks like we have to suppress Brother Nuo." She suddenly transmitted her voice. Xian and the others nodded in agreement. Only Little Star couldn't stand to hear bad things. Yun Nuoxing said, The imperial palace of the Dragon Mist Empire extended for several tens of miles and occupied half of the Dragon Mist City. There were groups of splendid palaces. The white of the palace was mixed with the golden sunlight, giving off a cold and stern feeling. It stood on the highest hillside of the Dragon Mist City. The high walls blocked everyone's path, as if they wanted everyone to look up at it. Wow, this is the Imperial Palace. It's much more magnificent than I imagined. Standing under the city wall, Yun Nuoxing looked up at the 10-meter-tall city wall. Even with his current eyesight, he still couldn't help but praise. He had seen more splendid palaces and groups of palaces in the Divine Sky City, but this was the first time he saw such a magnificent group of palaces. The Imperial Palace was indeed the Imperial Palace. Hearing the praise in Yun Nuoxing's voice, a trace of pride flashed across Yi Ding's eyes. The palace of the royal family was dominated by grandeur and strictness. He had originally thought that, with the former's eyesight, he would not have taken a fancy to it. In fact, Yun Nuoxing only praised it because it was his first time seeing it. Yi Ding led Yun Nuoxing and the others towards the gate. When the 2 guards saw Yi Ding, they respectfully addressed him as Third Prince. Yun Nuoxing could feel a cold intent from them. These people were probably soldiers who had been on the battlefield and had been bathed in blood. He could even smell a trace of blood mixed in their aura. Passing through many halls and winding corridors, Yi Ding led Yun Nuoxing and the others out of the vast and magnificent imperial palace. When they arrived at a palace, they saw a group of people walking towards them. In this group, the men were handsome and the women were beautiful. Moreover, all of them had an extraordinary aura. They seemed to be very extraordinary. The group of people were chatting and laughing. When they saw Yi Ding's group walking towards them, that group of people were clearly startled. Immediately, with the exception of a lady, the rest of them bowed slightly and respectfully said, "Your Highness, the Third Prince." The woman who didn't speak waved her hand slightly and said indifferently, "You can leave first." Yes, the group of people had a trace of respect between their brows and immediately walked in another direction. The strange atmosphere made Yun Nuoxing involuntarily open his evil spirit eye and look at the former and the others. The Third Prince has been missing for more than 2 years without any news. I thought he had fallen outside. This time, no one welcomed him back. I'm afraid he didn't find the sacred artifact. I wonder how the First Prince is doing. I'm afraid there's still no news. I'm afraid the Dragon Mist Empire is going to change. Yun Nuoxing's expression was a little strange when he heard the voice that he had stolen in his mind. He glanced at Yi Ding before looking at the lady, who was blocking the way. He raised his eyebrows. Were they going to quarrel? When the few people disappeared from sight, the woman finally moved. She slowly walked towards Yi Ding. No expression could be seen on her bright eyes and white teeth. When she was a foot away from Yi Ding, Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and was ready to watch. However, what he saw next caused him to be taken aback. He saw the lady spread open her arms and fiercely threw herself into Yi Ding's embrace. Her extremely attached voice caused Yun Nuoxing and the rest to be dumbfounded. "Big brother, you're back!" Yun Nuoxing and the others staggered and almost fell to the ground. They looked at Yi Ding, whose face was filled with happiness. What was going on? "Aren't I back now? Big brother will take you out to play in 2 days." Yi Ding tightly hugged the woman and smiled gently. Yun Nuoxing adjusted his non-existent glasses. He seemed to remember Yi Ding saying that his family of 7 brothers was very close. The scene in front of him made him suddenly think of Yuan Shi and his family. He also inexplicably thought of Yuan Xian. His cheeks trembled a few times. Cough. Yun Nuoxing, who finally couldn't stand the affection between the siblings, couldn't help but cough. When he turned around, he saw that Yuan Shi and Xian had avoided his gaze, as if they didn't see him. This made him smile bitterly. Hearing this cough, Yi Ding and the woman blushed. The latter quickly broke free from Yi Ding's arms. Her blushing face was quite cute. Even her beautiful Mei Mao was flushed. Seeing that the girl had escaped, Yi Ding laughed dryly and scratched his head in embarrassment. When he turned around, he saw Yun Nuoxing's evil smile and shuddered. He hurriedly introduced, "Mr. Yun, this is my 6th sister, Yi Yun. You can call her Yun, Yun Nuoxing dragged his voice and smiled evilly. He pointed at Yi Yun, who was hiding shyly at the side. He then pointed at him and said with a smile, "Brother and sister love?" At this moment, Yun Nuoxing saw that the two's cheeks were so red that they could bleed. Chapter 471. In the spacious room, there was a faint fragrance of lilies. Yun Nuoxing and the others were casually sitting on the sofa. The teacup in front of the table had a pleasant fragrance of tea. From the time Yi Yun brewed the tea to the moment she sat down, there was still a blush on her pretty face. Sitting beside Yi Ding, she seemed to be a little restless. Even Yi Ding was a little stunned. He glanced at Yi Yun from time to time, then looked at Yun Nuoxing. In the end, he lowered his head and looked at the table, not knowing what to say. "Little star, you're making both of them feel very awkward," Xian said faintly. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment, then laughed bitterly. Isn't that the case? She could feel the affection from the two of them that surpassed the level of siblings. Could it be that they haven't exposed it yet? Moreover, they're siblings, right? Why don't we go out for a while and let you guys talk privately before we talk about business? Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly as she looked at Yi Ding and Yi Yun, who seemed to be at a loss. Hearing this, Yi Ding quickly waved his hand and coughed. He suppressed the feelings in his heart and took a deep breath. He looked at Yi Yun and said, "Yun, how is father?" Yi Yun was startled by Yi Yun's words. Yi Yun was startled by these 2 sentences and was a little flustered. She raised her head, and her eyes, which were like works of art, were glued to Yi Ding's eyes. This made her calm down a little. She clenched her jade-like hands slightly and nodded. "Father is still healthy. It's just that he misses Big Brother a little and left without leaving any message. That day, Father almost turned dragon, Mist City upside down. When we were talking about you a few days ago, Father even said that if he were to catch you, he would definitely teach you a lesson." Seeing Yi Yun's fierce expression, Yi Ding laughed dryly. I was a little anxious. Speaking of which, how old am I? Do I still need to be taught a lesson? Brother, you can talk to father about this yourself. Yi Yun rolled her eyes and smiled mischievously. Is there anything else? Where are Big Brother and the others? Yi Ding asked again. Big Brother and Second Brother came back from the Star Empire and the Ice Snow Empire a month ago. Big Sister. And the others also came back from other places and met with father. Now, only you haven't returned. Yi Yun said softly. Then, no, there's no news at all. Before Yi Ding could ask, Yi Yun shook her head gently. They had not seen the sacred relic either. Hearing this, Yi Ding nodded. It seemed that he could confirm that the reaction he saw was indeed a holy object. The holy relic should still be in the Dragon Mist Empire. I saw the back of that person today. His attire is very similar to the Empire's priests. It might be him, Yi Ding said. Brother, you saw him? Yi Yun's delicate body trembled when she heard this. The 7 of them had been searching for 3 years in the 8 great empires, but to no avail. Yi Ding, who was in charge of the Dragon Mist Empire, finally found some clues. It shouldn't be wrong. I came back this time to borrow an item to confirm the location of the sacred object. Yi Ding nodded. What? Yi Yun asked in confusion. Heaven Void Ancient Mirror. Upon hearing this name, a scene surfaced in Yi Yun's mind. Within a sinister and frightening large hall, a mirror emitted a faint, cold glow. The little boy and little girl standing in front of it saw an inconceivable scene from within the mirror. Brother, you want to enter the Forbidden Hall? Yi Yun's little hand trembled slightly. There were many terrifying items stored in the Forbidden Hall. They were all cursed items that had been passed down from ancient times. They were kept in the Forbidden Hall as part of their heritage. Normally, no one would be allowed to come into contact with them. Only when the imperial family was in great trouble would they risk taking out these forbidden items. When they were young, they accidentally barged into the Forbidden Hall and saw the magical mirror, but they almost lost their lives there. If it was not for the priests of the imperial family who sensed that there was an accident and rushed to the Forbidden Hall, Yi Yun and Yi Ding would not exist in this world. There's no other way. If we keep dragging this out, we won't be able to delay the profound dragon ritual half a month later. At that time, the Dragon Mist Empire will not be able to withstand the pressure from the other 7 empires. Yi Ding sighed bitterly. The 8 great empires were all coveting each other. If the sacred object was lost, the profound dragon ritual would not be able to be held. It would undoubtedly give the other party a reason to start a war. Let's talk to father. Yi Yun looked at Yi Ding worriedly. She still remembered the scene when she was young. It had become a shadow in her heart that could never be erased. Just the mention of that place made her a little scared. All right. After hesitating for a while, Yi Ding nodded. Mei Mao nodded. Just as she stood up, she finally noticed Yun Nuoxing and the others who had been listening quietly. Mei Mao paused for a moment, then smiled and said, Brother, you haven't introduced the guest to me. Yes. Yi Ding nodded and gestured to Yun Nuoxing with his palm. He said, This is Mr. Yun and his friends. They are all experts above the Empyrean realm. Empyrean realm. Hearing this, Yi Yun could not help but cover her half-opened mouth with her hand. She seemed to be extremely shocked. It was not that there were no Empyrean realm experts in the empire. Every empire had many Empyrean realm experts. However, 5 Empyrean realm experts appeared at once. She was not mentally prepared and was shocked. My name is Yun Nuoxing. Don't call me Mr. It sounds awkward. You can learn from this girl or just call me Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand dismissively. The word, Mr., sounded quite awkward to him. As for the girl he was referring to, of course, he was referring to Qin Yan. Qin Yan's gaze flickered with a hint of bitterness. The imperial palace values one's status very much. This way of addressing can save a lot of trouble. However, if young Master Yun likes it, then we can address each other as such in private. Yiding smiled slightly. Yun Nuoshing nodded. Yi Yun looked at the two of them from the side. Her eyes kept darting around. She was a little curious about where Yiding found these martial experts. Does young Master Yun want to come with us? Yiding asked softly. The imperial palace is an important place. We outsiders can't find a reason to enter. I think it's better if we don't meet your father. As for other troubles, that's another matter. Just call us if you have any problems. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. Since the imperial palace was hidden in a place like the Forbidden Grounds, outsiders would definitely not be allowed to enter. If Yi Ding recommended outsiders to meet his father and asked to enter the Forbidden Grounds, it would cause more trouble, especially for outsiders like them who were not under the imperial palace's control. Yi Ding also thought of this, so he did not insist. He nodded and said, "Young Master Yun, please wait for us here for a while. We'll be back soon." After that, he took Yi Yun's hand and walked out of the room, gently closing the door behind them. He took a sip of tea and merged his spiritual strength into the void. When he sensed that the two of them had left, he slammed the teacup on the table and stood up abruptly, giving Xian and the rest a fright. Then, in the air, a speck of blue quietly condensing into a 2-meter-long blue needle. Seeing Ling Hongjian appear, Xian and the rest looked at Yun Nuoshing in confusion. Was he trying to tear down the imperial palace? Yun Nuoshing grinned and swept his right hand in front of him. A dazzling faint purple light flickered first, then turned into a wave of fire that spiraled in the room. Even though Yun Nuoshing had already suppressed the temperature, the walls of the room were still dyed black. Holding the purple night flame in his right hand, he took a deep breath and pressed it into Ling Hongjian. Then, the silver-blue needle was dyed a faint purple at a visible speed. Ling Hongjian could merge with all objects and obtain their characteristics, increasing their strength. When Ling Hongjian had completely turned pale purple, the spiritual force between Yun Nuoshing's eyebrows suddenly rushed out and poured into Ling Hongjian. Then, from the latter's body, an extremely terrifying spiritual probing power burst out and spread out far and wide with a speed that far surpassed the speed of light. Everyone who was swept by this spiritual force felt as if they were being probed by something. However, this feeling also disappeared in an instant, causing people to wonder if it was an illusion. The soul power that spread out rushed out of the Dragon Mist Empire in just an instant. It spread out toward the outside of the Dragon Mist Empire, the ground, the sky, and even the void space. Everything that it sensed was converted into information and stored in its mind. From an ant to a fierce battle, it was all sensed by Lin Li. In less than 2 seconds, Yun Nuoshing's eyebrows twitched, and he abruptly cut off the output of his spiritual strength, withdrawing that frantically spreading spiritual strength. His face was slightly pale, and he lost control of his body for a moment. He directly sat on the sofa and kept gasping for breath. 2 drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. To Xian and the others, they only took a sip of tea when they saw Yun Nuoshing suddenly stand up and then powerlessly sit down. Seeing his pale face, Xian was also a bit startled. She quickly placed her lily-white hand on his forehead and gently sent her spiritual strength into his palm. With just a glance, Mei Mao flickered a few times. "Little star, why did your spiritual strength run out?" Xian looked at Yun Nuoshing in confusion. It had only been 2 seconds. How could his huge spiritual strength, comparable to that of a demon-rank powerhouse, suddenly disappear? Thinking of Yun Nuoshing's actions, Yuanshi guessed something. He patted the former's shoulder and advised, "Buddy, don't play with your life all the time." Yun Nuoshing powerlessly rolled his eyes. "Why does it sound like I'm playing with my life all the time? I'm just using the purple night flame and high spirit sword to enhance my spiritual strength. With the two of them, the consumption of spiritual strength is bound to be terrifying. With my current spiritual strength, 2 seconds is the limit. The range of my spiritual strength should include a few empires. Although I saw a lot, I didn't sense any fluctuations of the divine flame. But I also unexpectedly saw a lot of interesting places. Well, they are all worth taking a look. How about I say I want to take a look?" Her soul power turned into a warm stream that slowly flowed into Yun Nuoshing's mind through her jade-like hand. Zi Yen listened to him talk as if nothing had happened and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. This guy never cared about himself and always made others worry about him. If it weren't for the fact that Yun Nuoshing had so many friends by his side, perhaps one day he would suddenly die in the wilderness, and no one would know Xian's lily-white hand was gently patted. She raised her head and saw Yun Nuoshing gently smiling at her. She couldn't help but snort softly. She glanced at him and turned her gaze away, causing Yun Nuoshing to bitterly smile. When did this girl learn to be so arrogant? After Yun Nuoshing finished speaking, he let out a light breath and closed his eyes to recover the huge amount of spiritual strength he had consumed. Yuan Shi and the others saw a trace of fatigue between his brows. His eyes were tightly shut, as if he had fallen asleep. They also sat down quietly. Even Yi Shi didn't bother him. She quietly released a few strands of spiritual strength and vigilantly scanned the surroundings. The room suddenly quieted down, and only the sound of everyone's breathing could be heard. A long while later, when the sun had set, and the sky seemed to have been lit up by the sun, the door to the room was once again pushed open by someone. The moment the door moved, Yun Nuoshing and the rest opened their eyes in unison and looked towards the door. When they saw the Yiding duo appear, their faces were slightly gloomy. They had already guessed a little of what had happened. How is it? Although Yun Nuoshing guessed it, she still asked habitually. Yiding sighed and shook his head. His father insisted on not opening the forbidden hall, leaving him with no choice. Even if his big brother and the others agreed with his idea, they couldn't change his father's opinion. Seeing his actions, Yun Nuoshing nodded. She looked at the fiery red sun outside the window and smiled faintly. Let's wait for it to get dark. Chapter 472. Darkness gradually covered the entire city. A few wisps of clouds drifted and formed a curtain that covered the sky, blocking the cool moonlight and causing the world to be a little dim. However, before the world was completely dark, there were spots of light that quietly lit up in the city, becoming one of the few embellishments in this curtain. Although there were not many of them, they were densely packed in a few areas. While the entire city fell into silence, it also revealed a natural vitality. It was as if night had fallen, and a giant was lying on the ground to rest. At the highest point of this giant, a group of buildings that had completely turned black were emitting a cold aura that repelled people thousands of miles away, but also a little majestic. The cold giant seemed to set off the tranquility of the night. The entire palace was dead silent. Even the troops that were usually patrolling had disappeared without a trace. It was as if they had discussed and agreed to disappear at the same time. In the quiet night, an extremely soft sound of wind breaking suddenly rang out in the sky. It was a very soft sound, much softer than the sound of birds flying across the sky. Not long before the sound of wind breaking rang out, on the top of a building above the cold and cheerless palace, a spot of darkness suddenly wriggled slightly. The wriggling darkness completely merged with the surrounding darkness. If one did not observe very carefully, one would not be able to tell that the hidden shadow was actually one or a few figures. After the darkness wriggled slightly, a few figures suddenly flew out from that spot. One after another, they leaped into the night sky and landed on the top of a palace. In just a few minutes, they had flipped over a dozen palaces. The entire process was very smooth, and there was not the slightest sound, as if they had done this for a long time. In reality, other than the person in the lead, when the others landed, there would be more or less a slight sound. It was very loud in the night sky, but it was difficult to attract anyone's attention. A few minutes later, after the person in the lead landed on the top of a palace, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and gently waved his hand behind him. After that, a deliberately suppressed voice quietly sounded, "That black palace is the Forbidden Palace. To be honest, I don't know if I will be able to come out after entering it." When the few people beside him heard this, they turned their heads with strange expressions. However, the few of them were covered by the shadows and could not see what the expression on his face was. They only felt that it should be a sinister smile. "Doesn't the Forbidden Hall need to be defended?" Yun Nuoxing looked at Yi Ding, who was behind her, with a strange expression. There wasn't a single person in the vicinity. Could it be that he was so assured that no one would be bored enough to come to the Forbidden Hall? Was that why he had dismissed the guards? For someone who has designs on the Forbidden Hall, no matter how many guards we send, it will be useless. Moreover, the Forbidden Hall doesn't recognize anyone. Who knows if there will be any adverse effects if we send people there? Yi Ding said softly. There was one more thing he didn't say, but he felt that it wasn't a problem if he didn't say it. There were originally some guards here, but for some reason, they weren't here. Yun Nuoxing was speechless and nodded. The things stored in the Forbidden Hall were things that even the imperial family didn't want to come into contact with. However, they had no choice but to seal them up. Who would run in for no reason and be tormented by a strange forbidden weapon? If there was an expert who wanted to snatch the forbidden weapon, those guards would only be cannon fodder. In that case, it was better not to set up any defenses. She was still worried and used her soul to sense again. After confirming that she didn't sense anyone else's aura, she felt relieved and carried everyone up. The moonlight pierced through the clouds and slightly illuminated the few figures that were flying through the air, illuminating them as they approached the Black Palace. At the entrance of the Black Forbidden Hall, Yun Nuoxing had just landed with a few people when a strange chill rose from the bottom of his feet. Then it quickly pierced his brain, causing his entire body to shiver. The nether void sword almost subconsciously floated from behind him to in front of him. Even the little phoenix was startled by his big movement. After slightly calming himself down, Yun Nuoxing finally put away the trace of relief in his heart. To be honest, ever since he came to this small world, he knew that the people here were generally weaker than the people in the God realm, so he had an extremely faint trace of contempt in his heart. However, he was too lazy to say anything, and he believed that he was not the only one who felt this way. However, at this moment, when he landed, he suddenly shuddered, and his expression became a little strange. In this small world, there was actually something that he had to treat seriously. Looks like there's something not simple inside. Yun Nuoxing turned his head to look at Yi Ding. Yun Nuoxing suddenly became serious. That change didn't escape Yi Ding's eyes. His expression also became slightly serious. He nodded and said, "There are many forbidden weapons that have been passed down from ancient times in the Forbidden Hall. Or perhaps they were left behind by our ancestors. There are many that even Imperial Father doesn't want to touch." Yun Nuoxing's expression was calm. He glanced at the tightly shut door of the Forbidden Hall and thought for a moment. Then his gaze shifted to the two huge pillars behind them. He suddenly said, "The people behind those pillars. 1, 2, 3, 5 people. If you have nothing to do, come out." I can't guarantee your safety if you continue to sneak behind us." Hearing this, Yi Ding and the others were startled. Immediately, their bodies trembled. They hurriedly turned around and looked at the two huge pillars. They were a little panicked. He didn't feel anything. However, he couldn't be blamed for being so frightened. Even Yuan Shi and the others turned their heads in astonishment. Yun Nuoxing possessed the wood element and could easily sense the life force. Even people who were good at concealment would find it difficult to completely restrict their life force fluctuations. Therefore, when the latter said that she had discovered someone, there really was someone. After Yun Nuoxing's voice fell, a slight rustling sound of clothes rubbing against each other sounded from behind the huge pillars. The few people were also a little surprised. It might be a coincidence that she said they were hiding here, but if she even accurately said the number of people, it would be a little exaggerated. It was also because of this that the few people realized that Yun Nuoxing wasn't joking. They looked at each other and nodded their heads. They slowly walked out from behind the pillars. The moonlight poured down, illuminating 5 rather beautiful faces. When Yi Ding and Yi Yin saw this, they were stunned. "You have good senses. With such senses, you're at least a martial expert. No wonder you dared to barge into the Forbidden Hall at night. However, this is the palace. 100,000 imperial guards are hidden in every corner of the palace. As long as you give the order." The young man who walked out first glanced coldly at Yun Nuoxing and the others. Then he looked at Yi Ding and Yi Yun. A hint of nervousness flashed in his eyes. Finally, he looked at Yun Nuoxing. His low voice caused the latter to be slightly stunned. Then she rolled her eyes. Did this guy think that she was holding Yi Ding hostage? After hearing this, Yi Ding blinked in astonishment. When he saw that Yun Nuoxing was about to speak, he laughed bitterly and hurriedly took 2 steps forward. He stood in front of Yun Nuoxing and said helplessly, "Big brother, why are you here?" Yun Nuoxing, who was about to speak, frowned slightly when she saw Yi Ding standing in front of her. Before she could push Yi Ding aside, she heard this and was instantly stunned. "Big brother? Could it be the first prince, Yi Daofeng? Today, when I heard you say to father that you wanted to enter the Forbidden Hall, I guessed that you would make a move tonight. However, I didn't expect you to be held hostage. Tell me, what are your conditions?" The first prince frowned slightly. His last sentence was naturally directed at Yun Nuoxing. There was a hint of anger in his voice. This was the first time he had seen someone who dared to hold his brother hostage. "Big brother!" Hearing the anger in the first prince's voice, Yi Ding immediately became nervous. He carefully glanced at Yun Nuoxing and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the latter didn't show any special reaction. He hurriedly ran toward the first prince and the others, who were somewhat astonished. Then he quickly told them that he had brought Yun Nuoxing here. If he didn't stop them now, he was afraid that a fight would break out. After hearing Yi Ding's words, the first prince and the others' expressions changed a few times. They only regained their senses after a while and looked at Yun Nuoxing strangely. "This fellow looks like she's only 16 or 17 years old. Is she an Empyrean expert?" However, they still trusted Yi Ding very much. Hence, they didn't hesitate for long. The first prince sighed and cupped his fists. "I see. This one has been rude. Brother Yun, please don't take it to heart." Yun Nuoxing looked at him in surprise. He thought that he would have to pester them for a while before he would let them go. However, it only took 10 seconds for his face to change from anger to calmness. Moreover, he actually chose to believe Yi Ding's words. It seemed like the latter was right. Their family of 7 brothers had a very good relationship. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and said, "I have my reasons for helping you find the sacred relic. If you don't help us, we can't do anything about it." The The fact that the sacrificial fire could be the Een spirit fire was enough for Yun Nuoshing to put in all his effort to find it. The 8th sacred relic of the 8 great empires could be used to open a hidden space. As for whether the strongest experts of the 8 great empires knew that this world was only a small one, it wasn't clear. Yu Qin had said that there were quite a few people who knew the truth of this world. I understand. If Brother Yun can really find the sacred relic, the Yi family will definitely do our best to help. We will also let Brother Yun and the others see the sacrificial fire on the day of the profound dragon ritual. The first prince nodded and said without hesitation. He wasn't naive enough to think that any heaven-rank expert would be so free as to help them find the sacred relic. All of this was an agreement made for their own benefit. Yun Nuoshing nodded and turned around. However, he suddenly saw that the tightly shut doors of the Forbidden Hall had actually opened. The gloomy cold wind swept past his cheeks with a strange emotion, causing Yun Nuoshing to shiver. That chill didn't come from his body. It made his soul tremble. A chill that can affect the soul? It can't be a divine weapon, right? Yun Nuoshing rubbed his slightly warm palms. This was an instinctive reaction that allowed him to sense the existence of danger. He had only had such a strong reaction when facing the Forbidden Hall. He had never felt such a strong chill at other times. Brother Nuo, hurry up, there's something good here. Yishi's voice came out with some echoes. It seemed that even in a very spacious Forbidden Hall, there was still some joy in her voice. A spacious Forbidden Hall? Yun Nuoshing was slightly stunned. He lowered his head, and Yishi's petite figure disappeared. When he thought of the echoes just now, his face turned slightly pale. You bastard! Yun Nuoshing screamed in horror. The Nether Void sword and Ling Hong's sword responded to his call, and followed Yun Nuoshing into the Forbidden Hall. The echoes of Jian Dian's heavy footsteps resounded. Xian, Yiding, and the others only saw 3 flashes of light rush into the Forbidden Hall. They looked at each other and also rushed in with a scream. That was the Forbidden Hall. He stomped heavily on the pitch-black floor. The weak moonlight no longer allowed him to see the scene inside. He frowned and released his soul power, illuminating the Forbidden Hall. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew in his face, causing him to quickly stop. He turned his gaze fiercely and looked at the high platform in front of him. Ghost mask! What appeared in his line of sight was a red mask. 2 curved horns protruded from the forehead. The fiendish appearance coupled with the fiery eyes gave Yun Nuoshing a fright. He unnaturally took a step back. Yi Ding, who had hurriedly caught up, saw Yun Nuoshing standing in front of the mask. He also took a deep breath and said, hastily, "That's a mask collected from the war-torn land." The person who wore it would be as if he was possessed by a ghost and would be in an invincible position. However, without exception, every person who wore it had gone crazy. It seemed that their minds had been damaged. Yun Nuoshing glanced at it and was slightly surprised. His mental energy had unexpectedly drifted uncontrollably toward the mask. However, he also understood that this mask would absorb the mental energy of the person who wore it. Those who didn't cultivate mental energy would be quickly sucked dry and even have their brains damaged. To the people of the mysterious dragon continent who didn't cultivate mental energy, this was undoubtedly a god-level item. He still couldn't find its source. Brother Nuo, hurry up, there's something good downstairs. Just as Yun Nuoshing was about to study it, he saw a petite figure waving her hand vigorously under the faint light in the distance. Her porcelain-like, delicate little face couldn't conceal the excitement. When she saw Yun Nuoshing looking over, she grinned and hurriedly ran down the stairs. My little ancestor. Chapter 473. The spiraling stone staircase was dyed a little red. The first that was drawn on the first step, and then it slowly extended to the bottom of the staircase, like a stream of water slowly flowing down. At the bottom of the stone staircase, which was less than a meter wide, was a deep and dark hole. There was no handrail, and one had to stick close to the wall as they walked. If one stretched their neck and looked down, it was as if they were staring into an abyss. One could feel a gaze shooting up from below. On this precipitous flight of stairs, one should have been slowly walking while holding onto the wall to seek comfort in one's heart. However, there was a group of people who were frantically running down with all their might. There was even a youth who jumped over the huge hole at the bottom and landed directly on the stairs at the bottom. Then he chased down with all his might. "Shall she wait for me?" The youth took a deep breath and looked at the little girl who was happily jumping up and down in front of him. Her head of wine-red hair swayed freely, and 4 strands of hair were blown behind her back. Gusts of chilly wind blew against her dress, causing the youth to be a little dazed. Although Yishi was a little mischievous, she rarely dragged them along like this. Furthermore, this was the Forbidden Hall that stored countless strange and bizarre items. Thinking of this, Yun Nuoxing shuddered and suddenly stopped in his tracks. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Yishi!" Yishi was startled by this stern shout, and her jumping figure suddenly stopped. Her crystalline eyes revealed a hint of grievance. She turned around and looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was running over quickly. She lowered her head, unhappily like a child who had done something wrong. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly when he saw the grievance in her eyes. He had never drunk Yishi and the others before. The little girl was probably going to throw a tantrum for a while. However, seeing that she had stopped, the anxiety in his heart naturally disappeared. He thought that something was controlling Yishi. Without saying anything, Yun Nuoxing took 2 steps forward and pulled her into her arms with her right hand. She hugged that small and delicate body with both hands and slowed down even more. Since she was fine, she must have her reasons for dragging her down. Then, Yun Nuoxing had to speed up. Yi Ding and the others quickly caught up from behind. Seeing him speed up a lot, Yishi curled her lips, and the trace of grievance in her heart quietly disappeared. She leaned her little head next to the former's ear and whispered, "Brother Nuo, there's someone down there. Hurry!" When Yun Nuoxing heard this, she broke out in a cold sweat. However, she did not ask any further questions. She nodded and leaped down the stairs. When the people behind them saw this, they also took a deep breath and followed the 2 of them. They did not know how many floors they had jumped, but they continued to jump down without stopping. For a moment, only a dozen or so footsteps could be heard in the empty spiral staircase. When their feet landed on the ground of the last step, the spiritual light illuminated the things around them. The bronze floor was sparkling and translucent, reflecting Yun Nuoxing's serious face. What appeared in front of them was a huge passageway. The walls were all made of bronze. At the same time, Yun Nuoxing's nose twitched slightly, and her frown deepened. "The aura of life. It's very faint. The person has not left for long." Someone really came in. Yi Ding, Yi Daofeng, and the others frowned as well. Even though the Forbidden Hall wasn't guarded because almost no one would barge in, it didn't mean that this place wasn't important. This was a forbidden area of the Imperial Palace. Since that person was able to barge in without a sound, then it might not be difficult for him to sneak into the Imperial Palace. Yun Nuoxing's gaze paused. She sensed that something was wrong. How could there be such a coincidence? They were about to come to the Forbidden Hall, but they realized that someone had already come. "Let's go." However, there was no time to think about it now. She waved her hand and rushed into the bronze passageway. Xian and the others also quickly followed. Yi Daofeng wanted to say something, but when he saw that Yun Nuoxing was even more anxious than him, he forgot what to say and could only follow them into the passageway. The rushing figures suddenly stopped at a fork in the road. Xian and the others did not have time to slow down and almost crashed into them. They quickly stopped and looked at the few paths in front of them. They turned around in shock and looked at Yiding and the others. The underground of the Forbidden Hall is a maze. Yiding, who had finally caught up, took a deep breath and shook his head. When I first entered the Forbidden Hall, I didn't see this underground maze, and the Heaven Void ancient mirror was placed there. However, I didn't see the mirror just now. It might have been moved here. Seeing that he was frowning slightly and did not seem to be lying, Yun Nuoxing sighed and muttered, "Why would it be moved for no reason? Almost no one visits the Forbidden Hall." When Yiding heard this, he smiled bitterly. The eldest prince, Yi Daofeng, had just opened his mouth. Before he could say the first syllable, Yun Nuoxing and the others rushed into the passageway at lightning speed. They were stunned for a moment. The corner of Yi Daofeng's mouth twitched slightly. However, when he heard Yiding say that these people might be heaven-rank experts, he did not dare to flare up. He could only swallow his anger. "Brother, what do you want to say?" "I'll help you say it," Yiding said as he pulled everyone into the bronze passageway. He wanted to speak a few times, but before he could say anything, Yun Nuoxing had already disappeared. He was always one step behind. Yi Daofeng was silent for a while. He looked up at the dark passageway in front of him and shook his head. He said helplessly, "I forgot what I wanted to say." Everyone. A few minutes later, they reached the end of the long passageway. Yiding and the others rushed out and arrived at a huge circular platform. They did not know where the passageways led to. Yun Nuoxing and the others were standing at the center. The latter had her eyes closed. A strange energy surrounded her body, causing their expressions to change slightly. "Brother, that person, Mr. Yun's energy is very strange. I have never seen such a dazzling energy." Yi Yun pulled Yiding's arm and said softly, "There are no records in the ancient books about who has such a dazzling energy on the mystic dragon continent." At this time, the second prince also said softly. Yiding waved his hand, indicating for them not to say anything. He hurried to Yun Nuoxing's side and said softly, "Mr. Yun, the aura of life has been cut off." Yun Nuoxing turned around and glanced at him. She said, "The aura of life disappeared when we reached this place. Moreover, it was erased by someone. Someone must have done it on purpose to lure us here." Yiding tilted his head. He did not have the wood element. Naturally, he was not as sensitive to life as Yun Nuoxing. Even at the entrance of the bronze passageway, he did not feel any aura. "Do you have a map of this maze?" Yun Nuoxing looked at Yiding and the others and asked. Yiding was slightly stunned. He turned around and looked at Yi Daofeng and the others. However, he saw them looking at each other. Then they shook their heads vigorously. They had never been to this place. Even if they had been here before, the map would not be in their hands. Most likely, only their father would have the map. Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly. She looked at Xian and the others and blinked her eyes. She meant, "Do you have any ideas?" Xian, Yuanxi, and Yishi understood. After thinking for a while, Yishi said telepathically, "Just smash it." Yun Nuoxing was speechless. Xian and Yuanxi's suggestion was more reasonable. If they walked along the wall, they would reach the end of the maze. Although this suggestion was not bad, it was too time-consuming. Yuanxi curled his hands beside his body and flapped them, hinting at his wings. Yun Nuoxing looked at Yiding and the others strangely. The 6 demonic wings could increase his soul power, spiritual power, and energy by 12 times. It allowed him to sense energy in a wider range. However, he did not know what the others would think if he used it. However, he dismissed this idea after a while. Who cared what they thought? He felt that something was wrong. If he did not hurry over, the void sky ancient mirror might be gone. He did not know why he felt this way. Just as he had said, this was a kind of intuition that came from nowhere. Looking at Yuan Shi, Yun Nuoxing nodded. With a thought, a purple light flashed in his eyes. Behind him, 6 light purple wings that were 30 meters wide slowly unfolded. As the 6 wings unfolded, a fierce wind suddenly appeared. It whistled through the many passages on the round platform, creating a terrifying whistling sound. Wings. The fierce wind lifted the robes of Yi Ding and the others. They hurriedly pressed them down. When they steadied themselves, they saw the 6 magnificent wings unfold, almost covering the entire round platform. They immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this a human or a demon king? When they looked at Yun Nuoxing's handsome face and saw that his expression was slightly gloomy, they became even more certain that Yi Ding had invited a demon king back. At this time, Yun Nuoxing did not have time to care about what they were thinking. The 12-fold amplification allowed him to capture an extremely faint trace of life aura that had not been completely eliminated. This made him smile faintly. The person who had eliminated the traces would not have a very high realm. They were much weaker than him, which was why he was able to detect it. Although he was a little surprised that there were also immortal step experts in this small world, he was not very worried. He had 2 people who were close to demonic step by his side, and he himself was also a strange person. After clearly capturing that trace of life aura, Yun Nuoxing did not delay any longer. He also did not care about the shocked gazes of Yi Ding and the others. The golden chains shot out from the internal space of the trench coat and directly entangled the latter and the others. With a stomp of his feet on the ground, he brought the crowd and charged into the tunnel with the life aura. At one of the maze's exits, the space behind the exit was extremely wide. A pillar abruptly rose from the ground. It was at least 40 feet tall, and at the top of the pillar, an ancient bronze mirror was suspended 1 foot above the pillar. It emitted a strange energy fluctuation, a bit like the spatial fluctuation of the realm of the gods. There was another strand of energy entangled around the ancient mirror. Judging from its fluctuation, it seemed to want to refine the ancient mirror. However, the ancient mirror's own energy blocked the advance of that strand of energy. For a moment, it was entangled, and it was difficult to advance or retreat. At the bottom of the pillar, an old man with white hair and a beard sat cross-legged. Even his eyebrows were empty, but his body emitted an extraordinary aura. He was probably an old monster who had lived for many years. Strands of energy were transmitted from his body and entangled with the ancient mirror above. It seemed that this person wanted to refine the ancient mirror. 5 meters behind the old man, there were 20 or so people who were pacing back and forth. Their eyes were nervously looking at the ancient mirror and the white-robed figure standing at the front. They were slightly anxious. In this group, there were a dozen or so young people who were slightly anxious. Another middle-aged man was much calmer, but his eyes were still fixed on the mirror. The slight movement of his fingertips showed that his heart was not calm. Luo, are you sure that the ancient mirror and the sacred object can open a passage to another world? After a while, a man from the group of middle-aged men took 2 steps forward and asked softly to the white-robed woman who wore a grand crown on her head. This group of people was very powerful. They had already come into contact with the core of this world. They knew that this world was only a miniature world created by humans. Master Luo is 80% sure that as long as we have the ancient mirror and the sacred object, we can open a passage to the divine city. We have been preparing for this for 10 years. The woman called Luo turned around and looked at the middle-aged man who had walked forward. Mei Mao's eyes were calm and gentle as she nodded. If Yun Nuoshing was here, he would be able to recognize this woman. She was the person he had almost buried in the valley. Just as he said, this woman would not die so easily. The fire of sacrifice may lead people to another world. In the Forbidden Zone, there are rumors that there are strange passages that can send people to strange places. Therefore, there may be other ways to go to the Divine City. If Junior Sister's guess is wrong, we can mess up this year's ritual of the Profound Dragon and use the sacred object to open the sky. We can also go to the Divine City. A young man on the side said, with a smile, "Yes, we old guys have been waiting for this day for a long time." Luo's master sighed softly and nodded. However, he sighed again and said, "We don't have much to worry about. The main thing is to send you all out. You are all very talented and can't be confined here." "Master, we agreed to go out together. You can't go back on your words." Hearing this, another young man on the side muttered unhappily. This made the middle-aged man chuckle and shake his head. That's right, they also wanted to go out and see the real world. Luo smiled sweetly. Just as she was about to say something, her beautiful face suddenly changed and became very calm. She looked at the bronze passage behind them and said indifferently, "Someone is coming." When everyone heard this, their expressions changed slightly. The moment he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying sonic boom suddenly resounded through the entire labyrinth, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. It was as if a primordial beast had come from behind. Chapter 474. Boom! A terrifying explosion came from behind them. Luo, and the others immediately looked at the entrance. A golden light flashed by, and a dozen figures appeared. 6 light purple wings spread out, each of them about 30 meters wide. A terrifying wind element swept through the space, causing everyone's chests to feel a little stuffy. Along with the storm came a terrifying pressure. It was like a giant hand had slapped Luo, and the others, causing them to fly back a few meters. They landed in front of the old man, who had his eyes closed. Their expressions were somewhat grave. So that's how it is. I guessed right after all. The sacred object, the virtual sky ancient mirror, and the outside world. Interesting. The person who had spoken was the first prince, Yi Daofeng. The strong wind caused his robes to flap loudly, although they had been flying at a high speed, perhaps because the echoes in the passageway were too loud, or for some other reason. They had all heard the conversation of the 20 or so people at the end of the passageway. They instantly understood everything. My Dragon Mist Empire has treated you well. Why did you steal the sacred object? Yi Daofeng shouted sternly. Losing the sacred object in front of the 8 great empires during the Profound Dragon ritual was not only a simple matter of not being able to trigger the heavenly fire, but also a loss of the empire's reputation. Mei Mao glanced at him indifferently and shook her head, but she did not say anything. No matter what treatment they received, it could not compare to the temptation of going to a new world. Yun Nuoshing's brows twitched. Yuchen had told him that the strongest in this small world also knew about the realm of the gods. Many people wanted to go there. On the Profound Dragon continent, the realm of the gods was called God City. To the people here, it was very mysterious. The 6 wings flapped, and a gale gently lowered Yun Nuoshing and the others to the ground. The 6 wings folded behind his back like a screen. Yun Nuoshing raised his head and looked at the mirror at the highest point of the pillar. He said softly, "That is the virtual sky ancient mirror. There are spatial fluctuations from the realm of the gods. I'm afraid it's an artifact from the realm of the gods. There are demon-grade energy fluctuations." Yuanxi transmitted. Yun Nuoxing lightly nodded. He also felt a very familiar spatial fluctuation coming from the ancient mirror. Perhaps it was just as those people had said. With the void, heaven ancient mirror, and the sacred artifact, they could go to the myriad god realm from the profound dragon continent. "Are you okay?" "Thank goodness." Yun Nuoxing's gaze immediately locked onto the white-robed woman who was surrounded by people. She immediately recognized her. After confirming that she was fine, she heaved a sigh of relief and patted her chest. Seeing this, everyone's expression became a little strange, especially Luo. This guy had destroyed the entire valley with a single sword strike, almost burying her underneath. If it weren't for the space talisman given to her by her master, she really would have died there. Seeing him appear here, her expression immediately turned cold. Seeing him heave a sigh of relief now, Mei Mao was also a little confused. She didn't know what this person was thinking, but there was a hint of coldness in his expression. Seeing that everyone was on guard, Yun Nuoxing acted as if he didn't see them and walked straight toward the woman. Luo's master saw this and frowned slightly. He took a step forward and shouted softly. A terrifying force flew toward Yun Nuoxing. However, this force directly swept over the ladder, and her footsteps didn't even move in the slightest. Seeing this, everyone's expression became a little stiff. The woman's master's expression even stiffened. As an Empyrean expert, his roar could directly send a martial or law immortal expert flying. However, Yun Nuoxing was completely unaffected. Everyone knew very well what this meant to them. This guy is also an Empyrean expert. This kid isn't even 18 yet, right? An Empyrean expert. Seeing this scene, the group of young people all sucked in a breath of cold air. This group of people was extremely talented. In their 20s, they were already at the soul realm. However, they saw someone younger than them who had the same strength as their master. This made them doubt their own talents for the first time, and whether or not they could be considered as good in front of this person. Yi Ding and Yi Yun, on the other hand, were very calm because they already knew about it. But now, they were a little shocked. There were actually more than a dozen Sky Realm experts here, and they were all from the Dragon Mist Empire and other big empires. They seemed to have joined forces long ago. Yun Nuoxing continued forward a few steps and stopped 10 meters in front of the crowd. Seeing that another woman wanted to stop him, he couldn't help but sigh softly and said, "All right, don't fight. You can't hurt me. I don't have any hostility. I just want something from you." "Impossible." Before anyone could speak, Luo frowned and suddenly took a step forward. She shouted sternly, "The holy artifact and the ancient void mirror will not be given to you." That was the result of 10 years of painstaking planning. It wasn't easy to snatch it from the Dragon Mist Empire. How could they give it back so easily? "You really won't give it to me?" Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes. "Little brat, it's too early for you to snatch things from us." A man who was 10 feet tall shouted and stomped his foot on the ground. His whole body rushed towards Yun Nuoxing like a cannonball. He clenched his wash-basin-sized fist, and with an ear-piercing sound, the dust on the ground was blown away. He fiercely smashed his fist towards Yun Nuoxing's face. "Mr. Yun." Seeing that this powerful attack was almost in front of Yun Nuoxing, in an instant, Yi Ding's face turned pale. Just as he was about to warn them, he saw that Xian and the others were indifferent. It was as if they didn't care at all. His heart inexplicably calmed down. Bang! Just as his voice fell, a dull sound of flesh colliding rang out. The dull sound caused the young people to shrink their necks. This martial uncle was also a valiant person. He rushed up and blasted the person's life, not holding back at all. That boy is also a sky rank master, but he didn't even dodge. He's too conceited. A young man crossed his arms in front of his chest. He was very dissatisfied with Yun Nuoxing's behavior. He thought that he was underestimating the enemy. He can raise the sword Peak Valley to the ground with a sword. Naturally, he has the ability to not dodge. Luo was very calm. She was completely different from the excitement just now. It was as if she had changed her expression. Her indifferent words shocked everyone. The sword Peak Valley was razed to the ground by a peerless master. Basically, everyone in the Dragon Mist Empire received the news immediately. They didn't think that it was done by this guy. When Luo's master heard this, his face twitched unnaturally. He laughed dryly and said, "Where did this guy come from? Why haven't I heard of such a young sky rank master?" His old friends at the side all shook their heads. They didn't know either. They had never heard of this person's name. Logically speaking, such a powerful person definitely wouldn't be unknown. He should be very famous. However, in reality, they had never seen or heard of this person before. After a while, the dust dissipated. Although everyone had expected this, they couldn't help but gulp when they saw it. The basin-sized fist directly imprinted on Yun Nuoxing's face. However, the latter didn't even take a step back. Instead, the ground in front of the burly man collapsed a few inches. Hiss! This is going to be a big mess. Everyone suddenly smiled bitterly. Could this be fate? The burly man's all-out attack couldn't even make Yun Nuoxing take a step back. They were afraid that even if more than a dozen sky rank masters attacked together, they might not be able to capture Yun Nuoxing. The burly man's reaction was even greater. His face turned extremely dark, as if he had eaten a dead fly. Only he knew that the power contained in his punch was completely dissolved by a strange force when it came into contact with Yun Nuoxing. It didn't even touch his face. After his attack failed, the burly man cursed and quickly retreated. He looked at Yun Nuoxing's purple gold eyes. It was as if he was being stared at by a wild beast. It made his hair stand on end. Suddenly, a low gasp of surprise came from behind. The white-robed woman turned her head and saw the old man who was sitting cross-legged on the ground refining the void sky ancient mirror. She raised her head in surprise, and there was a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Brother Nuo, I got the mirror." Everyone raised their heads in surprise and saw a little girl around 10 years old with a head of wine-red hair. She was happily holding a mirror that was bigger than her in her arms and holding it in front of Yun Nuoxing. Luo's master's expression changed when he saw that the mirror had been taken away during the chaos. He gritted his teeth and was about to rush out when he was shocked to see that Yun Nuoxing had only taken a glance at the mirror in her hand. She then turned around and threw it at Luo. She said softly, "I'll return it to you." The moment the mirror left Yun Nuoxing's hand, no one saw a silver blue light quietly shrink back into Yun Nuoxing's hand. Everyone only saw the mirror fly through the air like a frisbee, and then it landed steadily in Luo's hand. What the hell was this? Everyone was a little puzzled. Even Yi Ding and the others were dumbfounded. Yun Nuoxing rushed over in a hurry for the void sky ancient mirror. However, she threw the void sky ancient mirror back at this moment. Of course, Xian and the others were also puzzled. However, they all believed in Yun Nuoxing. Since he did this, there must be a reason. They only needed to wait for the latter's explanation. "Let's go back. We're going back to sleep." Yun Nuoxing waved his hand. Nothing could be seen from his calm and handsome face. However, the calmer he was, the more everyone felt that something was wrong. However, they couldn't tell what was wrong. Dozens of eyes stared blankly at Yun Nuoshing and the others until they reached the entrance of the bronze passage. Only then did Yi Ding and the others react and quickly followed. Although they were still a little confused, they didn't want to stay here and become targets for those people. Luo, and Mei Mao had a strange expression on their faces. She lowered her head and looked at the mirror in her hand. A bright light flashed in her eyes. She seemed to have understood something and couldn't help but laugh. Her calm laughter echoed in the empty space. Her master and the others were even more confused. Had she gone crazy? Cunning guy? Luo scolded in a low voice. She couldn't hide the helplessness and smile on her pretty face. When she saw everyone's stunned gaze, she casually waved her hand and said softly to the old man refining the void sky ancient mirror, "Old Yin, put the void sky ancient mirror back. Let's go back first. This time, I miscalculated." When her master heard this, his eyes widened in astonishment. He had trained her for more than 10 years and knew that scheming was her strong point. He had never heard her say that she made a mistake, but today, even her senior and junior brothers had a strange expression on their faces. They had never seen Luo take the initiative to admit defeat. "Where are we going?" The young man who had just said that there was more than one way to go to the outside world couldn't help but ask. When they reached the entrance of the bronze passage, Luo raised her head. She seemed to want to see Yun Nuoshing and the others leaving. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. After a while, she turned around and said softly, "The mystery dragon ritual in half a month." Huh. Everyone was puzzled. Chapter 475. The void heaven ancient mirror contains a strange energy that doesn't belong to this world. It should be an artifact of the divine city and possesses the unique energy of the divine city. By combining the power of the holy artifact and the strange energy of the void heaven ancient mirror, we might be able to open a passage to the divine city. The white-robed woman explained calmly. Her jade-like hand gently stroked her fine black hair as she let out a long sigh and said faintly, "But just now, those imprints disappeared. They disappeared very thoroughly, as if they never existed. In this way, the void heaven ancient mirror is equivalent to being half destroyed. At least, it won't be of much help to us." How could this be? When everyone heard this, they were a little dazed as they stared at the void heaven ancient mirror in a daze. In the bronze passage, Yun Nuoshing and the others were rushing back in the direction they came from. Yuan Shi finally couldn't help but ask about what happened just now. Yun Nuoshing turned her head and looked at him helplessly. She raised her hand, and some silver blue light rose up, slowly condensing into a 2-meter-long silver needle. She glanced at Ling Hongjian and said, "The void heaven ancient mirror contains the power of space and the fluctuations of the realm of the gods. Perhaps using the holy artifact and the ancient mirror can open a passage to the realm of the gods." I used Ling Hongjian's energy to absorb the power of space in the void heaven ancient mirror, and the energy of the holy artifact covered my hand, preventing me from putting it into my body. "Then why did you return it? Couldn't you just take it and run?" If they used the void heaven ancient mirror to go to the realm of the gods, then the holy artifact would be gone. "Yuan," she said again. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing sighed and said, "That's why I'm betting. I'm betting that it's useless for them to use the void heaven ancient mirror. If they put it down, then in order to go to the divine city, they will definitely choose another method. After 10 years of preparation, there's definitely a second method, the profound dragon ritual. Of the two, the first method is safer. Once they choose to participate in the profound dragon ritual, then there's nothing to say. We just have to wait for them to use the holy artifact to open the sky. And if I'm not wrong, she probably wanted to gift the Void Heaven ancient mirror to me, but little she got it first. If I don't return it, then she will fight me to the death, Yin Nuashing muttered. Of course, all of this is my guess. It's better to say it's my intuition. Why? Yuan, she had just realized something, but she was instantly confused again. Yin Nuashing thought for a while, then shook his head. He just thought that if the Void Heaven ancient mirror was in their hands, then the one in control would most likely be Luo Air. Moreover, his purest thought was that since they were already in front of him, there was no point in snatching the Void Heaven ancient mirror. However, when he saw that there were so many people, it would be troublesome to deal with them. So, he simply changed his mind and destroyed one of their keys to the realm of the gods. Moreover, Yun Nuashing's goal had always been the profound dragon ritual. As long as the girl called Luo Air insisted on going to the realm of the gods, then she would definitely participate in the profound dragon ritual. Then his goal would be achieved. He's forcing me to participate in the profound dragon ritual, Luo Air said bitterly. As long as we insist on going to the divine city, then we must participate in the profound dragon ritual. We can't go to the forbidden zone. If the ancient mirror is in their hands, then we still have a bargaining chip. But what's so interesting about the profound dragon ritual? I really don't understand. That young man rolled his eyes, then said casually, if they also want to go to the divine city, then why not just bring them along? It's not like we can't bring one more person. Why make it so complicated? This question also made the crowd somewhat puzzled. They didn't understand what Yun Nuashing's goal was. They only felt that after going around in circles, in the end, they still had to put the relic back where it was supposed to be. Luo Air's master, who had both his hands in his sleeves, lightly gripped them. After a while, he suddenly thought of something and raised his head. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Luo Air looking at him and nodding her head. Only then did he say, "Old friend, do you think they might be people from the divine city?" The few middle-aged men who were walking leisurely were startled, and their expressions slightly changed. The brawny man frowned slightly, then lightly snorted and said, "I've never heard of people from the outside world coming to the profound dragon continent. They might just be core disciples of some hidden family." I said, "It's just a guess. What if it's true?" Luo Air's master also frowned and said, the atmosphere in the bronze passage suddenly quieted down, and the crowd's expressions didn't look too good. Several pairs of eyes quickly made eye contact, then moved away. If it's true, it's a miracle, but I think those people are most likely from the divine city. Luo Air softly opened her mouth, saying the two words that were in everyone's mind. Hearing this, the crowd smiled bitterly. Since even she thought so, even if those people were really from the divine city, moreover, if they're from the divine city, then that young man's situation can be explained. I'm afraid he's mastered some powerful Tao or law. Luo Air's master nodded, then turned his head to look at the dozen or so young men and said, "You guys should also work harder and reach the martial realm as soon as possible." "Yes," the dozen or so young men solemnly replied. Running blindly in the maze, without the guidance of the aura of life, just now, Yun Nuashing led Ziyen and Yi Ding to run around in the maze like headless flies. He even forgot how he came here just now and leaped in the dark bronze passage. Once in a while, they would rush into a spacious space from the passage. Inside the spacious space, there was a pillar. On top of the pillar, there was a powerful object. Yi Ding and the others couldn't sense most of it, but Yun Nuashing knew that these so-called forbidden objects all had the aura of the god's world. Most likely, they came from there to the mystic dragon continent. However, Yi Ding and the others didn't dare to touch them. The powerful aura from those weapons was oppressing their nerves, making them want to quickly turn around. After running around in the passage for half an hour, Yun Nuoxing finally led everyone out of this spacious underground maze by relying on his powerful soul power. Seeing the familiar spiral staircase, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. They finally got out of that damned place. From the center of the staircase, they flew into the sky and arrived at the entrance of the Forbidden Palace. Yun Nuoxing had just calmed down, and when he raised his head, his gaze instantly became strange. Yuan Shi and the others were also somewhat speechless, looking at him. They really didn't know whether this guy was doing it on purpose or not. The crowd in front also heard the commotion behind them, and they all turned around with strange expressions. As expected, they saw Yun Nuoxing and the others with even stranger expressions. Luo Er's beautiful face also changed slightly. She thought that this guy had left long ago, but she didn't expect that he was still behind them. Glancing at the crowd, Yun Nuoxing indifferently led Xian and the others to a small corner and walked toward the entrance of the main palace. His handsome face still had an indifferent expression, making the group unable to see through him. "May I know young master's name?" Suddenly, Luo Er took 2 steps forward with light steps, and a faint smile hung on her beautiful face. Her master and the others were shocked, and just as they were about to push her behind them, Luo Er waved her jade-like hand, indicating that they didn't need to be so nervous. Yun Nuoxing, who was about to walk to the entrance of the palace, stopped in his tracks and turned around. His tranquil purple-gold eyes glanced at her, and the latter stubbornly didn't shift her gaze away and looked straight into his eyes. After a moment, Yun Nuoxing said, "Yun Nuoxing," he said each word slowly, and although his voice was indifferent, there was an unforgettable taste in it. The woman smiled lightly and brushed the hair in front of her forehead and said indifferently, "Jun Luo Yi, I'll remember it." Yun Nuoxing nodded and didn't say anything else. He turned around lightly, and his light purple hair fluttered slightly, giving the crowd an arrogant back view. Suddenly, Jun Luo Yi laughed lightly, and Yun Nuoxing stopped in his tracks once again. "I wonder if young Master Yun is from the Star Zhao Empire's Yun family?" However, this time, he didn't turn around. Yun Nuoxing looked at the bright moon in the sky and guessed that Jun Luo Yi might know something. He thought for a moment and said, "You're a smart person." Then he didn't stay any longer and stepped out of the Forbidden Palace's entrance. Xian and the others hurriedly followed behind. Seeing Yun Nuoxing and the others disappear from the Forbidden Palace's entrance, and the former's words still reverberated in her ears, the smile on Jun Luo Yi's face widened, and she said, "I understand." When the people behind her heard this, they were slightly startled and looked at the empty entrance with disbelief. Their hearts trembled. Could it be that this guy really came from the Divine City? Little Star, she seems to know. In midair, Xian turned back to look at the black, forbidden palace. After thinking for a moment, he turned back and whispered to Yun Nuoxing, "If she knows, then she knows. Even if she knows, it doesn't change the fact that she will attend the Profound Dragon ritual. Or rather, it's because she knows that she will participate in the Profound Dragon ritual this time." Yun Nuoxing shrugged nonchalantly. Yun Nuoxing turned back, looked at Yiding, and said softly, "Go back and rest. The Profound Dragon ritual will be held as scheduled in half a month's time. You can just tell your father this." "Understood." Yiding nodded. Although he was a little confused, he still understood the general situation. Therefore, he didn't say much. After getting down, he left with the first prince and the others, and asked Yun Nuoxing and the others to rest in his room. He also asked Yi Yun to stay behind. In response, Yun Nuoxing didn't refuse. They also needed a place to rest. As for Yi Yun, She was looking in the direction that Yi Ding and the others left. She pouted her little mouth, as if she was dissatisfied with leaving her here. She was also a little panicked. Her little heart was a little nervous that she had to stay behind to take care of this group of weirdos. After returning to the room, just as she sat down, Yun Nuoxing glanced at Yi Yun. Seeing her nervous look, she couldn't help but sigh. Were they really that weird? Yun can you tell me about the Yun family of the Star Empire? Shocked by this sudden question, Yi Yun immediately retreated a lot from the sofa, far away from Yun Nuoxing and the others. It wasn't until she saw their strange gazes that she moved back with a blush on her face. After thinking for a while, her jade-like hands clenched her dress, took a deep breath, and slowly began to speak. There is indeed a Yun family in the Star Empire. They are the most powerful family in the empire other than the imperial family. It is said that the experts in the family are all Dharma throne experts. Compared to other forces, they pay more attention to the cultivation of the mind. Moreover, they are a powerful family of talismans. No matter the grade, as long as it is related to the Yun family, it is sold at a very high price. Moreover, the effects are much better than those made by ordinary talisman masters. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing nodded slightly. Mr. Yun, are you interested in the Yun family? Although she was a little nervous, Yi Yun still asked. A little. Yun Nuoxing nodded and didn't deny it. However, she said, but I am interested in the Yun family only because their surname is Yun. In the realm of the gods, she had never heard of any major forces with the surname Yun. More or less, she was a little curious. Now that she heard about the Yun family, she was naturally interested. I will arrange a carriage for you. Yi Yun thought for a while and said. Just as she finished speaking, before she could get up, Yi Yun saw Yun Nuoxing's strange smile. Her little heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Then she saw the latter grin and said, What do you think your brother will think if I kidnap you now? Yi Yun's pretty face paled. Before she had the time to get up, she felt her delicate shoulder being pressed down by someone. She stiffly turned her head, only to see a head of long, dark, purple hair hanging down, and a peerlessly beautiful face smiling sweetly at her. Chapter 476. The bright moon shone with a gentle light. High up in the sky, a huge purplish-black sword silently swept across the sky. A group of very young people sat on the sword. Among them, a beautiful face was completely pale. She was curled up in a corner and shivering. She looked like a little lamb that had fallen into a pack of wolves. Qin Yan turned around and glanced at Yi Yun. She felt sorry for her. The little girl had been pulled 10,000 meters up in the sky before she could react. She was so scared that she didn't dare to say a word. Seeing this, Qin Yan couldn't help but push Yun Nuoxing. She said angrily, Look at you, you're so cold. She's so scared that she doesn't even dare to say a word. After saying that, Qin Yan got up gently and sat down beside Yi Yun. She rubbed the latter's head with her delicate hand. Yi Yun's delicate body stiffened, and she looked at her in fear. After a long while, she calmed down a little when she felt that Qin Yan didn't have any ill intentions. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes when she heard that. What the hell is cold? However, she felt a little apologetic when she saw Yi Yun acting like a frightened kitten. Although she had left a note for Yi Ding, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to take it so directly. Yun Nuoxing scratched her head and looked up at the huge moon. With a thought, the netherworld ruins sword flew up into the clouds. It pierced through the clouds in just a moment. She then turned around and saw that Mei Mao was so scared that she closed her eyes tightly. She said softly, If you're scared, raise your head and look here. When Yi Yun heard this, Although she didn't want to follow Yun Nuoxing's instructions, she still subconsciously opened her beautiful eyes. At a glance, she saw the huge moon hanging high in the sky. For a moment, she was stunned. Her slightly trembling, delicate body also stopped. Yen heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this. She raised her head and looked at the approaching moon. A lot of thoughts came to her mind. Is it night in the god realm? What would it be like to see two moons from the sky? Although she had been to Night God Peak the last time, she did not take a good look at the sky, which made her feel a little regretful. Thinking up to this point, Mei Mao couldn't help but look at Yun Nuoxing, who was sitting at the very front. As she looked at her back, a complicated emotion flashed through her eyes. She still remembered what Yuanxi had said. Really, if it wasn't for the fact that the Qin clan needs me, it would be nice to play with you. Qin, Yen murmured in her heart. Then she laughed at herself. She wasn't born for herself, so how could she hope for such impossible things? Sighing inwardly, Qin Yen raised her head once more, and a hint of relief and determination could be seen in her eyes. But at least for now, I want to live for myself, even if it's just for a month, or even half a month. Yun Nuoxing didn't know that his casual action had shaken Qin Yan's heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought everyone to such a high altitude. He liked to fly to high places and look at the sky or look down at the shrinking ground below. His heart would be filled with emptiness. He liked this kind of atmosphere very much. Yun Nuoxing didn't choose to fly to the Star Empire immediately. Instead, he rode the Netheruin sword and slowly flew above the sea of clouds. Little Phoenix's body had also become much bigger. It was about 6 meters long and wide. It flew on the right side of the Netheruin sword and turned its huge head. Its black eyes were filled with excitement as it looked at Yun Nuoxing. It seemed to want to express something. Yun Nuoxing, who was meditating, finally couldn't help but open his eyes after being stared at by this gaze for a long time. He looked at Little Phoenix, helplessly. What was this fellow looking forward to? Little Phoenix was a divine beast, but it was still in its infancy. Its intelligence was much higher than that of the human race, which was known as the wisest of all things. However, perhaps because its intelligence was too high, it couldn't speak before it could transform. Compared to some beasts and monsters, it was much more troublesome. Yun Nuoxing glanced at the basin-sized black eyes. This little fellow was born in his soul. It was nourished by his soul, the power of the stars, and his life force. In other words, it was no different from being born from him. It could understand everything with just one look. He didn't hold back. He nimbly jumped off the Netheruin sword and directly onto Little Phoenix. As soon as he sat down, Little Phoenix let out an extremely excited cry, carrying Yun Nuoxing. Its body turned into a streak of fire and rushed into the distance. It left behind an extremely dazzling flame in the sky. The Netheruin sword and the people on it were stunned. These two fellows aren't cultivating or sleeping in the middle of the night. Are they haunting us? Yuanxi looked at the dazzling flame traces in the distance. He was a little dumbfounded. Have you forgotten Little Star's wish? Xian covered her mouth and chuckled. Yun Nuoxing had always wanted to ride divine beasts, dragons, and other creatures to soar in the 9 heavens. Although there was no dragon now, there was still a young phoenix. Half of his wish had been fulfilled. I don't understand. We can both fly. Why can't we use swords? Why must we use phoenixes? The Netheruin sword under Xian suddenly glowed, and a gloomy voice faintly rang out. Everyone on the flying sword smiled bitterly. They didn't know what Yun Nuoxing was thinking. In fact, Yun Nuoxing was feeling very good right now. He carried Little Phoenix and flew freely in the sky. Little Phoenix even did many difficult movements. The fierce wind almost blew Yun Nuwashing down. Flying at full speed, it wasn't any slower than the Netherruin sword. However, when the terrifying flame in the sky passed through the clouds and passed by some cities below, the people who were discovered cried out in alarm. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, and they thought that something big was about to happen. They made a ruckus in the middle of the night. When the stars shone, the man and the beast returned to the Netherruin sword exhausted. They fell asleep immediately, making everyone smile bitterly. Why did they have to torture themselves like this? Yi Shi poked Yun Nuwashing, who had fallen asleep on the ground, and smiled helplessly. The imperial city of the Star Providence Empire was the empire in the most eastern part of the world. Every day, it was the first to welcome the arrival of the morning sun. When a ray of sunlight fell, the Star Providence city would also instantly awaken its slumbering vitality. Large groups of people would rush out of the streets and alleys at the same time. One after another, their voices would eventually converge into a sound wave. This place was as lively as Dragon Mist City. The Yun family is on the outskirts of the Star Fortune City. They occupy a large area in the east of the city, and the Imperial Palace is in the northwest direction. It stands on the peak of a mountain, and you can touch the starry sky if you reach out your hand. There is only a small winding path in front of the mountain that leads to the Imperial Palace. Even if you fly, it is difficult to reach the peak in one go. Even if you fly, at a city gate of the Star Fortune City, a few young figures stood side by side. A beautiful woman in green clothes pointed in a few directions at the city gate and explained to the people beside her. However, in the end, Mei Mao looked at the young man in the black windbreaker with a strange expression, and her words suddenly froze. The few of them replied with a drawn-out sound. There seemed to be some curiosity in their calm expressions as they all looked towards the northwest direction. A tall mountain rose from the ground, and a group of golden palaces were built around the mountain. The tallest black tower was so high that one could touch the clouds if they stood on top of it. Everyone in the 8 great empires knows about this. Only you guys would be curious. Could it be that you guys are really from the Divine City? The beautiful woman in green rolled her eyes. Her last sentence was said very softly, and only the few of them could hear it. The young man in the windbreaker touched the firebird on his shoulder and glanced at her indifferently. Then he smiled and said, "Why don't you guess?" Seeing this, the beautiful woman in green pouted and waved her small fist at him. She said coquettishly, "I'll hit you." While the young woman was coquettishly grumbling, the people who passed by and stopped to look at this group of people were so stunned that they stopped in their tracks. Pairs of eyes swept over the young woman in green with some adoration and some strange gazes. Being stared at by so many people, the young woman in green was so embarrassed that her face turned red. She stepped on the young man in the windbreaker and angrily rushed towards the city gate. Hiss! This girl's moves. Her kicks are really King ruthless. The young man in the windbreaker was stepped on so hard that he took in a breath of cold air and immediately jumped up. There was some pain on his handsome face. His face was already prettier than a girl's, and immediately many people turned to look at him. The young man in the windbreaker broke down. He reached out and pinched the young man in white beside him. Then, holding the hand of the girl in purple, he rushed into the city gate. "Brother Nua, wait for me." The little girl with the wine-red hair was shocked and hurriedly chased after them with small, quick steps. "Ow, are you poisonous?" The young man in white screamed strangely from being pinched. His handsome face was full of astonishment. He paused for a second, then rushed in as well. Only the woman in the black dress was left in a mess in the wind. Although many people were looking at her, she did not lose her elegance and calmly followed them into the city gate. On the noisy street, the people who had just left one by one finally stopped, panting. Only the woman in the black dress, who was the last to leave, was still breathing calmly. Every step she took covered a distance of dozens of meters, different from the young man in the windbreaker and the others who were purely running. We've run into the Yun family's territory. This is a market. Occasionally, we can find some good things in these places. The beautiful woman in green put her jade hands on her small waist and panted a few times. Her jade fingers pointed at a magnificent building and said, "This is the auction house." The young man in the windbreaker nodded slightly. When the woman in the black dress arrived, he walked toward the magnificent building unhurriedly. He heard the fierce bidding coming from inside and walked over curiously. "Hey, wait, can we not go? Hey, hey." Seeing his actions, the beautiful face of the woman in green fell. She wanted to call him back, but the young man in the windbreaker did not even bother to look at her. Even the others followed him indifferently. The woman in the black dress even conveniently brought her along. The former's small face immediately fell. Soul condensing battle talisman. 1, 8 million going once. Is there a higher price? 2 million. I'm taking it. Get out of here. 2, 1 million. F*CKU, 2,150,000. As soon as he pushed open the door, he heard the terrifying sound waves coming from inside, like a tsunami. The young man in the windbreaker felt a little dizzy and habitually covered his ears with his hands. He waved his free hand at the maid, who was walking over. Then he was about to walk through the door in front of him. The young woman in green pulled him back and took out a green token. She waved it in front of the maid. The latter's face changed slightly and led the way respectfully. The young man in the windbreaker looked at the young woman in green in astonishment. He was about to say something, but he saw her curl her small mouth with an arrogant look. The young man in green immediately shut his mouth and rolled his eyes at her. He followed the maid into a corridor. When the young woman in green saw this, Mei Mao felt a little resentful. Not long after, the maid led them to a golden door and respectfully left. The young man in the windbreaker gently pushed the door open and walked in. The terrifying demonic sound rushed into his mind in the most violent way, causing him to almost lose his soul. After walking through the door, the young man in the windbreaker realized that this was an empty high platform. There were rows of seats below, and densely packed black heads were shaking. There were a lot of people here, and there were also a few high platforms. At this time, there were people with red faces and thick necks shouting, causing the sound waves below to stack even more violently. 6 million. I'll take the Yun family's battle talisman. Just as the few of them sat down, they heard that a talisman had been sold for a high price of 6 million because of a tenor voice. The whole place was silent. Some people's faces were uncertain, and there were a few times when they raised their hands with some hesitation. When the young woman in green heard the tenor voice, her pretty face changed slightly and a trace of fierceness flashed past. Her eyes turned mischievously, and then she looked at the young man in the windbreaker on her right. Her small head moved closer, and her red lips opened slightly. She muttered something, which made the young man's face look a little strange. He took out an item from his pocket and showed it to the young woman. After she confirmed it, he nodded with a strange expression and raised his hand. 8 million!